Like, subscribe and share fanfiction channel for more fun. Chapter 79. Assholes. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku, with livid faces, no longer cared about so much, and rushed out. Because they couldn't just watch the crane, whom they regarded as a sister and protected, being destroyed by these villains with such a despicable scheme. Shave. And Locke and Little Ounce also stepped hard and blocked there directly. Beast Yan. Shadowless kick. Get out of the way. TYY. After images. Fists and feet collided, and four figures fought fiercely. Not only Garp was held back by Little Ounce. Sengoku, who was severely injured by Linlin before and barely relied on the return of life to suppress the worsening of his injuries, and his strength was sharply reduced. As a long-legged tribe, he was also a user of the bug fruit flea form ability, and his leg skills were not bad. Locke intercepted him. But just when Sengoku was about to use the ability of the mystical beast Big Buddha form again. Get back! Linlin shouted coldly. The sharp claw slashed without hesitation. I warned you. Chi. A blood-colored air blade broke through the air. Bang! A deep cut was left on the ground, accompanied by a shrill scream. A bloody big hand flew up directly. Phoenix Saint lay on the ground, howling miserably. A palm was chopped off. You. Sengoku and Garp paused. CP and Marine present couldn't help but change their expressions. Mama, this is just a small warning. The blade pointed directly at Phoenix's head. Linlin grinned. Next time, it will be his head. Sengoku Rear Admiral, Garp Rear Admiral. The CP7 leader shouted angrily, what are you doing? Do you want to kill celestial dragons? Damn it, stop! Sengoku and Garp gritted their teeth, feeling aggrieved. They wanted to attack, but were stopped by Locke and Little Ounce, who were not weak. You demons! He looked pale. His body moved forward uncontrollably. His right foot trembled and stepped on Phoenix's head. Moreover, under Nakin's order, he stepped hard continuously. At this moment, the flower of Marine, who should have a promising future and high spirits, seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, and his old body became more hunched. Garp and Sengoku were furious when they saw this scene. The Marine and CP agents present were furious, and their scalps were numb. These lawless and unscrupulous villains were too vicious and insidious. They could foresee the fate of this Marine flower. At the same time, they were all a little worried. Many people stepped back subconsciously, fearing that they would be targeted by these people and do the same. A hole, you damned lowly person, dared to step on my head, I will kill you, skin you, and pull out your tendons. Phoenix Saint, whose head was broken and bleeding, was already rolling in pain because his right palm was cut off, and his head was covered with cold sweat. At this moment, his face was distorted, full of humiliation and anger. He cursed. Wait, Phoenix Saint, she was just controlled by someone. Sengoku looked anxious. Explain loudly there, trying to save the situation. That's because she's too weak. She was controlled by someone, causing me to be humiliated. Phoenix Saint's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he cursed wildly and crazily, it's all your fault, you two useless Marines, causing me to have my hands cut off. Hurry up and save me, or I'll make you look bad. R.I. Garp's face turned black. He was so angry that he wanted to rush up and kick him hard. Don't be impulsive, Garp. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly pulled the impulsive Garp. Damn it, the Marine Rear Admiral, who was known as the Iron Fist and should have been full of vigor and vitality, was full of frustration. He gritted his teeth and glared at Linlin, Nakin, and others, and even the celestial dragons, wishing he could immediately send out a fist-bone conflict to blow them all away. Tay. But at this time, Nakin slowly added to Crane, who was controlled by the power of the pet fruit, I order you to blind the eyes of celestial dragons with finger pistol. You dare! Damn you! However, Locke, Jane, Little Ounce, and others. They blocked the furious Sengoku and Garp without hesitation. And those CP agents and Marine were afraid that the other party would chop celestial dragons with a knife, so they didn't dare to rush up rashly. The eyes were full of unspeakable anger. A hole, stop it! Hearing this, Phoenix Saint was terrified. He shouted at the trembling crane in front of him, otherwise your whole family will be killed. Sorry, Phoenix Saint. Due to Nikin's order. The crane's actions were out of control and could not be stopped at all. 2 fingers pierced out like bullets. Ah! The next moment, blood splattered. Phoenix Saint couldn't stop screaming. His eyes were bloody, it was horrible to look at. Damn, my eyes! Phoenix Saint was pale and sweaty. His face was distorted, and he cursed, Marine, CP, what on earth are you doing? When I get back, I will kill you all. Damn it! Phoenix Saint, you are only a few meters away from. Marine Admiral is already on his way. Please be patient. Sengoku and Garp, who were livid, almost bit their teeth. And those Marine soldiers and CP agents couldn't help but change color and turned pale. The CP7 leader, who was in the lead, could only bite the bullet and speak carefully there. After all, he didn't dare to rush up without caring about the safety of celestial dragons. Mama, what a good show! Linlin, who had returned to human form, smiled and spoke. In fact, if it weren't for her ability to manipulate blood to stop the bleeding, the Phoenix Saint would have died long ago because of the chopped-off palm and the failure to treat it in time, and the excessive bleeding. And the old and hunched he, who seemed to be 10 years older, pursed his lips and looked pale. He put away his bloody right hand, as if he had already accepted his fate and stopped struggling. He had no intention of apologizing or begging for mercy from the celestial dragons. Because she knew that such an unforgivable crime would be meaningless no matter how much she explained. The arrogant celestial dragons would never care whether she was forced by others or not. Even if Rurin really acted understanding and easy to talk to in order to survive, they would definitely turn against her directly afterwards. In order to vent her anger and wash away the shame, she punished herself. To show her dignity as a descendant of the Creator, she was high above and could not be offended. I want you to kick celestial dragon's balls. And Nikin on the side laughed strangely and ordered again. Yuhi's eyes were red and bloodshot, and he glared. But his body was out of control. He kicked celestial dragon's lower body hard. Bang! Crack! Ah! Phoenix Saint screamed again. At this moment, he knew that he was completely useless. This celestial dragon was hysterical and completely crazy, full of resentment and endless anger. Damn it, you are the female Marine just now, right? I'm going to kill you. This saint will torture you and your family to death, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Listening to celestial dragon's vicious abuse, he had no expression on his face, his old body trembled, and he seemed to have completely lost his energy. Her life has been ruined by these despicable pirates. She has been determined to become a Marine and defend justice since she was a child, but her career as a Marine has come to an end. There is no future to speak of. Fortunately, she has been alone for a long time and has nothing to worry about. Otherwise, these celestial dragons will do anything to vent their anger. Damn it! Sengoku gritted his teeth and his face turned black. Garp's eyes were red and he was extremely angry. He was angry at Linlin and others, and dissatisfied with celestial dragons. Especially, if Garp hadn't been pulled by Sengoku, he would have punched the arrogant and disgusting celestial dragons. He hit them again without hesitation. Don't be so arrogant, pirates! At this moment, a tall figure with amazing momentum and full of ferocity appeared. He was surrounded by black flame-like streamers, and suddenly rushed from a distance, swift and hidden. The powerful observation Haki directly locked onto Linlin, who was more than 7 meters tall and as eye-catching as a little giant. The ferocious claws, like a sickle, carried the powerful Haki, and flashed coldly, "That's it. So fast." Locke, Nakin, Jane, and others on the side were shocked. Their observation Haki couldn't even react at all, and couldn't accurately predict the opponent's trajectory. This guy? Marine Admiral. The beast was extremely dangerous. The approaching breath made Linlin, who was the first to bear the brunt, change color. In an instant, his nerves were tense and his hair stood up. Holding Napoleon, he was ready. The opponent's speed was too fast. It was terrifying. However, the figure with the flames suddenly changed his face and subconsciously turned sideways. A huge figure with a terrifying momentum, like a prehistoric beast out of its cage, suddenly came into his sight. It made his pupils dilate. The sound of breaking through the air continued. A terrifying huge fist print came over with lightning speed and mercilessly. What? Iron Claw Hack changed color. Caught off guard, there was no time to dodge. Without thinking, the hands wrapped around armament Haki were almost crossed in front of him. Bang! The terrifying power came like lightning. His face changed, his arms were burning and numb. Like a cannonball, it flew straight out. Bang bang, the towering trees with lush branches and leaves were directly and ruthlessly broken. A large cloud of dust was raised. Don't get in the way. The tall and majestic figure was full of coldness. It had golden horns on its head, a ferocious face, 4 wings on its back, was covered in green scales, and had a long snake tail. Standing there, people couldn't help but feel a little scared. Chapter 80. Gurgle. That monster. The one that was just blown away, couldn't it be? Hack Admiral. The whole process. From the beginning to the end. It just happened in a flash. But it shocked Sengoku, Garp and others. The Marine and CP agents present were full of disbelief and screamed out. The pupils shrank and their mouths opened wide. Cold sweat flowed. Woohoo! But, the next moment, Sengoku and Garp in the field froze, and cold sweat flowed. Instantly, their muscles tensed, and without hesitation, they rushed behind them. Armament Haki hardening. Asterisk. The words were not finished. There was no time for them to react. Carrying 4 wings and surrounded by amazing lightning, the terrifying tall figure had already attacked forcefully. No mercy, fierce and fierce. 1 punch. 0931 kick. Bang. Bang. Ah. The screams echoed. Almost at the same time. 2 young and energetic figures. As if they were hit hard, their faces were distorted. The eyes bulged, and they flew out of the mouth like lightning because of the dirt. The loud noises continued. The smoke and dust kept spreading. The towering trees were directly broken at the waist. In the end, almost at the same time, accompanied by a loud boom, the ground in 2 different directions cracked and collapsed directly. It was also fortunate that this was the Sabayati archipelago, and the soil was relatively soft. Otherwise, the 2 would definitely be injured. Sengoku Rear Admiral. Garp Rear Admiral. Gurgle. So fast _ I can't react at all. How did this monster come out? Looking at the tall figure with wings on his back, ferocious face, and terrifying posture in front of him. Thinking of Sengoku and Garp who were blown away in an instant and couldn't even resist. The Marine and CP agents present were all shocked, sweating, and shocked. No one expected that the 2 most dazzling new stars of the new generation of Marine would be so vulnerable in front of each other and were easily crushed. Sengoku. Garp. Witnessing this scene, the crane, who was controlled by the power of the pet fruit and came stiffly to the Phoenix Saint who was knocked unconscious by Sengoku's conqueror's Haki, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The whole person's face changed drastically, and he shouted worriedly there. Ahem! Deep in the forest, Garp staggered with blood all over his body. He spat out blood, his face was pale and extremely weak. He looked at the tall figure with a terrifying momentum in the distance with disbelief. With just one kick, he felt that his internal organs were about to shatter, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. He tried to stand up, but collapsed to the ground again, with strong unwillingness, and his vision gradually fell into darkness. Who is that guy? Crackle! Flames were rising behind his head. That tall and terrifying figure changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to human form. A pair of black wings, coupled with a handsome face, like a fallen angel in mythology. It was completely different from the previous ferocious and violent appearance. Marine's future? That's all. He snorted indifferently. He glanced at the smoke-filled area in the distance. He was full of murderous intent and was about to rush out again. He was ready to leave Sengoku the Buddha and Garp the Iron Fist here forever. Fallen Angel Aier. But at this moment, a ferocious figure with amazing momentum and extremely violent rushed over like lightning. His skin was hideous and ugly, with fangs like beasts, and strange streamers like black flames lingering around his body. Waving the claws wrapped around Haki, sharp as a sickle, shining with cold light. He clawed at Aier who was about to attack. He couldn't help but stand up. Kang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The strong wind made it difficult for people to open their eyes. Aier had a blank expression, and his right wrist was covered with a military color Haki. He steadily blocked the opponent's extremely fast attack that was enough to tear apart all obstacles. Tisk tisk, it's really exaggerated. He raised his eyebrows, looking down at the fierce and ferocious monster in front of him. Glancing at the strange streamers like black flames, eyes full of fruit color, Zoan dragon fruit, ancient species scythe dragon form? And it has awakened. Yes, this Hack Admiral. It is the rare ancient species scythe dragon form ability user. The sickle-like claws that can tear everything are the origin of his nickname Iron Claw. He has already developed his own fruit ability to the awakening level, which also makes him far beyond the ordinary demon fruit power, with quite terrifying speed and strength, and extremely amazing endurance and recovery. In terms of speed alone, even Linlin .0, who is still relatively young and needs to improve his strength, may not be able to match it. Aier Unii-chan. Aier Lord/Boss. And at this time, seeing the sudden appearance of the visitor, Linlin, Locke, Nakin, and others were all a little surprised. You did a good job. Aier turned his head slightly. Looking at Linlin and others, he praised. Hehe, get Aier's praise. Linlin narrowed her crescent eyes, very happy. Confronted and stalemated with the fallen angel Aier. Seeing Garp and Sengoku, they were hit hard by this suddenly appearing Lunaria monster and lost their fighting power. Iron Claw Hack stared at the tall figure in front of him, full of vigilance and alertness, and shouted to the sky without raising his head, "Take Sengoku and Garp back to Marine." These two are the most dazzling new stars in Marine in recent years. The qualifications shown, even he, the Admiral, has to recognize. As long as they grow up, they will definitely become the mainstay of naval headquarters in the future. There is absolutely no room for error. Yes, Hack, my god. At this moment, in the sky, a huge vulture flapped its wings and flew down. It grabbed the unconscious Garp like lightning and flew into the air. Swish, it pounced in the direction of Sengoku again, and soon grabbed a bloody figure again. At an astonishing speed, it flew in the direction of naval headquarters. Great, it's Vice Admiral Base. Crane's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what her future fate will be. But after all, he didn't want Sengoku 3.1 and Garp, his two comrades, to get into trouble. A user of the bird fruit ability. Watching the huge vulture flap its wings and fly away. Although he wanted to take action, facing the Iron Claw hack who was blocking here and staring at him, Ai still didn't chase him directly. In particular, he had to guard against this Marine Admiral who had awakened the ancient species ability and was astonishingly fast, who might directly attack Linlin, Nakin, Locke, and others. But looking at the controlled crane not far away, Ai couldn't help but reveal a sneer, "I want to see what choice you two will make next." He really didn't expect that Linlin and others would actually meet the future Marine Iron Triangle in the Sabayati Archipelago, and also caught Crane and did such a thing. However, by accident, he had a lot of ideas and aroused his interest. In this case, this future marine think tank. I will accept it without hesitation. Chapter 81. Fallen Angel Aier. In the chaotic field, Iron Claw Hack looked stern. With a cold gaze, he stared at the Lunaria monster in front of him, who was too young to be true, but had already possessed quite amazing strength, which made him not underestimated. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that you sent people to attack celestial dragons. You have been dormant for so long, and you attacked the marine fortress and kidnapped the world nobles. You, the remnant of the Lunaria, want to take revenge on the world government." Before he finished speaking, he stepped on his feet and his figure flashed suddenly. In an instant, he rushed to more than 10 meters away, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the bloody Phoenix Saint, and tried to grab the controlled crane. "Don't even think about it." Linlin's face changed after reacting, and he waved his knife to stop it immediately. Swinging Napoleon, he chopped it over. Kang! In the blink of an eye, sparks splashed. The extremely sharp sickle claws collided with the large saber with cold light. 30. Swish! After a hard fight with Linlin, Hack Admiral was extremely decisive and gave up rescuing he without hesitation. He took Phoenix Saint and retreated like lightning. "No, this is just a small gift." Aier looked calm. He had no intention of stopping. Because, letting Phoenix Saint, who was disabled by the flower of Marine, go back would be much more useful than killing him or taking him hostage. Anyway, he still had other chips in his hand, and more than one. "Are you Marine Admiral? Hurry, kill them immediately. No, catch them, and that damn female Marine, who dared to hurt this saint." At this time, knowing that he had been rescued by Marine Admiral Phoenix Saint, who was blind, was full of excitement. The remaining claws grabbed Hack Admiral's clothes and screamed hysterically, "I will hang all these guys up and cut them into pieces, torture to death." Phoenix Saint, that female Marine just now. Hack Admiral frowned and tried to explain. He almost didn't recognize Crane when he saw her old and frail appearance. But although he didn't know exactly what happened, he could guess with his eyes closed that the other party was obviously controlled. But, these guys' schemes were too vicious. Phoenix Saint didn't just have one palm chopped off and his eyes blinded. As a man, Hack Admiral naturally knew how much damage it would take to have his offspring root abolished, which was enough to drive a proud man completely crazy. Not to mention the extremely arrogant world nobles who regarded themselves as gods. Even though Crane was young, he showed extremely good talents, second only to Admiral seeds like Sengoku and Garp. And he was extremely intelligent and had outstanding strategies, which made him a very rare talent. But if something like this happens, with the Celestial Dragon's brutality, even if Marshal William is willing to plead for her, he may not be able to save her. "I don't care, she deserves to die for offending the descendants of the Creator." Even when facing the powerful Marine Admiral, who is the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, Phoenix Saint's attitude is equally arrogant, no different from his previous treatment of Sengoku, the Marine Rear Admiral, and he said angrily, "Even if she is controlled by someone, it is because she is too weak and failed to save me, causing me to become a useless person now. She is unforgivable. Phoenix Saint is injured and emotionally unstable. She needs treatment as soon as possible." Send Phoenix Saint back to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce immediately. Hak Admiral's face darkened. But he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Phoenix Saint, who was out of control and didn't listen to anyone. He was thrown directly to the CP agents who hurriedly ran up nearby. At the same time, several medical staff hurriedly brought a stretcher, carried the cursing Phoenix Saint onto it and ran away. To send this world noble to a safe place. And then give him emergency treatment. Damn pirates, so despicable. Hak Admiral gritted his teeth. Looking at Crane, who had performed extremely well in the battles he led to eliminate pirates several times, and whom he, the Admiral, admired very much and should have a promising future. At the same time, he felt a little regretful and a little aggrieved. Even if he, the Marine Admiral, cherished talents. Faced with such a situation, he was somewhat helpless. Even if Crane was rescued, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape the punishment of celestial dragons, and he might end up in a worse situation. Fallen Angel AIER, any attempt to provoke the world government is just stupid behavior. You can't escape such a serious crime. Hak Admiral looked directly at AIER and Linlin, Locke, and others said coldly, "You don't understand how powerful the foundation of the world government, which has firmly ruled the sea for hundreds of years, is. Next, you will be hunted endlessly until the end of hell. Be sensible and release the other world nobles. Hunting me to the end of hell." Warning and threat to Hak Admiral. AIER ignored it at all, but sarcastically said, "Haven't the Lunaria tribe and the world government been fighting to the death? You still want me to release those celestial dragons? You, the Marine Admiral, are too beautiful." At this point, he looked at the Iron Claw Admiral indifferently, sneered and said, "Tell those high-ranking guys in the world government for me that from now on, the offense and defense will change. Don't they like to hunt and kill other rare 040 races at will? From today on, I will hunt celestial dragons one by one until the celestial dragons are extinct." Bold. Hearing this, Iron Claw Hak's face changed greatly, and he was shocked and angry. The Marines and government agents present were all extremely shocked and angry. While glaring at AIER, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The other party was a lunatic, and he actually wanted to hunt celestial dragons. "No, I have to take back what I just said." AIER stared at Hak Admiral. Suddenly, he showed a grim smile. The right hand directly pulled out the weapon behind him that looked like a broadsword, with a very long handle and a giant spear-like shape, the barbarian dragon Hoko. The exaggeratedly large barbarian dragon Hoko pointed directly at the other party, and said murderously, "You, the Marine Admiral, have no chance to go back. This is what I want to say." Iron Claw Hak laughed in anger, his eyes cold. Holding the extremely sharp sickle claw, he also revealed a murderous intent. "Today, you, the remnant of the Lunaria clan, have no chance to leave this island. Bulletin." Swish. The next moment, one big and one small, two figures with amazing momentum disappeared at the same time. The cold and shining big Hoko and the sharp sickle claw. They collided fiercely. Kang. Chapter 82. Sharp sickle claws. Wrapped with high-level armed color. Clashing with the extremely long and heavy barbarian dragon formation. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and two figures with amazing momentum collided, and the air waves rolled. As an ancient species, the sickle dragon form has the ability to use it. In the awakening mode, Hak Admiral's height is no less than 4 or 5 meters. But compared to AIER, who is 9 meters tall in human form, his height is obviously not in the same order of magnitude. The scene of the two people confronting each other. It looked inexplicably funny. However, as the person involved, the ground under his feet cracked and collapsed. The unparalleled force made Hak Admiral change color. The whole person was shocked and took a few steps back. The claws covered with Haki trembled violently and were a little numb. When he just broke into this island, he was accidentally blown away in a hurry. The fallen angel Aier used the ability of the mythical beast species Quetzalcoatl form to enter the human beast form. But he didn't expect that the other party would have such exaggerated power in human form. Aier. Linlin. And everyone, we are here. At this time, in the distant sky, a thundercloud floated over. Gerd and Lily were on it. Gerd and Lily, you are here. Eyes lit up. Seeing Gerd, her good friend. Linlin, who had recovered her human form, smiled. Waved her hands happily at them, showing her innocence. Where was there any trace of the bloodthirsty and brutal demonic posture just now? Linlin, since Lily and Gerd have come, then you can just merge directly. Holding the barbarian dragon Hoko. Hit the Admiral of Headquarters head on. The tall Aier smiled and said to Linlin without looking back, destroy all the warships in Marine, and evacuate from here. The giant Hoko in his hand. It was forged by Aier for himself 2 years ago. It was inspired by the weapon of the boss of the 7 mercenaries, Mangu, in a hot-blooded comic that he had read in his memory, the Hoko, so he named it Man Long. It is 12 meters long, much longer than his height. It is not an ordinary sword or spear. The giant broad-bladed spearhead is almost equivalent to a sword, but it has an extremely long handle. Although the weight is extremely exaggerated, it is indestructible and extremely sharp. It is similar to the big saber Napoleon in Linlin's hand, which can be compared with those famous swords on the sea, which are ranked among the top 10 in the world. But it is still too light for him, a natural monster with infinite power, and the power cannot really satisfy him. So, he ordered the Hell Chamber of Commerce to collect various rare metal minerals with tough materials and extremely high hardness for him to forge a supreme sword that really fits him. Yes, Aier, sir. Locke, Jane, Nakin, and others agreed. They naturally knew that the next battle on Sabayati Archipelago was not something they could participate in. If Gerd merged with Linlin, that would be the truly terrifying Shinigami. To destroy the marine fleet, they didn't need to make any effort at all. Mama, no problem. Linlin bared her teeth and laughed. She shook the shrunken mirror and signaled to Nakin, Locke and others, Barry, lead Nakin and the others in. Beiji, no problem. Barry, who had been on standby in the mirror world, directly enlarged the mirror. Shoot. Text. Don't let them escape. Shoot at that weird mirror. 6767. Seeing these criminals trying to escape, the Marine and agents present all opened fire directly. Many people even shot at the magnifying mirror, trying to destroy it. You guys are really in the way. You guys. Linlin narrowed her eyes and swung the blade in her hand. The fierce wind pressure directly sent the incoming bullets and shells flying. Buzz then, her eyes were stern. A strong conqueror's Haki swept out. Plop plop. There was no surprise. One by one, Marine and CP agents rolled their eyes and fell there. Except for the world government personnel who had escorted Phoenix Saint away and were already far away from the battlefield. Everyone else lost consciousness. Bubi. All at once. Locke, Jane, Little Ounce, and others. They flew out one after another and swept into the mirror world. You unforgivable pirates, don't even think about leaving. Seeing this, his eyes narrowed. Hack Admiral was shocked and angry. He stomped his feet and rushed out directly. Tried to stop. That's not your decision. The sound of breaking the wind was whistling. The sharp and huge barbarian dragon Hokori danced with the wind. With the special observation Haki, Aier, who had already seen through his mind in advance, reacted just as quickly. Even the experienced giant warriors felt that the barbarian dragon Hokori was a bit heavy and could not be easily wielded with both hands. In his hands, it seemed to be light, like a swimming dragon, extremely flexible. The whole person waved it with one hand without any pressure. transformed into a terrifying cold light. Chopping. Clang. Sparks flew. The sharp claws blocked the huge spearhead. The ground under his feet cracked and collapsed. The Marine Admiral took advantage of the powerful force and retreated like lightning. He had no intention of stalemate with the other party, and tried to use his speed advantage to attack Linlin and others again. Chi! A cold light flashed. The huge spear tip slashed fiercely from the air. Hak Admiral's hair stood up and he dodged. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air was whistling. An exaggeratedly large and terrifying crescent-shaped slash directly tore through the atmosphere and blasted over. Boom boom! The earth was ruthlessly torn apart, leaving behind a shocking huge gully. The momentum did not decrease, and it went towards the sea. DVD. The sea was boiling and surging. The exaggerated trench was there. It was jaw-dropping. My scalp was numb. Next, after we leave, you will be free. At this time, Nakin jumped. While rushing towards the mirror world, he said to he with a strange smile. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. He wanted to tear the other party into pieces. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't resist. Mama, good luck, get out. Linlin was full of jokes. He grabbed the other party with his big hand and threw him out. He was like an arrow from a bow, falling straight into the marine camp. A large cloud of dust was raised. Damn it! Iron Claw Hak's face was livid. But he was frightened by the terrible power of the fallen angel Ai. He had to be on guard and be vigilant to the other party at all times. He could only watch Nakin and others disappear. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the strange mirror shrank again and returned to its original state. It was collected by Linlin. Hira. Then Ai, I'm leaving first. She didn't hesitate and pressed her feet. Easily jumped onto the floating thundercloud Hira. Under the furious eyes of Iron Claw Hak, he flew towards Lily and Gerd. Tempest Kick Lanlong. Iron Claw Hak was terrifying. His figure was like lightning, and his right foot kicked out violently. Swish! A huge slash directly tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lifelike, fang-bearing dragon, roaring there. Straight to Thundercloud Hira, and Linlin on it. Mama, no need to send it off. Linlin saw this. Sneered, and was also unwilling to be outdone. Swish! Strange blood light lingered around the blade. She looked stern, swung Napoleon, and slashed directly without courtesy. See you on the moonlit night. Chi! A cold light flashed. A bloody crescent-shaped slash broke through the air. It collided fiercely with the huge dragon-shaped slash that came to attack. Chapter 83. That woman. On the messy battlefield, Iron Claw Hak couldn't help but shrink his pupils. His eyes were fixed on the tall figure in the sky. While watching the other parties so easily block him and guard against the fallen angel Ai, he had already secretly accumulated strength there, attacking without holding back. Even this Marine Admiral couldn't believe it. Although it was not clear whether the other party was a girl from the giant tribe, judging from her appearance and the way she addressed the fallen angel Ai, her age would definitely not be very old. But she actually had such exaggerated strength. It was incredible. Linlin, this guy, has made rapid progress. Easily carrying the heavy and huge barbarian dragon Oboro. Witnessing the brief confrontation between Charlotte Linlin and the Iron Claw Admiral. Ai, who had already anticipated the other party's purpose, but had no intention of stopping it, couldn't help but chuckle. He believed that under his training, he only needed to go through a few more years of training and tempering. Linlin will definitely be able to fully tap her unlimited potential as a natural monster in the shortest possible time. By then, even Marine Admiral will have to take a detour when he sees her. Hak Admiral, don't underestimate Charlotte Linlin. Not far away. Although she has regained her freedom. But the crane has been deprived of her youth and is old. Looking at Charlotte Linlin in the sky, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of 320 days. There, he reminded Hack Admiral loudly, she not only has an invulnerable body, but also has the ability of the mystical beast species that can directly plunder the youth and life of others. Even if Sengoku used the ability of the mystical beast species Great Buddha form, he couldn't suppress her with all his strength. Instead, because of his carelessness, she seized the opportunity and directly hit him hard. What? Hearing this, Iron Claw Hack was shocked. He knew Sengoku's strength very well. Especially, the ability of the mystical beast species Great Buddha form. The opponent has a very amazing attack power and can release a powerful shock wave. But when he thought about the tempest kick that he had been charging for a long time, it was easily blocked by the opponent. He was somewhat relieved. For a moment, his heart was awed. He looked at the fallen angel Aier not far away with a smile on his face, and did not take the opportunity to attack him, another 10 terrible monsters. He could imagine that if the girl really grew up. Add to that the fallen angel Aier, a natural monster of the Lunaria clan who already has terrible strength. At that time, how terrible a threat will the fallen angel pirates have? Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Mama, Marine Admiral Iron Claw Hack, right? In the sky. Dape carried Napoleon and pressed him on his shoulders. Standing above Thundercloud Hera, Linlin looked relaxed. Looking down at Hack Admiral below with a smile, she said sarcastically, instead of trying to stop me, you might as well try to save your life in the next battle. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines will not only be about the killing or kidnapping of celestial dragons, but also about a certain admiral who died heroically. Mama. She is very clear about Aier's strength. She is more confident. Not worried at all. Stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, Hack Admiral's face is ashen, and his eyes are extinguished. Gnashing his teeth and staring at Charlotte Linlin who is riding on the thundercloud and rushing away, you little brats, don't underestimate Marine Admiral. When I was fighting pirates, you were not even born yet. Hwala la. At the same time, a large amount of seawater kept pouring in, filling up the huge crack that Aier had previously swung the barbarian dragon Hokori and split directly. Hiss! This monster! Looking at the smooth and terrifying cut, it seemed to form a huge river and an exaggerated gully with no bottom. Even though he was extremely confident in his own strength, the Admiral of Headquarters couldn't help but twitch his eyelids and was a little terrified. He never thought that the fallen angel Aier could swing such a terrifying huge slash so easily. You know, according to the intelligence received by Marine, the fallen angel Aier should often use red line as a sandbag and dig out one exaggerated hole after another on it. Shouldn't his physical skills be stronger? Unexpectedly, his swordsmanship was not inferior at all. The Lunaria boy in front of him is only 17 years old at most, right? What kind of monster is this? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. It's time to warm up. Holding the barbarian dragon Hoko in his right hand, pointing directly at Iron Claw Hack, Aier looked down at him. Fury and sneering, he said, Linlin is right. Next, you, the Marine Admiral, will fully experience how powerless you, the highest combat force of the naval headquarters, are. You are so arrogant. Iron Claw Hack rushed out. The flame-like black streamers all over his body made him, an ancient species sickle dragon form ability user, more weird and vicious. The fierce and sharp sickle claws were wrapped around the high-level armament Haki. The body was extremely swift, as fast as lightning, and it was almost impossible to react towards the fallen angel Aier in front of him. Tearing fiercely. If you become my enemy, your fate is only defeat, there is no other way. Aier's eyes are sharp, and Haki is unparalleled. A tall figure, with flames behind his head, is filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. swinging the barbarian dragon Hoko. He slashes out. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing is endless. Cold light flashes, after images intersect, and constantly collide. The confrontation between the two is extremely fast, and the angle and direction of the confrontation are constantly changing. The battlefield has moved dozens or hundreds of meters in an instant. It is dazzling and can't react at all. In that fierce confrontation, it's just the aftermath of the confrontation between the two strong men. It's enough to make people tremble with fear and shiver. One after another the amazing air blades kept tearing the atmosphere apart and pouring out. On the surrounding surface, there were shocking gullies and cracks of varying sizes. One after another, the big trees were cut off mercilessly. It was extremely shocking. Swish! 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 At this moment, several cold lights flashed. The claw-like slash flew out like lightning. Rocks flew and smoke and dust rolled. The huge auction house was torn into several pieces like tofu and collapsed there. A large number of pirates, civilians, nobles, merchants, and others who were previously stunned by Conqueror's Haki were directly buried in it mercilessly. It was horrible. Hey! The next moment, accompanied by a violent sound of breaking through the air. In the crane flower the marine flower looked at him in shock. Swish! The dazzling light was too dazzling to look at directly. A huge and unmatched green slash, like a strong and fierce silk, swept out there. Tearing the atmosphere apart, unstoppable. Like a rotten wood. Countless big trees were cut in half. And the swift and unmatched giant slash continued to move forward, heading straight for the direction of the second and third peninsulas. From afar, a rumbling sound like a deafening sound was heard. It made people turn pale. Cold sweat ran down. Boom boom. As the big trees on the first peninsula groaned, they fell one after another. Rows of tree trunks with smooth cuts appeared there. The scene was spectacular and exaggerated. It was jaw-dropping. I couldn't believe it. Chapter 84. Boom Hwalala. Hwalala. Peninsula number 1. It has already turned into ruins. A large amount of seawater keeps pouring back. Exaggerated cracks in all directions have formed huge rivers and gullies. The fierce battle has made the peninsula, which is formed by the roots of the world's largest Yarkai mangrove partially exposed to the water, become riddled with holes and horrible to look at. Hiss! Is this the strength of the fallen angel Aier? The terrible collision between the two powerful men made he, the flower of the marine, a little horrified. This Iron Claw Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, undoubtedly fully demonstrated his powerful strength as a marine admiral at this moment. He is a Zoan ancient ability user, and he has already awakened. His speed can be said to be terrifying. Hak Admiral, who is powerful and has rich combat experience, has no intention of directly confronting the powerful fallen angel Aier. Did not mean to confront him head-on. Instead, he directly relied on his speed advantage to run, jump, and move back and forth. He was so fast that the naked eye could not see his figure clearly. If observation Haki was not strong enough, he could not predict his trajectory at all. He kept circling and testing, looking for the flaws of the fallen angel Aier, waiting for an opportunity to move. Every move was extremely sharp and terrifying. Swish! Suddenly, on a piece of ruins, a cold light flashed. The sickle that could cut gold and jade suddenly attacked. There! Aier's eyes were stern, and some hairs stood up. Without thinking, he waved the barbarian dragon Great Hoko and slashed straight to the left and back. But in an instant, the figure of Iron Claw Hak running over did not hesitate and stepped hard on the air. It disappeared in a flash, making the huge spearhead that slashed out miss. A loud rumble. A huge and sharp slash. Continuously, the ground was torn apart diagonally, countless trees were cut off, and a large amount of smoke and dust was raised. It made people sweat. Bulletin. But the extremely fast Iron Claw hack was not affected at all. The black flame cloud was lingering, and the figure with amazing momentum changed the direction of attack again, and circled behind Aier at lightning speed. Suddenly, the sharp sickle claws wrapped around Haki were extremely fierce and ruthless. It struck Aier, who had just launched a blow, was a little slow and could not react in time. Bang! The powerful impact force shook Aier back a few steps and the ground cracked. But he was in flames behind his head. He was unharmed. Swish! However, the extremely cautious Iron Claw hack did not wait for the murderous Aier to launch a counterattack. Like an ancient cheetah, he disappeared again in an instant, incredibly fast. Moving at super high speed, constantly changing his trajectory and direction. Interfering with Aier observation Haki, making it impossible to accurately lock on. Waiting for an opportunity to attack from another blind spot. Hunting prey. Clang. Sparks splashed. Just blocked the attack from the right. The huge spear tip wrapped with Haki collided with the sickle claws, which were also wrapped with armed color and had a cold and attractive light. But the next moment, before Aier waved the barbarian dragon formation to launch a counterattack. This experienced Iron Claw admiral had already retreated immediately, relying on the already honed razor and moonwalk, stepping on the atmosphere and jumping again, and ran out there. Changing direction quickly at an astonishing speed. Not giving the young monster of the Lunaria tribe any chance to counterattack. Retreating after every attack. Not lingering on the fight. Can this guy really foresee the future? With such a huge body and such a heavy weapon, I can barely keep up with the ultimate speed I showed when I awakened my ancient ability. After images. Sometimes running wildly on land, sometimes jumping on tree trunks. Accompanied by the amazing wind pressure, Iron Claw hack continued to move at super high speed, so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly. His sharp eyes cooperated with observation Haki and locked onto the fallen angel Aier in front of him. Armament Haki has also been honed to a very amazing degree, not inferior to O at all. Add to that monster-like, unbelievably strong power, then, the only thing that I, the Marine Admiral, can surpass him is speed. He had to admit. This Lunaria monster. It seems that he has the same level as his Marine Admiral's strength is quite impressive, and it is comparable to the bandits today. At the same time, he also deeply felt the horror of this natural monster. The speed of growth is really amazing. How old is the fallen angel Aier now? If he is given a few more years, what will happen? Jumping around, it's just a rat in the gutter. Aier's eyes were stern. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. Holding the barbarian dragon Hokori, his exaggerated muscles were tense, and he swung it diagonally. Born with this ability and trained day and night, observation Haki has already become extremely strong. He locked onto Iron Claw hack. He predicted the opponent's movement trajectory directly. It was rare to encounter an opponent of this level. He was not prepared to use his own fruit ability so quickly. He just wanted to use this famous Iron Claw Admiral as a whetstone. He wanted to fully verify the results of his training over the years. I got you. All of a sudden, the flame on the back of his head was extinguished in an instant. It seemed that he had revealed a flaw, but in fact he had been secretly accumulating power for a long time, just to lure Iron Claw hack to attack him. He turned his body suddenly, as fast as lightning, stared at the barbarian dragon man and slashed at the back, Waiaguo. He did not hesitate to activate the racial ability of the Lunaria tribe. He sacrificed part of his defensive ability and entered the strongest attack state. In an instant, his own strength and speed were greatly enhanced. With all his strength, he launched a fierce and terrifying blow at Iron Claw hack who was about to attack from behind. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air continued, and the atmosphere was directly crushed. A giant sword energy shock wave with an exaggerated diameter of no less than 20 or 30 meters came crushing fiercely. Terrifying and unstoppable. Boom! The sound was so loud that it was almost inaudible. The earth kept wailing. It was directly torn apart and plowed open mercilessly. Iron Claw Hack, who had just rushed out, changed color in horror. He jumped and moved sideways in a dangerous manner, but was still a step slower. He was blown away by the fierce wind pressure. The loud noise continued. The unparalleled blow directly tore through countless trees, and continued to hit the number 4 peninsula in front. It was like a rotten wood, completely destroying all the trees and buildings that stood in front of it. Nothing could stop it. It even continued to extend to the 8th and 13th peninsulas that bordered the 4th peninsula and connected in a straight line. Finally, the terrifying sword energy shock wave blasted straight into the sea. A warship that had just surrounded the Sabayati archipelago and broke into the offshore was the first to bear the brunt. That's it? No. Looking at the cylindrical shock wave. The nearly 100-meter-long large warship was ruthlessly submerged. Accompanied by the screams of countless marines in fear, the entire warship was directly penetrated and turned into fragments all over the sky. On the sea, there was an exaggerated huge trench. It made people shudder. Witnessing this exaggerated blow. Even if he tried his best to dodge, he was still carried by the fierce wind pressure and flew backwards. After stabilizing his body in a somewhat awkward manner, his eyelids twitched and he could not help but sweat. Is this the giant tribe's unique skill that Kong mentioned, the Ai Erbafu spear? But according to his introduction, the power should not be so amazing, right? Such a terrifying shock wave, if hit. Even he, the Admiral of Headquarters, would be directly seriously injured. The opponent's strength has obviously made a qualitative leap, and it is completely not at the same level as when he fought with Kong. Gilu. What level of power is this? He widened his eyes. She had just retreated to Peninsula number 2 and was about to leave. Looking at the huge gully that seemed to have been plowed and stretched as far as the eye could see, he could not help swallowing his saliva, and his scalp was numb. It was also the Ai Erbafu spear. But at this moment, Ai released the Waiaguo. It was the Waiaguo released by Charlotte Linlin before. The power was extremely terrifying. It was a world of difference. Swish! The flames behind his head did not ignite again. Ai completely gave up the defensive state and kept himself in the strongest attack state. Woohoo! The black wings suddenly fluttered. Accompanied by the amazing hurricane, his tall figure, holding the barbarian dragon Hoko, flew over relentlessly. The giant spear in his hand danced like the wind, and waved it again towards the somewhat embarrassed hack admiral in front. Why, you, the watchdog of the world government, are only this little bit. Didn't you keep barking that you want to stand up for your celestial dragon's master and want to keep me here? Excite me more. Swish! The next moment, the atmosphere was torn apart. A huge and extremely blazing slash swept across. Don't get too complacent. Hack, with his hideous iron claws surrounded by black flames, was furious. Not to be outdone, he gathered strength with his right foot. He kicked out fiercely. Tempest Kick Landuan. A huge light green slash suddenly broke through the air. It collided fiercely with the huge slash that came violently. Chapter 85. Aieroni-chan is so awesome. In the sky. Just joined Gerd, Lily, and Linlin. Standing on Thundercloud Zeus and Thundercloud Hera respectively. Looking at the exaggerated movement below, especially looking at the huge ditch that runs through several peninsulas and extends straight to the sea, some are amazed. Aieroni-chan's Waiaguo is too powerful. Linlin's eyes lit up, full of envy and yearning. When can I achieve this level? Linlin, what are you talking about? One hand pressed on Thundercloud Hera's body. He took back the soul clone that parasitized on Homies before his departure, as well as the souls harvested before. Gerd rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "When can I achieve your level?" Hehe, do you two want me to feel inferior? Lily, who was hit hard, held her forehead and said speechlessly. Linlin, a natural monster, needless to say, is not comparable to Aier in the future of 990. But sooner or later, when he grows up, he will have the rather exaggerated power that Aier Unii-chan is showing now. Although Gerd is not as good as Linlin, but the soul fruit is a training cheat, perfect bug level life return, plus soul injection. An organism that can exercise autonomously. The future achievements will definitely be far above Will and Helding. Maybe, even the two famous leaders of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre and Red Ogre, who are said to be fighting on an island, will be surpassed by it. And she, Lily Ernst Mark? Although she has the chaos fruit, which can be combined with any life form. But she is not a little worse than these two people, and her ability is more auxiliary. Of course, envy is envy, Lily is very satisfied with her own chaos fruit. This ability to directly merge with others and exert powerful strength is so interesting. You are a guy who got the advantage and still acted cute, your ability to get something for nothing is the most enviable. Gerd knocked on Lily's head and said unhappily. Her soul fruit ability. It is very buggy in assisting training. But the ability of the chaos fruit is not much inferior in this regard. Because after the chaos fruit merges with others, everyone can share a body and senses. In the fusion training and battles again and again, Lily, the chaos fruit ability user, can be said to have gained a lot. Although she is the youngest giant in the fallen angel pirates, she has successfully awakened and mastered observation Haki and armament Haki. The speed of growth is jaw-dropping. Of course, it is not just Lily, the chaos fruit ability user. She and Linlin can make such rapid progress, thanks to the characteristics of the chaos fruit. Aier can merge with them on weekdays to show physical skills, swordsmanship, Haki, fruit abilities. With the sharing of senses, and Aier took the trouble to explain it in detail, and even had wild ideas on the use of various fruit abilities, and demonstrated many new moves for them. Everyone gained a lot. So, since Lily got the Renran fruit this year, their strength can be said to have made great progress. Grinning, stepping on the crescent eyes, Lily held her head high and said confidently, that was obtained through hard work and practice, how can it be said to be obtained without effort? Gerd was right. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Her special ability made Wit and Helding and other giant companions envious. However, she didn't want to merge with these stinky boys. These guys are not like Aieronii-chan. Not only do they love cleanliness, but they are also so handsome. Okay, let's stop talking about this. The extremely sharp Shinigami sickle danced a few circles casually, blowing up amazing wind pressure. Gerd pointed to the amazing number of marine fleets on the sea, which were slowly spreading out their formations to directly surround the Sabayati archipelago. It's almost time to work. Ever since Lily became the user of the Renran fruit ability. At Aier's request, they often conduct combined training on weekdays to cultivate tacit understanding. They also tried to combine various devil fruit abilities under Aier's guidance and developed some quite amazing moves. But they can't wait to use such a big stage to fully demonstrate it. Mama, let's get started. Linlin's eyes lit up, and she said happily, Lily, Gerd. Let me take charge later. Next time we merge, it will be your turn. Okay. I have no objection, hehe. Lily and Gerd nodded with a smile. This is a real battlefield, unlike the three of them when they were training to merge, fighting, and no one was convinced by the other, everyone wanted to take the lead, so they could only draw lots or take turns. Linlin's strength is stronger than her and Lily. It's no problem to let the other party take the lead. Renran Fusion Shinigami Mode. Lily directly grabbed the two of them. She was shining with strange light, and activated the ability of the Renran fruit. Swish, the light was dazzling. 3 tall figures disappeared. Instead, there was a female giant who was no less than 20 meters tall. In appearance, it has the characteristics of all three. Its eyebrows look a bit like Gerd and a bit like Linlin, but it also has Lily's green hair, 0. Also, its weapon has turned into a huge sickle. Lily, Gerd, I heard that Marine has an iron triangle new star combination. Linlin, who was in charge of the leadership, stood on the body of Thundercloud Zeus. Looking at his unattainable new body, which was no different from the giant's, he grinned excitedly. I think the three of us are also an iron triangle combination, hee. Oh? Then we are the iron triangle of the fallen angel pirates, hee. It's better to call the iron triangle Lily Linlin Queen Gerd. Hee, what a great nickname. All fleets, open the formation and immediately surround Sabayati Archipelago. All members enter the first level combat state and the combat forces are ready for landing operations. For justice, the criminals who attacked celestial dragons must not be allowed to escape. At this time, on the sea, on a large battleship, in charge of commanding the fleet on behalf of Hack Admiral, the tall Vice Admiral Frank stood at the bow. This elite Vice Admiral of the naval headquarters, wearing a righteous cloak, with a cold and serious face, held a den mushy and issued orders to the entire fleet. What is that? Is it a female giant? What is next to her? The sun and thundercloud with a mask? A children's painting. The intelligence says that among the criminals who attacked celestial dragons, there is a giant girl. She rushed to the coast. Adjust the muzzle and prepare to fire. The Marines, who were armed with live ammunition and ready to land, widened their eyes. Looking at the strange thundercloud with anthropomorphic masks like cotton candy, flying towards this huge figure from the sky above Sabayati Archipelago. 4.4 was a little shocked. Subconsciously, he was full of vigilance and stood up. Mama, Zeus, Hera. Looking at the two large battleships that were in a straight line from his perspective. Linlin grinned and gave a direct order. First, attack these Marine, say hello, and teach them a lesson. Here, Lord Linlin. Whether it was the thundercloud Hera floating beside him or the thundercloud Zeus under his feet, they all responded. Hiss, chirp, chirp. The next moment, they instantly entered the combat mode. The originally kind face became like a demon, with a black body and amazing lightning flashing. And, they all opened their mouths. The dazzling lightning that made people tremble with fear gathered there. Shock the thunder. Chapter 86. Hiss, chirp, chirp. In an instant, Zeus and Hera, two top-level thunderclouds, spit out amazing lightning together and merged directly together. Crackle. The pale lightning was dazzling. In an instant, the lightning that merged together turned into a huge lightning beam. It blasted straight towards the warship in front. What is that? Lightning? Are you kidding? Damn it, I can't avoid it. On the sea. On the top-level battleship that was the first to bear the brunt. A Marine staff member widened his eyes, then his face changed drastically, and screamed in fear. But they didn't have much time at all. In an instant, accompanied by countless screams, the terrifying lightning directly penetrated the entire top-level battleship, causing it to disintegrate and fall into pieces. Moreover, it continued to attack the second huge battleship in the back. It penetrated it directly and smashed it into pieces. A terrifying blow. How is it possible? In an instant, two top-level battleships were completely destroyed. The Marines on other warships around were all stunned. They opened their mouths wide and sweated. Some were shivering. Mama, it's quite powerful. Linlin said excitedly. Hey, Linlin, this won't do. In the spiritual space, 33 figures appeared there. Gerd put his hands on his waist and scolded Linlin unhappily, you killed all these guys at once, how are we going to harvest souls next? Sorry, I was too excited just now and forgot it. Linlin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I will pay attention next time, don't worry, just leave it to me. Beep beep. Enemy attack. All alert. All fleets adjust the muzzle and fire at that female giant. Damn, is it a capable person? What a terrible guy. The loud and sharp alarm sounded constantly on the sea. Those frightened and well-trained Marines did not completely lose their sense of proportion. They reacted immediately and entered the combat state one after another. Although they were not panicked, they began to get busy with the tense and orderly division of labor. The artillery personnel adjusted the muzzle, and a large number of shells were loaded on the iron frame and pushed out directly. One by one, the cannons began to load. Prepare to fire. Fire. With the commander's order. One by one, the triple main cannons spewed out flames one after another. A large number of shells continued to bombard Linlin, who was flying low on the thundercloud Zeus. Mama mama, the night demon is attacking. In an instant. Before the shells could hit her, the blood-colored mist exploded there, and Linlin's whole body disintegrated. Puff Lingling. Squeak squeak. Thousands of vampire bats. They flapped their wings and flew directly there, lying down towards the warships. What is that? Bats. Don't care what they are. Just shoot them. BB. Looking at the vampire bats flying out continuously, a large number of Marines were stunned. But he reacted quickly, raised his gun and aimed at the first time, ready to fight. When they approached the range, they pulled the trigger and fired. Out. Countless bullets rushed over. They shot at the vampire bats one after another. However, there were bursts of metal clashing sounds, and some even produced sparks. They seemed to be really invulnerable. They were not injured at all, and did not fall down. They still came with unabated momentum, and attacked at an astonishing speed, like a stream of purple and black light. What? What happened? The bullet was bounced. Damn it, it should have hit the head. These bats, are they all immortal? No. They are rushing up. Go to hell, damn bats. Burn them to death with fire. The Marines' faces changed drastically. Looking at the vampire bats that flew up in the blink of an eye, revealing their sharp teeth, everyone couldn't help but feel a little numb. Many people fired continuously, and some people directly chopped up with swords. There was even a Marine who took out a flamethrower. Pu Lingling. D***. What's going on? Aren't these bats afraid of fire? No, they can't be burned to death at all. Violent flames gushed out. They flooded the vampire bats, but they were completely incapable of threatening them. They flapped their wings and pounced on them one after another. What? Bang! Clang! Seeing this, the Marines were shivering and could only shoot wildly, trying to shoot the densely packed vampire bats that kept biting them. However, to their horror, guns and cannons were completely unable to shake these invulnerable vampire bats. Even swords and knives would break them directly when they were chopped on, leaving these Marines dumbfounded. But the next moment, they were pounced on by these vampire bats with exaggerated power. Some were disemboweled by the blade-like bat wings. Some were hit so hard that their bones and tendons were broken and they flew backwards like cannonballs. Then they were bitten by the sharp teeth, which tore their skin. They screamed one by one. Ah! These vampire bats are extremely powerful and extremely ferocious. Even the well-trained Marine soldiers were unable to catch them. They would break free and bite them again. Puff! What was even more terrifying was that the moment they were bitten, the blood in their bodies kept pouring out like a faucet that could not be stopped. Moreover, it seemed as if their souls were about to leave their bodies, and their bodies could not move, and they could not resist at all. On several nearby warships, the scene was like hell. Countless Marines were directly sucked dry of blood and turned into mummies that made people's scalps numb. Moreover, their souls were directly sucked away. The death was horrifying. It was terrifying. 138. On a large battleship, Harris Vice Admiral held a samurai sword in his hand. He swung the blade wrapped with haki with all his strength and chopped the attacking vampire bats fiercely, but was hit by the exaggerated force that kept coming up, translating his hands to numbness. With the help of observation, Haki was warned, his hair stood up, and he turned his head without hesitation, narrowly avoiding the attack of a vampire bat. Shave! He pressed his feet and rushed out. He chopped off a vampire bat that was like a cannonball and lightning attacking a naval headquarters colonel. Harris Vice Admiral. The naval headquarters colonel who had saved his life breathed a sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, he let out a shrill scream, and was suddenly pounced on by several vampire bats and bitten on his body. A hole. Looking at this scene, Harris Vice Admiral, who was unable to rescue, was a little bloodshot. Damn! Looking at the marine soldiers around who were sucked dry of blood and turned into mummies. Even this naval headquarters Vice Admiral, who had been on the battlefield for a long time and was used to life and death, couldn't help but feel a little cold. What the hell is this thing? Mama, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Some vampire bats gathered and vaguely condensed into a human head. A large amount of blood gushed out, turning into a giant devil-like mask, revealing gem-like scarlet eyes, looking down at Harris Vice Admiral in mid-air. Your strength is good, but it's not enough. Justice will not bow to evil. Harris Vice Admiral was furious. He stepped hard and rushed out. The samurai sword wrapped around Haki and slashed fiercely at the head formed by a large number of bats. Go to hell! Dash! A light green blazing 873 slash broke through the air and attacked violently. It was merciless and slashed directly on the huge devil mask. The silky blood was directly split. A large number of bats were shaken apart, but they were not hurt at all. However, what made Harris Vice Admiral's face change drastically was puff. In a blink of an eye, a large number of vampire bats flapped their wings. Even the blood that was splattered seemed to have a life force that was gathering again. That devilish bloody face reappeared. It floated in the air again. It was terrifying. It's just a monster. Looking at the demonic mask staring at him and laughing eerily, Harris Vice Admiral couldn't help sweating on his forehead. A little chilly. 19191919. But the next moment, the huge demonic mask. It showed a ferocious look, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations. The gem-like scarlet pupils were filled with strange light, life or death. All of a sudden, Harris Vice Admiral was shocked. He felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, and his face was terrified. The body was out of control, and soul matter visible to the naked eye emerged from his head. Life. He was sweating profusely and screamed subconsciously without being able to struggle. Mama, knock, 50 years of life. Linlin grinned grimly. A creepy hand formed by a large number of bats reached out. This Harris Vice Admiral is at least 40 years old, and 50 years of his lifespan has been taken away. I'm afraid he won't live for many days. Not everyone can live to be 100 years old. However, sometimes, leaving the other person alive is more deterrent than killing him. The deterrent power of the soul fruit requires such a guy whose lifespan has been taken away to go back to Dolly to publicize it. Those senior generals of the naval headquarters will definitely change color when they hear about it, and they will be more afraid and terrified. If they confront each other at that time, it will be easier to take away their souls. Chapter 87. At this time, Sabayati Archipelago. The ruins of Peninsula No. 1 were completely destroyed. Swish! 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 Sparks flew. Several huge claw-like slashes. Tearing the atmosphere apart, they came like lightning. But Ai dodged them without any danger, and they continued to slam into the back. But in the blink of an eye, a swift afterimage flashed. Iron Claw Hack, with its sharp teeth and ferocious teeth, was like lightning. Kang! In an instant, it circled behind him again, and the sickle claws wrapped with high-level armament Haki slashed hard on Ai Erbafu, who couldn't dodge in time. The claws seemed to slash on the human-shaped steel balloon, and they were completely unable to tear the tough skin. What? Iron Claw Haki widened his eyes. In order to maintain the strongest attack state, the opponent had to keep the flames on the back of his head extinguished, and he had completely given up defense. Although, he had been mentally prepared for Ai Erbafu, a natural monster, who was invulnerable to weapons and weapons. But when he really saw it, he was still a little shocked. Unbelievable! Bang! Although he relied on strong defense, no blood was splashed on the spot. And even if he didn't have time to dodge, he still relied on observation Haki's warning to avoid the vital points in the first time. But Ai Erbafu's whole body was still shocked by the powerful impact. The unreachable figure staggered backwards, and the ground was crushed and collapsed. The shoulder that was hit was burning. Some of the pain was unbearable. Chi! Almost at the same time. His eyes were cold and his reaction was extremely fast. He swung the huge barbarian dragon Big Hoko and slashed fiercely. Shave! Flash! Iron Claw Haki's hair stood up. There was no intention of hard confrontation at all, and he pressed down with his feet. Instantly, it turned into a residual image, disappeared from the spot, and retreated violently. Ai Erbafu's attack missed. You dodged quickly enough. But the next moment, Ai Erbafu, who had not yet turned his body, had a cold look in his eyes and murderous intent. He kept extinguishing the flames on the back of his head and maintained the attack state of the Lunaria tribe. His reaction was amazingly fast. Woohoo! A pair of huge black wings suddenly swung out at an incredible angle, duet broken army. Swish swish! All of a sudden, a fierce hurricane swept over, and the atmosphere was directly crushed. Two terrifying huge slashes, powerful and unstoppable, attacked the Iron Claw Haki, who had just retreated violently. The Marine Admiral changed color. It was dangerous and he dodged in a panic. The earth was ruthlessly cut open. Two huge trenches that were bottomless were left behind. It makes people's eyelids twitch violently. Cold sweat drips down. Shunpo. Then, the terrifying figure stepped on the ground. It turned into a residual image and came. Who the sound of breaking the wind, the cold and shining barbarian dragon Hoko, danced like a dragon. It tore the atmosphere and slashed up. Kang! In a moment, the sickle claws wrapped with high-level armament Haki intertwined. Although it blocked this powerful blow, Iron Claw Haki was still shaken by the terrible force and flew backwards. The ground was constantly cracked when he stepped on it, and he barely stabilized his body. Is this your limit? Ai Erbafu's tall figure swung the barbarian dragon Hoko. Glancing at the shoulder, the few clear claw marks were visible. Although there was no bloodline at all, there were some dark blue claw marks. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed admiral with a calm face, he said lightly, "The speed is indeed very fast, and the strength is remarkable. But if that's all, even if I don't use the power of the fruit, or even exit the defensive state, you, the Admiral of Headquarters, can't really kill me." When the flame behind his head extinguished and he exited the defensive state. If he was hit by the Iron Claw Haki, he would indeed be injured, especially if he was hit in the vitals, he might be seriously injured. After all, even if he was a natural monster, his defense power was limited. Maybe the opponent couldn't tear his steel skin, but it didn't mean that he couldn't really hurt him. But he wasn't a dead man. How could he be so easily seriously injured by others if he stood there stupidly without dodging or evading and allowed others to attack him? At least, the Iron Claw Haki didn't have such strength. It's simply an unkillable monster. The Iron Claw Haki's face was solemn. He felt his claws were a little numb, and his eyes were fixed on Ai Erbafu in front of him. But he was shocked. This guy, is he really only 17 years old? Such a huge body! And wielding such a heavy weapon! He could actually lift heavy objects with ease, and repeatedly blocked the attacks from all directions of this Marine Admiral without any danger. No matter how fast he was, no matter from which angle the attack came, he could accurately predict and block, and his sword was fierce and flexible. And from time to time, he launched a strong and fierce counterattack, which was amazing, forcing this Marine Admiral to return empty-handed every time, and several times he was in danger. Relying on the greatly enhanced speed and strength of his ancient ability Awakening, his sickle claws that were enough to cut gold and jade and tear everything apart, he had actually slashed on the opponent several times. But there was a sound of metal clashing, and it was completely unable to tear the opponent's tough skin. Kong, who had fought with the fallen angel Ai, also told the Marine Admiral that the opponent was invulnerable and could ignore damage. But because the flames on the back of the opponent's head had been burning for a long time, it was obvious that he was maintaining the unique defense state of the Lunaria tribe. He also thought that the opponent was able to block his attack by relying on the racial ability of the Lunaria tribe. The result was unexpected. After directly extinguishing the flames, sacrificing his own defense, greatly enhancing his own attack and speed, and entering the attack state of the fallen angel Ai, not only did his strength reach a higher level, he was incredibly strong, and his defense was still so exaggerated. The sickle claws that he was proud of still couldn't really tear through the steel balloon-like defense and severely injure the opponent. It made my scalp numb. What kind of monster is this? Still unwilling to use the power of the fruit. Iron Claw Hack looked at the other party and said indifferently, "What an arrogant guy, after all, I am also the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. If you don't use the power of the fruit, you can't even see my shadow." That's what he said. But Iron Claw Hack was awed in his heart, he had already tried his best. But the opponent didn't use the power of the fruit at all, and didn't even use the ability of the Lunaria tribe to manipulate fire. He only relied on swordsmanship to fight against himself, the Marine Admiral. Such a comparison is terrifying. It's chilling. Hey! Let's see how far you can push me. Ai sneered. Then, he directly stabbed the barbarian dragon Big Hoko. With his fists clenched, he whispered, "Life return paper arts Wu Shen." From the beginning, he didn't really fight with the Iron Claw Admiral with a game mentality. He used the other party as a whetstone to test his years of practice and gain experience fighting with such a truly powerful person. Through fierce actual combat and fist-to-flesh fighting, he fully transformed the accumulation of these years of day and night and perseverance into a more powerful fighting force. Let the flower of power watered with blood and sweat truly bloom and bear fruit. Just now, he used the other party to fully verify his swordsmanship. Next, it's time for physical training. What? In the shocked eyes of Iron Claw Hack, Aier's head was blazing with flames, and the whole person was awe-inspiring, with muscles all over his body. Even the black wings behind him were trembling. The huge figure was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swish! In a blink of an eye, the figure of 9 meters in height was compressed to 5 meters by him. It was only slightly taller than the 4-meter-tall Iron Claw Hack, who was an ancient species, sickle dragon form ability user and in the awakened state of human beast form. You actually mastered the return of life. Looking at the fallen angel Aier, who was completely different from before. At this moment, the opponent's body size was much smaller than before, almost equal to himself in human beast form, but the momentum was condensed, which made people tremble with fear. Iron Claw Hack's pupils shrank sharply, and he was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect that the fallen angel Aier not only mastered the return of life, and he actually cultivated this mystery to such an amazing degree. It was incredible. Very surprised. Aier's mouth corners rose. Looking at this Marine Admiral, his eyes were full of sarcasm. "You just said that I can't even touch your shadow without the ability of the fruit. sacrificed strength in exchange for speed. Iron Claw Hak's eyes were stern, and he was ready. But he was still confident in his speed. After all, it's just a return of life. After all, he was also an awakened Zoan ability user of the ancient species, and the speed increase and enhancement he obtained were not comparable to those of ordinary Zoan ability users. Even a natural monster like the opponent could not rely on the return of life to catch up with him directly. That's not necessarily true. The flames on the back of his head went out directly. As a natural monster, Ai was not afraid of being hurt by Iron Claw Hak at all. He gave up the invincible defense state without hesitation, and greatly enhanced his own strength, speed, reaction ability, etc. He offset the part of the power sacrificed by the return of life. He directly entered the strongest attack state. In a one-on-one duel, he was not afraid of being injured. He would not lose the courage to go all out and fight the strong because of fear of possible injury. This was not only enough confidence in his own strength, but also Aier's firm belief in moving forward and fearlessly. Crackle! The right hand was raised. Burning with raging flames, the atmosphere was distorted. He finally began to use the energy of the Lunaria people, which can manipulate fire naturally. Bang! In an instant, the ground collapsed. The awe-inspiring Aier, who looked like a human-shaped beast, good, and was 5 meters tall, disappeared like lightning. What? Relying on the warning of observation Haki, Iron Claw Hak's hair stood on end and his face changed. Without thinking, he retreated violently. Almost at the same time, his eyes blurred. The terrifying tall figure appeared there like a flash of lightning. The sound of breaking through the air was whistling, and the heat wave rolled. A violent huge fist, burning with raging flames, wrapped with high-level armament Haki, crushed over fiercely. *7. The heat wave came in the face. Let Iron Claw Hak's face changed color. He wrapped his hands around Haki and blocked the attack. Boom! In a flash of lightning, Iron Claw Hak's face twisted. The terrifying flaming fist directly pressed on his claws. The terrible power came in an instant, making his arms burning and numb. He was directly burned by the terrible high temperature. Bang! There was no surprise. The Admiral of Headquarters was like an arrow shot from a string. He was blasted out like a cannonball by the unimaginable power. Hiss! What kind of monster is this? He looked horrified, his eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the terrifying figure. He never thought that the other party would be so fast. Moreover, when using the life return paper arts martial body, he could still exert such a terrifying power. Fallen Angel Aier. Chapter 88. The next moment, the wind whistled. Bang! The foot pressed down, and the wings behind spread out. Aier's violent tall figure left a swift afterimage. Like a ghost, he flew backwards like a cannonball, and before he could stabilize his body, Iron Claw Hak chased him relentlessly. Crackle! The fire shot up to the sky, and the heat wave rolled. Countless bubbles in the whole area exploded one after another. The moisture in the moist and soft soil around was directly evaporated, and the big trees around were ignited. The fierce fist print was surrounded by blazing flames and carried terrible high temperatures. Wrapped with high-level armament Haki, it flowed there. Fury, panicked and bombarded. Shave flash! As if being stared at by some prehistoric beast. Maintaining the amazing human-beast form, the black flame cloud lingered all over the body, and the hideous Hak Admiral's pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood up. He stomped his feet hard. He showed a very terrifying speed. Before the violent storm-like fist prints came to kill him, he disappeared from the spot like lightning, narrowly avoiding the terrible final blow. Moreover, he was also extremely weak. He launched a fierce counterattack without hesitation. Swish! In an instant, a swift figure appeared behind Aier. The cold and shining claws like sickles, wrapped around the high-level Haki, Thor, Iron Claw Flying Blade. Det. Several amazing blazing slashes broke through the air. Attacked Aier's head, neck, shoulders, and other parts violently. But as a Lunaria, Aier completely gave up his own defense that ignored damage and entered a full-scale attack state, reacting extremely quickly. With the special observation Haki, he could anticipate the enemy's moves. He completely predicted the opponent's psychology and understood his intentions. He narrowly avoided the attack. What? Is this all you can do? Aier was full of vigor and sarcasm. He didn't even look at the torn earth. The black fists of Lacquer 980 were full of veins and carried great power. They were burning with blazing flames, emitting a high temperature that made people unbearable and horrified. He blasted at the Iron Claw Admiral. Armament Haki hardening. He was despised again and again. Even though Iron Claw Hak claimed to be very calm, he was still aroused by his pride as a Marine Admiral. He was surrounded by black flames, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He also clenched his claws into fists, covered with Haki, not willing to be outdone. A fierce battle with Aier in front of him. Bang! Bang! A fierce battle. It was presented on the Sabayati archipelago. Accompanied by countless flames, splashing. Two figures with terrifying momentum were punching fiercely there, constantly confronting and fighting. But in the battle of power between the two, the Iron Claw Admiral was obviously completely at a disadvantage, and was constantly beaten back, and the ground was cracked. In an instant, smoke and dust rolled. He was directly pushed horizontally for dozens or hundreds of meters. The ground under his feet plowed out two long ditches, which was shocking. Hiss! Hak Admiral's face changed drastically. His fists were burned black and bloody. He was sweating profusely as he flew out like a cannonball, and he felt that the water in his body was about to evaporate. It was not just the fists burned by the high temperature that were a little hot. Even his two arms were numb and trembling unnaturally. It was about to break. This monster! He stopped fighting. His figure kept jumping and flashing. He waved his cold sickle claws. He attacked the fallen angel Aier from different blind spots. It's useless, your fate is only defeat. Aier was extremely strong and shouted there. He predicted the opponent's trajectory and punched hard. He kept blasting out. Clang, clang. Sparks splashed. Aier kept dodging and blocking while also launching a counterattack. They all showed quite amazing speeds, and they were constantly moving at super high speeds, so fast that the naked eye could not see clearly. Every collision was accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound of metal clashing. Moreover, the fierce energy was accompanied by rolling air waves, and there were occasional splashes of slashes, which caused a large number of trees and buildings to collapse one after another. Previously, he fought hard with the fallen angel Aier. Not only were his fists burned, but they were also blasted into a bloody mess. Such injuries would have been quite serious for other people. But as an ancient species, Hak had the ability of the sickle dragon form, and his fruit ability had already been developed to the awakening level. His recovery and endurance were naturally beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not to mention that he recovered in the blink of an eye. But as time went by, the wounds had actually begun to scab over, which was shocking. Bien. Time kept passing. Two violent figures kept fighting. Fists and feet collided, fists collided, claws and sweet. You came and I went, fiercely and brutally. From Peninsula number 1 to Peninsula number 5, and from Peninsula number 5 to Peninsula number 13. The ruins along the way witnessed the terrible confrontation between the two powerful men. The devastated land was full of scars and cracks. It was numbing. With the life return paper arts Wushan, and the strongest attack state of the Lunaria tribe, Aier showed his power, which completely overwhelmed the Marine Admiral. Although he was still too young and his strength needed to be improved, his speed was still a little slower without using the ability of the mythical beast species Quetzalcoatl form. He could not directly catch up with Ironclaw Hak, a marine admiral who had the rare ability of the ancient Zoan species and had already awakened. But it can be said that the difference was not much. At least he was fully able to deal with Ironclaw Hak's attack. Not to mention being able to handle it with ease and suppress the opponent completely. But he had already begun to gain the upper hand. Swish! At this moment, Ironclaw Hak, who was running wildly, caught a flaw. The beast-like figure was like thunder and lightning, unreachable, and pounced on him. Handgun sickle. Chi! The sickle-like claws, carrying terrible power, pierced like lightning. It pierced directly into Aier's right abdomen, who had just punched hard and had not yet had time to retract his strength. But what shocked him was that the sharp sickle claws could not pierce the opponent's extremely tough skin, as if they were piercing a steel balloon, and pressed it into it. Boom! The powerful impact wave. Aier, who was a natural monster, Dadb, was shocked and his whole face changed. He felt the blood in his abdomen surging and his mouth sweet. He flew backwards like a cannonball. I caught you! However, in a flash of lightning. At the moment of flying backwards, Aier, with blood on the corner of his mouth, looked fierce. The right leg that had been accumulating power for a long time, wrapped in armed color, turned into an afterimage. Like a black rocket, Wolf squatted out. What? Ironclaw Hak's face turned pale. He dodged and dodged, while trying to block with his claws. But he was a step too late, and the violent kick landed directly on the abdomen of the Ironclaw Admiral. Bang! It was a powerful and horrifying kick. His abdomen collapsed, and he felt as if all his internal organs had shifted. Wow! Hak Admiral's face was distorted, and he spat out blood. He stared at the cold-faced fallen angel Aier. The ferocious figure flew out like an arrow. The loud noises continued, and the smoke and dust rolled. The trees were broken mercilessly, and the embarrassed figure smashed into the ruins. As expected of a marine admiral, it's really not simple. In a blink of an eye, the embarrassed figure rushed out of the ruins. Wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, Aier looked stern. After all, he represented the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. Admiral, his strength is far beyond that of an ordinary strong man. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been ripped open by the indestructible sickle claws and would have died. Only a natural monster like him dared to be so crazy and exchange injuries with Ironclaw Hak without using his own ability of the fantasy beast Quetzalcoatl form. Even when he was in the state of life return paper arts martial arts. Although his strength was reduced, to a certain extent, his internal organs were greatly strengthened after being greatly compressed. Even so, it was not so comfortable to take that blow just now. Swish! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came. In the direction of Peninsula number 35. A bunch of flares rose into the sky. A cloud of red smoke filled the sky. Hey! Hearing the movement, he subconsciously looked at the red smoke exploding in the sky. Just as he was about to pursue the victory, Ai rushed out. Paused. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Can't you sit still?" At the same time, on the sea, there was a bloody and screaming large warship. Countless vampire bats were constantly attacking the marines who were firing desperately or waving swords and slashing continuously. Hey, is it going to start? In the air, a bloody devil's face appeared there. He smiled excitedly, then, we have to hurry too. Fallen Angel Aier_. And at this moment, on the ruined peninsula number 2, an angry roar echoed. Ironclaw Hak's bloody and extremely embarrassed figure ran out of the ruins like a violent beast. Surrounded by black flames, he had a hideous face and a bloodline on the corner of his mouth. He stared at Aier fiercely, his eyes full of murderous intent. Kang! Sparks splashed. The sound of collision that made people's teeth ache echoed. In an instant, two terrifying figures collided again. Ai wrapped armament Haki around his right arm, easily blocking the shiny black, cold sickle claws. He looked directly at Iron Claw Hak in front of him. I have to say, after the ancient Zoan species awakened, the recovery ability is really strong enough. Day. Then. A low roar. Like a prehistoric beast, the breath that makes people tremble is filled. In the somewhat discolored eyes of Hak Admiral, Aier's body size increased again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a drastic change occurred. Are you finally willing to use the fruit ability? He pressed his feet. A strong sense of crisis made Iron Claw Hak retreat violently and immediately distanced himself. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his muscles were tense, full of vigilance and alertness. This Lunaria monster had forced him to go all out before, even without using his fruit ability. Now he is even stronger. Isn't this just what you wanted? He has golden horns on his head. He is covered with scales and has 4 wings on his back. He is dragging a long snake tail and is no less than 10 meters tall. Aier's eyes are extremely cold. He looks down at the solemn and ready Iron Claw Hak with a cold and fierce murderous intent. Thanks to you, I know that Marine Admiral is just like this. But the warm-up ends here. Next, you will die. Arrogant. Boom. Chapter 89. Woohoo! Shunpo. What? But the next moment, the flames behind his head suddenly went out. Aier went straight into the strongest attack state. Hiss, 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 the hair stood up, and strong electric light gushed out all over his body. The strands of electric current constantly stimulated the nerve cells of the body, increasing and strengthening its own speed to ultimate. Swish! The tall and impressive figure was like thunder and lightning. It disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of him like a ghost. The huge fist print covered with scales, wrapped with high-level armament Haki, crushed the atmosphere and blasted up. So fast! Iron Claw Hak's pupils shrank sharply, and he was cold. The speed displayed by Aier at this moment was simply terrifying. It was not inferior to him, the ancient awakened ability user, and even better. Bang! In a flash of lightning, wrapped with Haki crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. But the terrifying power still made Iron Claw Hak change color, especially the exaggerated electric current, which was even more shocking and flowing. Together with the crossed arms in front of him, they were all crushed by the huge fist. What? The whole person's eyes bulged out, revealing an unbelievable look. He couldn't help but distort his face and spit out blood there. Like an arrow from a string, it flew backwards like a cannonball. It was terrifying. Tay! Loud noises echoed. A large number of trees were broken in half. In the end, the embarrassed figure was directly blasted into the ruins. The tree world is coming. Aier's eyes were stern. The outstretched right fist was clenched suddenly. Bulletin! Without any signs. In the distance, a large number of trees around seemed to come alive. Transformed into sharp spears, the tip was directly wrapped with black Haki, all stabbed out violently. Crushed towards the embarrassed figure in the ruins. Wood chips and soil flew, smoke and dust filled the air. Aier's figure was like lightning, flapping his wings there. In an instant, he caught the barbarian dragon Hoko that was surrounded by huge vines and sent up from the number 1 peninsula not far away. The powerful observation Haki firmly locked the Iron Claw Hak in the billowing smoke and dust, and his figure and specific situation could not be seen clearly. Ai Erbafu's spear. He was full of lightning. The momentum was awe-inspiring and kept rising. Swinging the barbarian dragon Hoko, he slashed it fiercely in the air. Waiguo! Swish swish! The sharp sound of breaking through the air echoed. A cylindrical sword energy shock wave with a diameter of no less than 20 to 30 meters was unstoppable. Crushed there. Destroyed with everything. Nothing could stop the terrifying shock wave. The entire peninsula and even the surrounding peninsulas were shaken. Under this powerful and unreasonable violent attack, the second peninsula was ruthlessly torn apart and penetrated. It continued to move forward and hit the sea. On the sea. A warship was lying there. Under the horrified eyes of countless marines. A huge shock wave came straight out from Peninsula No. 2, just brushing past it. On the vast sea, huge waves were set off, plowing out a huge trench, extending straight to the endless depths of the sea. Woohoo! Splatter, splatter! The wind swept, and the waves rolled. The large warship that escaped the disaster and was almost hit was almost overturned by the fierce wind and waves. It's horrifying. However, before these marines could breathe a sigh of relief, a color-changing sound of breaking through the air was whistling. In a blink of an eye, another terrifying huge shock wave came out. Boom boom, this time they were far less lucky than before. The entire warship was directly submerged and torn apart from the front, turning into countless fragments. BIL. On Peninsula No. 2. The extremely embarrassed figure ran at an astonishing speed. It was Ironclaw Hak, who was surrounded by strange flames, had a ferocious face, and was covered in blood. This marine admiral no longer had the usual high spirits, and used the speed of the ancient Zoan species after awakening to the ultimate. But, it was not for attacking. Instead, he was constantly fleeing and hiding. Durder. Woohoo! The lightning flashed, and the four wings fluttered. Aier was so fast, his face was grim, and he chased him relentlessly. Can you escape? At this moment, he was like a human map cannon. The momentum was terrifying, violent, and murderous. The special observation Haki that was born with him locked onto the Iron Claw Hak firmly, and completely predicted its trajectory. Waved the barbarian dragon Hoko again. Hit it fiercely. Waiaguo. Swish swish underscore. A huge shock wave with an exaggerated range blasted out. The strong sense of crisis made the Iron Claw Hak's pupils shrank sharply, and he pressed his feet. He jumped with all his strength and ran out. A loud rumble, smoke, and dust filled the air. The terrifying shock wave plowed the earth like a broken bamboo. It left behind an exaggerated huge ditch. It made people sweat. A disheveled figure kept rolling out there, raising a large amount of smoke and dust. This monster, covering his shoulder that was already bleeding just by being hit by the giant sword shock wave, Iron Claw Hak looked ugly. The giant tribe's unique skill Ai Erbafu's spear. It was simply prepared for this monster with an amazing size and infinite strength. After using the fruit ability of the mythical beast species Quetzalcoatl form, the fallen angel Aier entered the human beast form, abandoned the defense of the Lunaria tribe, and entered the strongest attack state. Whether it is speed, strength, or reaction ability, they have all gained unimaginable increases. It was able to swing Aier continuously without considering the consumption. Erbafu's spear. The terrifying sword energy shock wave was too powerful, and the range was quite exaggerated, and the speed was even more terrifying. Although he had tried his best to dodge just now, he was still hit by the shoulder directly. Even so, he almost lost one hand. You dodged quite quickly. A burst of wind came. The tall figure with violent momentum. Bathed in the dazzling lightning, it chased again. Even the huge spear tip was intertwined with amazing lightning, which made people tremble with fear. Locking on the Iron Claw Hak, who was in a state of embarrassment and had not yet stabilized his body, he was not prepared to give the other party a chance to breathe. The extremely sharp, intertwined with lightning, the barbarian dragon's big Hoko was swung diagonally. Full of contempt and sarcasm, try to hide again. You are just a pirate, stop being so arrogant. He was furious and stuck to the bottom. Covered with Haki, became dark and shiny. Surrounded by black flames, he turned violently and turned into a residual image. He rushed out without showing any weakness, "I am the head of the naval headquarters. Woohoo!" He turned into a fierce tornado while spinning at super high speed. Like a ferocious dragon roaring there, baring its teeth and claws. Scythe-like claws, wrapped around the high-level Haki, the tips of which were shining with cold light, actually closed together directly. Buzz invisibly, it emitted a powerful shock wave, distorting the atmosphere. Justice Whirlwind Iron Claw Sharp Spear. The Iron Claw hack in the eye of the storm. It was like a sharp and extremely sharp spear that could penetrate and tear through everything. Like an extremely swift arrow. Carrying a terrible impact force. Piercing out. Lao Zi killed the Marine Admiral. Ai grinned. The momentum is impressive, and the Haki is unparalleled. He held the barbarian dragon Hokori tightly with both hands, and his veins bulged. The strands of electric light kept jumping and flashing. Wrapped with the high-level armament Haki, the barbarian dragon Hokori crushed the atmosphere and waved it out, Waguo. Swish swish, a terrifying giant sword energy shock wave rolled out. It collided with the fierce tornado. The sharp black, indestructible tornado sharp spear. It collided violently with the extremely terrifying, powerful shock wave. Crack, crack. However, there was no accident. Facing that extremely terrifying blow, the indestructible, proud sickle Iron Claw. It broke apart inch by inch. Fallen Angel Aier. Iron Claw hack roared unwillingly. The tornado that he had swung with all his might was directly swallowed up and crushed mercilessly. The unstoppable shock wave struck him, the eye of the storm, like lightning, and submerged him. His pupils suddenly dilated. Chapter 90. Boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The entire Sabayati archipelago was shaken. A terrifying cylindrical shock wave was unstoppable and pierced through the entire island in an instant. Countless pirates, residents, nobles, and merchants who had not left the island but had already hidden because of the attack on celestial dragons screamed in fear. They almost fell and had their heads broken. All the trees, buildings, and pedestrians that blocked the way were ruthlessly torn apart, submerged, and completely cleared out. Only a huge semi-cylindrical gully was left. Although compared to the vast land area of Sabayati archipelago, its diameter is not particularly exaggerated and can be ignored. But it pierced through the entire Sabayati archipelago. Archipelago, extending from the forest ruins of Peninsula No. 2 to the direction of the sea. It is indescribably shocking and terrifying. Hwala La. Hwala La. A large amount of seawater poured in and continued to fill in. Formed a river channel of 20 to 30 meters wide, separating this dreamlike island. Divided into two. 753 is, Ox. In a mess of ruins. The bloody and embarrassed figure stood up a little staggeringly. The black flames around him were like evil spirits from hell, which made people shudder. His face was covered in blood, and he raised his irregularly broken and jagged claws, looking unwillingly at the tall figure who was chasing him. Fallen Angel Aier tisk tisk, so an ancient species awakening is really difficult enough, and he can actually stand up again. Carrying 4 wings. The flames behind his head. The tall Aier is extremely impressive. He looked down at the other party, full of arrogance and contempt, but, "Can you dance again? Admiral." He spoke each word with a pause. But it was like a blade. It pierced the heart of Marine Admiral Hak, the Iron Claw. He has always been proud of his ability to rise from a commoner to a high-ranking spy in the naval headquarters. In order to defend justice, he stepped onto the cruel battlefield for the first time, risking his life again and again to fight those brutal pirates. From a passionate young man full of ideals, he experienced all kinds of darkness within the world government and the Marines. Although he thought he was not in cahoots with them, he had to compromise for justice. Today, he, the Admiral of Headquarters Iron Claw Hak, was actually defeated by a 17-year-old kid. He was defeated head-on. Don't get carried away, you little kid from the Leah tribe. Admiral Hak couldn't accept it. His face was distorted, and veins popped out all over his body. He was hysterical, and he roared, I am Iron Claw Hak, as long as I have a breath left, I will not lose. Shave. Before he finished speaking, he stomped his feet. He showed amazing speed and rushed up. He lost his claws, but he still had his fists. He lost his fists, but he still had his feet. He lost his feet, but he still had his teeth. The justice of Iron Claw Hak would never bow to evil. The sound of breaking through the air kept coming. The fierce fist prints wrapped around armament Haki. Like a storm, he madly bombarded Ai. Bang, bang. The fierce offensive. It bombarded continuously. But Ai was too lazy to even block it. The flames behind his head rose, and he let the opponent bombard him continuously. Bang! Bang! The ground cracked, and he was bombarded backwards. But no matter how hard Iron Claw Hak tried, still unscathed. You lost your sense of proportion, your punches were disorganized, and you looked strong but were weak. His eyes were stern. The flame at the back of his head went out again. In an instant, his strength, speed, and reaction ability were greatly enhanced. The barbarian dragon Dehoko tore through the air and slashed out, you are just this level after all. Kang! Hak Admiral's face changed color with horror, and his hair stood up. His crossed arms wrapped around Haki, barely blocking. His arms were numb from the violent force. He felt as if his arm bones were about to break. Fallen Angel Aier. Iron Claw Hak roared. But no matter how unwilling he was still hit by a powerful blow and flew out like a cannonball. Woohoo! The next moment, the four wings suddenly flapped. The fierce wind pressure, carrying countless wind blades. It rushed out and completely submerged Iron Claw Hak, who was flying backwards and had not yet stabilized his body. Iron Claw Hak, covered with Haki, barely escaped. However, the next moment, the flames behind Aier's head went out. He rushed over like a ghost and flashed behind Iron Claw Hak. What? Hak Admiral was shocked. He was a little cold and retreated without hesitation. His observation Haki did not predict the opponent's movement trajectory. You can't even keep basic calm, and you still want to predict my actions. There was no chance for him to dodge. Aier, who had been accumulating power for a long time, was murderous, and swung the high-raised, cold-shining barbarian dragon Great Hoko. Wrapped with high-level armament Haki. He slashed at him fiercely. A flash of cold light. The atmosphere was torn apart. A terrifying huge slash pierced through. Rows of towering trees were cut off mercilessly, and they flew away without stopping. At the same time, blood splashed, and two bloody claws flew up directly. Iron Claw Hak, the Marine Admiral, howled and retreated there. Both hands were cut off by Aier. A whole Iron Claw Hak's face was distorted and sweaty. Infuriated, the ferocious right leg claw kicked violently. Tempest Kick Lanlong. A huge slash broke through the air. It turned into an extremely fierce dragon-shaped slash. Roaring towards Aier, it came to kill. It's just a dying struggle. Aier didn't even raise his eyelids. The barbarian dragon Hoko in his hand was swung unceremoniously. Kang the amazing dragon-shaped slash was blocked and was directly picked up and flew out. Straight to the distant land. The next moment, he was full of murderous intent. Four wings fluttered together, carrying a fierce hurricane, and flew out. All of a sudden, he came to the sky above Hak, with bloody arms and blood all over his body, full of resentment and unwillingness, gritting his teeth and staring at his iron claws. You just said that I will be hunted down to hell. looking down from above. Looking down at the other party. Aier's eyes were cold, without any mercy or softness, only endless murderous intent. These were the government's lackeys, when they were endlessly hunting down their own family and other survivors of the Lunaria tribe all over the world. How could they have been half soft? Then you go to the end of hell first and wait for your masters. I will send them down one by one next. The strands of lightning kept interweaving. The huge and cold barbarian dragon Ohoko danced like a whirlwind. Carrying unimaginable power, he chopped down mercilessly, then, slowly repent why you are their dog. 0.7 A frog at the bottom of the well, the foundation of the world government is as huge as you can imagine. Iron Claw Hack was unwilling to sit and wait for death. Roaring and jumping up, his legs kicked out fiercely, Tempest Kick Double Flying Dragon. Dragon Thunder Flash. The terrifying slash. Carrying strong lightning. Like a crushing blow, it tore apart the two roaring dragon-shaped attacks. Straight through. Kaug. A hole. Just then. A figure with amazing momentum was constantly stepping on the air and breaking into the Sabayati archipelago at a very amazing speed. Hearing the huge movement, Haymans William, the Marine Marshal who rushed over as soon as he received the news of the appearance of the fallen angel Aier, couldn't help but change color in horror. He ran towards the battlefield as soon as possible. But he was a step late after all, and saw a scene from a distance that made him tear his eyes out. A bloody head was ruthlessly cut off. Chapter 91. Fallen Angel Aier. In a moment. Looking at the bloody head, rolling on the ground. Haymans William's eyes were red, furious, revealing a murderous intent. He rushed up at an astonishing speed. "UBD kid, you dare to... Biceps throbbing. The huge right fist, veins bulging. Gathering a halo visible to the naked eye, he mercilessly blasted at the tall Aier, Justice Shock. Hissing and chirping. Lightning flashed. Aier, with horns on his head, covered with scales, and a ferocious face, was amazing. "Hey! What am I afraid of?" He bared his fangs and looked directly at the extremely angry and murderous Marine, showing no weakness at all. Swinging the barbarian dragon Great Hoko, which was intertwined with electric light and shining with cold light. Fighting forward. Wagyu. The atmosphere was ruthlessly crushed. The fierce sword energy shock wave. And the huge, violent impact. Collided fiercely. Boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The bright light was dazzling. The entire peninsula number 2, and even the other peninsulas around it, trembled violently. The earth was directly torn apart ruthlessly. The white light visible to the naked eye kept expanding there. Two terrifying shock waves collided and squeezed each other. Osifaf. Accompanied by fierce wind pressure. Two extremely terrifying conquerors Haki erupted there. One after another, black and red lightning intertwined violently, spreading in all directions, covering the sky of the entire island. I don't know when, the sky was already covered with dark clouds. The mighty clouds were pulled by the two powerful auras and kept surging there. It was indescribably shocking. The countless civilian pirates and noble merchants who were too close. All of them rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth. Fell there. My! The waves on the sea were surging and surging. One blue and one black, two auras visible to the naked eye, almost materialized. With peninsula number 2 as the center. Countless rocks and plants were directly blown away. It was like two huge hemispheres, covering the entire island, confronting each other there. They kept pushing and fighting each other. Is that Conqueror's collision? On a large warship. Countless bats gathered into a tall figure. Looking at the exaggerated and shocking scene of Sabayati archipelago, I couldn't help but be moved. Did they get here so quickly? Linlin, Lily, Gerd, and others naturally knew what the red flare on Sabayati archipelago was. It was sent by the intelligence chief of the fallen angel pirates, the magic witch Sally, to remind them that the naval headquarters marshal may have left Marineford and was coming quickly. However, Charlotte Linlin was not unacceptable. It is normal for a strong man like Marine Marshal to have such a powerful conqueror's Haki. After all, even Sengoku, who had just fought with her, had such qualifications. Not to mention the marshal who stood at the top of the world's marine. Boom! Just at this moment, on Sabayati Archipelago, two terrifying and arguing auras swept towards the sky and exploded. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But what remained was the mess on the ground. It made people sweat. Marshal Marine. On the messy number 2 peninsula. One tall and one short, two murderous figures confronted each other there. Although their sizes were not equal, the auras of the two were equally amazing. It made people tremble with fear and dare not approach. Paramecia Impact Fruit is indeed a very good ability. Ai, who was tall, had a ferocious face under the human beast form, and was no less than 10 meters tall. Looking down at the Marine Marshal, who was about 60 years old and had black short hair, but his two policemen were already a little grey. The corners of his mouth were raised, full of sarcasm. However, it seems that you, the Marine Marshal, although you have the qualifications of conquerors, have not mastered the power of conqueror's entanglement at all. Is it because of your poor qualifications that you can't comprehend it? Aier was not surprised at all that this Marine Marshal had the qualifications of conquerors. After all, no matter what, he is a person standing at the top of the Marine. Even if he has conqueror's Haki, it is normal. But it is obvious that in such an angry situation just now, it can be said that he has already used all his strength, and he did not use conqueror's entanglement. It's not that Hammond's William showed mercy or concealed his shortcomings. It's that the other party simply didn't master that power. And Aier himself, although he has not yet comprehended the power of conqueror's entanglement. But after so many years of continuous exploration and experimentation, he is not completely in vain. With his unique talent and deep accumulation, he has already reached the final step, and he just needs an opportunity. He believed that it would not be long before he could truly master conqueror's entanglement, an advanced technique that only a very few people were qualified to master. Sharp-tongued guy. Hammond's William's eyes were gloomy. He stared at the fallen angel Aier in front of him. He glanced at the bloody headless corpse in the distance, clenched his fists tightly, and couldn't help but bulge his veins. The head of the Hack Admiral had already flown away in the aftermath of the collision between the two. However, he did not notice that in the corner of the forest, a vampire bat grabbed a bloody head and pulled out a soul visible to the naked eye from it. I didn't expect that the fish that slipped through the net back then actually has such strength. Even the Marine Admiral is not your opponent. We really underestimated you. The Marine Marshal's face was livid. While he was extremely angry, he couldn't help but feel a little dignified in his heart. He thought he had already looked up to this natural monster of the Lunaria tribe. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the other party. Hammond's William knew the strength of Hack Admiral very well. Although he was not particularly strong, he was definitely a real monster. His level was not comparable to that of the Pegasus Admiral who was responsible for guarding the Holy Land Marejoys and took the Admiral's position by relying on the back door. But he never expected that even Ironclaw Hack was no match for the fallen angel Aier, and was defeated so quickly. Even when he heard the news, he rushed to support him without stopping. He was beheaded by the opponent. Fallen angel Aier. Hammond's William was about to say something else. Swoosh suddenly, accompanied by the sharp sound of 223 breaking through the air. A bunch of flares suddenly rose into the sky from an inconspicuous corner of Sabayati Archipelago. A cloud of yellow smoke, different from the previous one, spread in the sky. The Marine Marshal couldn't help but stare. Is this a flare? Aier on the opposite side showed a playful look, is it finally coming out? Yellow flare? Not other colors. And at this moment, on the sea in the distance, on the large warship covered with mummies, which made people inexplicably creepy. Seeing this, the female giant who was no less than 20 meters tall couldn't help but shrink. Her pupils and her face changed slightly. Aier, the most mysterious knights of God mentioned by Oni-chan, have they all been dispatched directly? After all, it involves the kidnapping of celestial dragons, and the killing of celestial dragons. No matter how much the world government pays attention to it, it is not too much. This female giant who was no less than 20 meters tall seemed to be talking to herself. But what came out of her mouth suddenly became Gerd's voice. Linlin, don't worry about it for now. The souls have been harvested almost, and I feel that the total amount of souls I can store is almost at the limit. Get rid of these guys as soon as possible, there is no need to delay. Mama, is that so? Hearing Gerd say this, Linlin, who dominated the giantess body, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Looking at the gloomy sky above, she glanced at the remaining 7 or 8 warships and smiled excitedly. Just right, Zeus and Hera are ready. But I have to say, the soul of the Admiral is really delicious. Chapter 92. Fallen Angel Aier. I must admit that both the Marine and the world government underestimated you in the past. On the ruined peninsula number 2. Haemon's William looked coldly at the domineering fallen angel Aier in front of him, and said indifferently, however, you are indeed not smart. You finally saved your life from the pursuit of the world government, but you didn't hide and live in seclusion, but ran out to make trouble. Do you think that with your own strength, you can fight against the world government, a giant with deep foundation that has firmly ruled the sea for hundreds of years? Anyone, any force, who attempts to provoke the world government is doomed to die. This is the common sense known to everyone on the sea. If you know what's good for you, you can hand over the world nobles you kidnapped. However, that's what he said. Feeling the powerful momentum of the Lunaria monster in front of him, which made people feel a little frightened, Haemon's William couldn't help but feel a little bit of pain in his heart. Because, with the terrible strength of the fallen angel Aier, and the amazing flying ability, if the other party wants to leave, even if he is Marine Marshal tried his best, but he had no confidence that he could keep him. He could only delay as much as possible. He hoped that the world government would send reinforcements as soon as possible after receiving the news. But at this time, Kong, the strongest Marine Admiral, was sent out early in the morning. He could not get back in time in a short time. That's great, I really want to try it. Aier was full of sarcasm, sneering there, I want to see how the world government will kill me next. To this day, although he is not invincible. But there are people in this sea who may kill him head-on. It is estimated that there is only one person, the king of celestial dragons, who hides in the holy land Marijois and dares not see anyone. Moreover, this is only a possibility. According to the information he has learned so far, the other party may not be that powerful. Even if he has lived for at least 700 or 800 years or even longer, his strength may have already reached a bottleneck and can no longer move forward. Otherwise, there is no need to be afraid of the ability of a human fruit, a mythical beast species, and the Nika form. They also tried every means to erase its existence and renamed it the Paramecia gum fruit. Mentioning the legendary liberation fighter sun god Nika, and Joy Boy, etc. He changed color at the mention of it, giving people a look of fear and a little loss of control. For some unknown reason, Haki, who was sealed by Joy Boy for 800 years, was directly injured and knelt on the ground with sweat. This shows that the opponent's strength is indeed very strong, but it is not really invincible. It is far from reaching the level of cross-dimensionality, which can easily crush everything. As for whether it is possible for strong people to beat him up at his speed, if he doesn't want to fight and wants to leave, I believe that no one in this sea can fight well. There is no need to be too timid. Marine? World government? They are enemies who will never stop fighting. If you offend them, you offend them. What else can we do? As for the 3 celestial dragons, Aier had a playful smile on his face. He ignored the livid and murderous Haemon's William, and continued, I'll trouble you, the Marine Marshal, to go back and tell the world government that if you want to rescue the people, even though a Marine Admiral has been killed, Aier doesn't mind getting rid of another Marine Marshal to let the world government know what pain means. But according to the signal just sent by Sally, the Knights of God in Marie Joyce have already been dispatched and will probably arrive soon. It is obviously impossible to keep this Marine Marshal today. I'll give them half a month to prepare 20 devil fruits. Carrying the sharp and huge barbarian dragon Oboro, Aier sneered and added unceremoniously, there must be 2 Logias, 2 mythical beasts, and a main ancient species. Not one less. What? Hearing this, Haemon's William's eyes widened, his face changed greatly. He glared at the fallen angel Aier who was opening his mouth to the lion in front of him. Impossible, don't dream _ 20 devil fruits? This lunatic from the Lunaria tribe is really ambitious. He actually wants to blackmail the world government, and he doesn't want treasures, but only devil fruits. But think about it, you know that the world government will not agree, even the naval headquarters' treasury doesn't have that much. Because, although the marine forces are huge and the bases are spread all over the sea, a considerable part of the more powerful abilities must be obtained from the world government. Only the devil fruit abilities that the world government doesn't like can stay in the naval headquarters, and he, the Marine Marshal, is responsible for approval and decides whether to reward those marine personnel who have made great contributions and have great potential and are worth cultivating. And those marine generals, if they have made great contributions and shown great potential, if they want to obtain those truly powerful abilities, they need to apply to the world government. This represents the gift of the world government, and these generals must remember it and be grateful. No, it must be possible. Aier's smile remained unchanged. Looking directly at the Marine Marshal, he smiled and said, because, if the world government does not agree, I will directly give those celestial dragons some aphrodisiacs, throw them into the pigsty, let them mate with the dirtiest sows, and broadcast it live to the world. Remind you, I am just notifying you, not negotiating with you again, get it clear to me. Live broadcast? UBD. Haemon's William's pupils shrank sharply. He couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, opened his mouth wide, and sweated. Furious, staring at the remnant of the Lunaria tribe in front of him who was so bold that he didn't take the world government seriously at all, damn it, do you know the consequences of doing this? He couldn't imagine it. If the other party really did that, what kind of consequences would be caused? The world government, or rather, those celestial dragons who are high above, will definitely go crazy. The consequence? Will it be the extermination of 3 tribes, or the extermination of 9 tribes? Aier looked indifferent. He looked down at the other party and sneered with disdain, hasn't the Lunaria tribe almost been extinct? What else can the world government threaten him with? As long as the world government finds traces of the Lunaria tribe, they will be captured and hunted down by Marine or CP. If he, the fallen angel with a bounty of 600 million berries, is caught, he will most likely become a lab mouse, and his fate will not be much better. The 2 sides have already ended in a fight to the death. What else is there to be afraid of? The veins on a pair of fists bulged. Haemon's William's eyes were blazing, and he gritted his teeth and said, you lunatic, you are destroying yourself and the order of the world. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed out violently, and his right fist condensed with a dazzling halo. He fiercely blasted at the fallen angel Aier, with murderous intent, betting on the justice of Marine, I will never, Li Zhao, let a villain like you do whatever you want. Stop showing off your hypocritical justice in front of me, it makes me want to fight. The blazing flames appeared out of thin air. The huge right fist clenched tightly was burning with blazing flames. Aier's eyes were sharp, extremely strong, and he blasted up without showing any weakness. Such an ugly and corrupt world order is just right to be destroyed and rebuilt. Flame Emperor. B. The loud noise kept echoing. A wave of heat swept across like ripples. The astonishing high temperature caused the atmospheric temperature of Peninsula No. 2 to rise sharply. The fierce flames and powerful shock waves were fiercely confronting there, squeezing each other. Crackle. In a short time, this place has turned into a hot hell. The bubbles in the entire area, as well as the sap secreted by the roots on the moist land, were ruthlessly dried and evaporated. Even the land formed by the roots of the Yarkai mangroves that emerged from the water was burned alive. Chapter 93. Crackle. The fire was raging, and the smoke was billowing. One after another, towering trees were ignited. In a blink of an eye, the raging fire kept spreading across Peninsula No. 2. A wave of heat that was as terrible as magma came towards us. Isn't this madman afraid of destroying the island? Hammond's William couldn't help but change color, and he retreated immediately and pulled away. He stared at the fallen angel Aier with an undisguised murderous intent. His gloomy face was extremely ugly. Damn, this monster! No wonder he was able to kill Hack. In the previous hard fight, he, who had the ability of the impact fruit, was actually at a disadvantage. The other party's exaggerated power was even more frightening. He was so shocked that his arms were numb and trembling unnaturally. A bunch of guys who deceive themselves. Aier looked calm. He spat without hesitation. He looked down at the livid Hammond's William and said sarcastically, just shouting a few false slogans of justice, "Do you really think you can represent the so-called justice and fairness? You little brat, stop talking nonsense there." Hammond's William was extremely angry and rushed up directly. His fists condensed a powerful shock wave. He kept bombarding Aier. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Aier was amazing and was not willing to be outdone. The barbarian dragon's big hoko danced, with thunder and fire intertwined, dazzling lightning, and rolling heat waves. It made people's scalps numb. Chi. The huge spear tip, surrounded by amazing lightning and fire, was like a swimming dragon, swift and flexible. He chopped out continuously and fiercely, blocking Hammond's William's attack and launching a strong counterattack. Bang! Bang! The loud noises continued. Two murderous figures were fighting fiercely there. You came and I went, neither of them gave in. Ah, soft! The earth rumbled and kept wailing. On the sea, there were huge waves rolling and surging. A series of fierce air waves, like ripples, rolled and raged in all directions. Bang! In a blink of an eye. Another amazing collision. The blazing electric light flashed and the flames burned. The huge spear tip, carrying unparalleled power, was unstoppable. The Marine Marshal Hammond's William was shocked and changed color. The ground under his feet collapsed and he flew backwards. To put it bluntly, Marine is just a dog of the world government, no different from the armies of the kingdoms on the sea. The only difference is that you are stronger than them. Holding the barbarian dragon Great Hoko. The back of his head was blazing with flames, and his whole body was extremely violent. Looking directly at Hammond's William, who was struggling to stabilize his body, and Aier who was chasing him relentlessly, he sneered and said, "If there is any difference, it is that you Marines have strong strength. At the same time, daft, as the running dogs of the world government, you are extremely inflated and arrogant than them." Nonsense! Hammond's William roared. He pressed his feet, stepped on the air, and rushed into the air. Buzz! The high-level armament Haki flowed from his right foot, and it condensed a dazzling shock wave. Observation Haki firmly locked Aier below. Looking down from a high position, like a rocket. Kicked out fiercely. Waigyuo! Aier's eyes were stern. Waving the barbarian dragon's great Hokage. He was not afraid at all and slashed at it without hesitation. Swish! There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. A fierce and unmatched sword energy shock wave crushed the atmosphere and broke through the air. It collided with Hammond's Williams' kick with terrifying impact force. The loud noise shook the sky. The sea was boiling, and 3 waves rolled. Most of the area of Peninsula No. 2 collapsed. Countless sea water poured back and formed a huge lake. Oh Soyoyen! What, do you think I'm wrong? The 4 wings fluttered together. Aier was furious and flew into the air. He directly chased the figure who retreated and landed on Peninsula No. 3. Relying on your powerful strength, and the world government controlling those mouthpieces and manipulating the public opinion, any person or force that is hostile to you will be openly labeled as evil. He looked directly at Hammond's William, who was a little embarrassed, but his strength was much stronger than the previous Iron Claw hack, and he was not in any serious trouble. His eyes were extremely cold. The huge barbarian dragon Toho was dancing. He slashed at the marine marshal and said coldly, "But dogs are dogs. When the master gives you a bone, you have to wag your tail and beg for mercy. If the world government asks you to launch a buster call and destroy the Sabayati archipelago now, do you, the marine marshal, dare to say no?" A remnant of the Lunaria tribe, a thug who offended the descendants of the creator and committed unforgivable crimes. Hammond's William's face was gloomy. He glared at the fallen angel Aier, his eyes were cold. "Criminals are criminals, no matter how high-sounding you say it is, you are just trying to change the concept." But that being said, he couldn't help but flash a trace of unnaturalness in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his face was more ugly than ever, and he couldn't refute Aier's words. If the world government is really determined to let Marine initiate a buster call, he, the Marine Marshal, must not refuse. Because, with the 5 elders' tyranny and strength, no matter how much he protested, it would be in vain. It is impossible to give in this regard. The next moment, he stepped on his feet. He rushed to Aier in anger. "Besides, who do you think you are, and you are not qualified to point fingers at the justice of Marine. Since you dare not face it, then hide it, don't bring it out to embarrass yourself." Aier is equally strong. Carrying blazing flames, the mighty and powerful barbarian dragon Dehoko slashed out, "A dog is worthy of talking about justice with me? Stop pretending to be so pretentious." Swish! A scorching crescent-shaped giant slash. Haki, entangled with Hammond's William, blasted out from the air, and the crushing shock wave. There was a strong collision. Crackle! The flames splashed. The scorching air waves rolled. The No. 3 peninsula shook violently and wailed. The earth cracked directly and a raging fire ignited. The atmospheric temperature continued to rise, and the surroundings and even the sky were dyed red by the fire. But just as the two were fighting fiercely, above the dark sky, thunder rumbled. A huge tall figure, stepping on a giant great fireball with an anthropomorphic face that looks like a small sun, rushed towards the dark clouds at an astonishing speed. Who is that? Whether it is Hammond's William himself, or the surviving warships on the sea, a large number of Marines couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It can be vaguely seen that above the dark clouds, there are 2 huge devil-like faces. Mama, are there 7 or 8 warships left? At this moment, jumped out from the sun Prometheus. Merged with Gerd, Lily, and others, Linlin controlled the power of the soul fruit in disguise. One foot stepped on the thundercloud Zeus, and the other foot stepped on the thundercloud Hera. The huge figure made people subconsciously feel awe. Staring at the surviving warships on the sea below, he suddenly ordered the 2 thunderclouds, "Get rid of them all at once. Zeus, Hera. In." Crackle crackle. In the sky, lightning and thunder. Zeus and Hera, the 2 great homies. thunderbolt. With a devilish smile, they both opened their mouths and spit out terrible lightning. Moreover, they directly triggered the lightning in the dark clouds. Tenmendages God. Linlin opened his arms and his eyes were stern. He activated the ability of the soul fruit and injected soul power directly into the lightning. Crackle one after another, like tree branches, constantly twisting, shining, and violently practicing terrifying lightning. As if they had life consciousness, they blasted down towards the Marines on those warships. Countless Marines screamed. Because, these lightning bolts seemed to have consciousness, and they attacked from all angles like lion majesty, piercing through their bodies. And they continued to attack others. There was no way to avoid them. Chapter 94. A hole. Stepping on the atmosphere. Rush to the sky. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Hammond Williams' eyes were bloodshot. One after another, warships exploded violently. The ammunition on them was detonated by the lightning that seemed to have life consciousness. The smoke was billowing and the fire was burning. Mama, it's a masterpiece. Linlin in the sky. Looking down at the warships that kept exploding and causing fires. Showing an evil smile, Gerd, we really match well. Hee, that's right. And me. We are the fallen angel iron triangle Lily Linlin Gerd Queen combination. The voices of Gerd and Lily sounded immediately. Puff Lingling at the same time. A vampire bat flapped its wings like lightning from the Sabayati archipelago below. And strangely merged into the huge figure. Isis. Linlin stood directly on the thundercloud Zeus. Looking at the tiny figure below that was glaring at him. Then looking at the area above Sabayati archipelago that was burning fiercely and raging with fire. Noticed that in the distant sky, another giant bird bathed in lightning was flapping its wings at an astonishing speed. Moreover, 2 or 3 impressive figures could be vaguely seen on its back. The troublesome guy is coming. Seeing this, Linlin's eyes could not help but focus. Let's go down and meet up with Ai Erbafu-chan. Crackle. On the blazing peninsula number 3. Ai naturally also felt the approaching, strong auras. It's almost time. He had no intention of staying any longer. He flapped his wings and flew up. Don't even think about leaving. Boom. In a flash of lightning. The huge barbarian dragon, the Great Hoko, waved out unceremoniously. He had a hard blow with Hammond William, who was furious and rushed up again. Ai looked down at the Marine Marshal. Don't waste your energy, you can't stop me. Don't those guys claim to be descendants of the so-called creator and call themselves gods? He was full of sarcasm, grinning, then let the whole world appreciate how the high and mighty gods mate with wild beasts. Go back and tell the world government exactly what I said, and I'll have someone contact them when the time comes. If one is missing, I'll let Celestial Dragons presents a wonderful cross-species reproduction course to the world. If 2 are missing, the number will double, and so on. Fallen Angel Aier, you lunatic. Hammond Williams' pupils shrank sharply, and he was even more furious. But the next moment, Aier's eyes were stern, and he didn't talk nonsense with him. The whole body was intertwined with electric light, and suddenly he exerted force, and the huge spear tip was heavy. He was pressed to the ground. Woo-hoo-hoo! He flapped his wings directly, flying towards the female giant who was galloping. Above Thundercloud Zeus, the huge figure suddenly disintegrated. It turned into 3 figures, which were Lily, Gerd, and Linlin. Next to it, Thundercloud Hera and Sun Prometheus were also floating there. Aier/Auni-chan. The plan should be relatively smooth. Let's go. Aier said with a smile. He believed that since Marine Marshal Hammond William had been lured out and was not in the naval headquarters, there should be no problem with Moss's actions. He was looking forward to returning. He found that the treasure house in the naval headquarters had been emptied. What kind of expressions would the Marines and world government guys have next? It will be exciting. Don't even think about leaving. Damn you, remnant of the Lunaria tribe. You want to leave after offending the descendants of the Creator. Get down. In the distant sky, a giant blue bird bathed in thunder, full of murderous intent. At an astonishing speed, it flapped its wings from the other side of the Sabayati archipelago. It also had 2 or 3 figures on its back, and it had obviously noticed Aier and the others who were about to leave, and was full of murderous intent. Woo-hoo-hoo! The huge wings suddenly flapped, speeding up. Like a stream of blue light. Extremely fast. Tisk tisk, snowbird fruit fantasy beast species thunderbird form. Looking at the thunderbird galloping over, and the 3 menacing figures on it. Aier, who had carefully read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, got a copy of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia through the Hell Chamber of Commerce, and soon recognized this ability. It has to be said that the background of the world government is indeed shockingly fishy. With a huge force that covers the entire sea, it is unknown how many powerful abilities it has collected over the past hundreds of years. If the Holy Land Marijois was not full of unknowns, it would be too dangerous. 0 Please give me flowers 0. Aier wanted to sneak in there and steal the devil fruit. Aier's expression did not change. Instead, he smiled and said to Linlin, "Today, let's test how well you have mastered the trick I taught you." Mama, I will definitely not let you down, Aier, Unii-chan." He pulled out the big saber Napoleon from his waist. Linlin, who had already had a tacit understanding with Aier and understood at the first time, smiled strangely there. Swish! She instantly activated the ability of the mythical beast species vampire form. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it changed. Transformed into a hideous and terrifying figure. Entered the human beast form. "Are you going to use that trick?" Sitting on the thundercloud Zeus, Lily's eyes lit up. Blinking her big eyes excitedly, she was full of anticipation. "I'm really looking forward to it." Gerd smiled. Carrying the Shinigami sickle, she looked at the 2 people who were in high spirits, and she was indescribably envious. "I wish I could master it as soon as possible." She also wanted to be like Linlin, to be able to join forces with the real Aier. Launched the famous combination of the giants, and powerfully killed the invading enemies. "Hey, guys from the Knights of God!" In an instant, Aier and Linlin, who both maintained their human beast forms and had terrifying faces, looked stern. Locking onto the flapping thunderbird and the figure on it, they all raised their weapons and sneered, "It must be the strongest spear from the Aierba Gong." Muscles tensed, veins popped. The momentum kept rising. "What? BB. Everyone be careful." The next moment, in the eyes of the huge thunderbird and the 2 or 3 figures on it, they changed color in horror. Whether it was Napoleon, who was wrapped in Haki and shining with strange blood light, or the barbarian dragon Dehoko, who also flowed with Haki and intertwined with strong electric light. They all suddenly danced out. "Hey Koku!" Buzz buzz, the sound of breaking through the air continued. A huge shock wave that was extremely fierce and exaggeratedly large overwhelmed the weather. With a lightning speed that was faster than thunder, it blasted towards the huge thunderbird with terrifying momentum. It was mighty and unstoppable. What? Chapter 95. Boom boom. A deafening roar. The entire Sabayati archipelago was shaking violently. It seemed that the Argiman mangroves, which served as the foundation of the island, could collapse at any time. If it weren't for the fact that most of the pirates, residents, nobles, merchants, and marines on the island had already lost consciousness under the conqueror's impact. I'm afraid that at this moment, they would be scared and sit on the ground in panic. Hwala la hwala la. The wind was raging, and the air was rolling. The sea was surging, and the waves were rolling endlessly. Wave after wave of exaggerated waves kept surging in all directions. Hiss! This monster! Having been suppressed by Aier and blasted to the ground, Hammond's William, who had just rushed into the air on moonwalk, saw this. Even the Marine Marshal. At this moment, he couldn't help but change color with horror. He couldn't help but open his mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air. The extremely terrifying attack just now actually wiped out a corner of the Sabayati archipelago. Roar! In the sky. The sky seemed to dim. A huge monster hundreds of meters long and majestic appeared, carrying 283 and wrapping Lily, Linlin, Gerd, and others. Behind the huge and ferocious head with golden horns, the raging flames suddenly went out. The huge Quetzalcoatl was bathed in amazing lightning. 2 pairs of huge wings, one blue and one black, flapped, bringing up an extremely fierce wind pressure. Woohoo! Woohoo! It was as if a long brewing super typhoon suddenly broke out there. The towering trees on the Sabayati archipelago couldn't help but fall to the ground. They groaned and cried. Even many tree trunks broke directly and fell down. Some buildings that were not strong enough were blown away directly. I wanted to rely on Hammond's William, who rushed up from moonwalk, had a changed face. He was forced to retreat by the surging airflow and could not even stand still in the air. Not to mention trying to chase. SF. The next moment, the huge monster that covered the sky and the sun suddenly showed a terrifying speed that was beyond the reach of others. Like a giant blue rocket, it flapped its wings and rushed into the distance. There was no intention to stay at all. Fallen Angel Aier! Roars echoed. One after another, figures with amazingly strong auras but somewhat embarrassed rushed into the air one after another. Their faces were extremely ugly, glaring at the huge monster in the sky, murderous. Damn it! A huge thunderbird cried out. It took off again and tried to chase. But it could not keep up at all and directly turned into a complete body, controlling the power of wind and thunder, and its speed was so fast that Ultimate's giant feathered serpent was constantly left behind. Hiss! Squeak! Squeak! It was extremely ferocious, with its sharp beak wide open, and lightning flashed violently. Tried to attack. But the opponent was extremely fast. In an instant, it rushed to a height of 10,000 meters and could not be locked at all. No need to send. Aier's arrogant voice echoed there, if you want to save those celestial dragons, prepare the ransom for me. The damned remnant of the Lunaria clan must not be let go. These members of the Knights of God who claim to be noble and arrogant. Each of them was livid and furious, but they could only watch the huge figure of the other party rushing towards the distant sky, getting smaller and smaller, and constantly moving away. Helpless and aggrieved. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, adjacent to the Sabayati archipelago. In the solemn and majestic Naval Headquarters building, a heavily guarded treasury sealed by a sea stone gate is located in a hidden corner. Even the metal cast reinforced walls around it are infiltrated with sea stone to prevent capable people from breaking in. However, no one could have imagined that, under such circumstances, someone could actually break in quietly. The treasury is full of dazzling jewels and treasures. A large amount of gold and boxes of Bailey are piled up there. The amount is so huge that it is jaw-dropping. There is a surveillance phone in a different space that no one noticed. Following the user of the Dordor fruit, Uten. The furry youth moss couldn't help but frown. Do you want to kill them? Don't worry about that. Since everything may attract attention, let's first find out whether there is any hidden secrets. He touched the horns on his head. Uten smiled confidently and said, I believe that even if the Marines react and rush in, they can't open the door of the treasure house in at least 5 minutes, especially when their marshal is not here. Moreover, I can open the door in the opposite direction, so that even if they rush in, they will directly enter the different space and cannot attack us in reality, at least they can hold on for a few minutes. Devil fruit has an upper limit. However, how much effect it can play depends on how individuals develop and use it. Since he acquired the Paramecia fruit from the black market through the Hell Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago. Under the advice of boss Aier, through the efforts of the past 3 years, he has already played the ability of the door fruit in many ways, enough to easily kill these marine was in a state of confusion. Indeed, with that little ounce guy. Moss smiled and nodded, I believe that these few minutes are enough for us to clear this place. Even if we can act quickly and covertly, they will most likely mistakenly think that there may be a problem with the phone signal. Without 100% confirmation that someone has invaded, based on Marine's cumbersome procedures, they may not react so quickly at all. Soon, the two of them continued to explore in the alien space. Found the secret compartments in the treasure house where the devil fruit and the treasure map were hidden. Confirmed the location of those more secret treasures. Air door. Then, a thumb-sized, almost negligible air layer door suddenly appeared in mid-air, but it did not attract any attention at all. Flying finger pistol. Wielding took action directly. Although he is still very young, he has a good talent. Under Aier's guidance, after years of hard training and practice, he has mastered the 6 styles very well. 0. Even finger pistol's extended skill, flying finger pistol, has been mastered. Disc, ask, aft. A series of air blades broke through the air like lightning. Accurately, they pierced through those telephone beams. Moreover, they were all killed in one blow. Swish. Confirming that all the Den Mushi had been eliminated. They directly opened the large air door and walked out of the alien space. Barry, let's get started. Moss took out a mirror. Said to Barry, the mirror fruit user who was waiting inside, we don't have much time. No problem. In the blink of an eye. The mirror enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye and appeared there. Barry, the snake-headed boy who came out of the mirror world, exclaimed there, wow, it's amazing. It's not that he hasn't seen a lot of treasures, because a considerable part of the Hell Chamber of Commerce's black transactions are directly traded with gold and jewelry. It is far more than the treasures left by Sister Carmelo when she was engaged in the child trafficking industry for many years. But compared to Marine's treasure house, it is indeed a little bit dwarfed. A huge amount of various gold and jewelry, and even some rare treasures in the world, are piled together. This visual impact is really beyond words. It is not comparable to the mere Bailey banknotes. Of course. Looking at the gold and jewelry full of traces of time, Nakin hugged her arms and chuckled and said, these treasures are mostly the spoils obtained by Marine over the long years of successively exterminating pirates, or salvaging those sunken ships, excavating treasures, etc., accumulated little by little. But it's a pity. Also nodded there and said, because the world government's quarterly financial allocation is not directly distributed in cash, but remitted to Marine's bank account under the world government. But in general, the harvest is already big enough. Moss directly opened the secret compartment dedicated to collecting devil fruit. There were a dozen treasure boxes of different colors, slightly larger than a normal person's palm. He packed them all with a large square cloth, put it on his back, and said with a smile, when we empty this place, I believe it will be enough to drive them crazy. Hurry, Ounce, hurry up and help move it. Yuten, the user of the door fruit. He spoke to little Ounce, an ancient giant. No problem, leave it to me. Little Ounce patted his chest, and his body size expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned into a human figure of 5 or 6 meters tall. But his extended big hand kept expanding. It was like the palm of a giant, directly lifting a large amount of treasure. It was stuffed into Mirror C, which was enlarged again by Barry, the user of the mirror fruit, and placed flat there. Bang, 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 bang. The extremely heavy treasures kept hitting the fragile mirror, but it didn't hurt it at all. A large amount of treasure kept sinking into it. It was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. It was astonishing. Chapter 96. Beep beep. Search for me. Don't let any suspicious targets go. Block the port and the entire coast, and never allow anyone to leave without permission. Everyone must pay attention, the other party may be a space-type ability user. Naval Headquarters. The sharp alarm echoed. A few minutes ago, after receiving an abnormal report from the monitoring room, the Chief of Staff, Minister of Finance and several naval headquarters vice admirals came with the key to open the marine treasury. Looking at the empty treasury, everyone was stunned on the spot. One by one, their eyes bulged out, and they widened their eyes in disbelief, and of course GSE. For a time, the entire naval headquarters was in chaos. A large number of Marines with live ammunition gathered, searching frantically for any suspicious targets, trying to catch the thieves who stole the treasury. What did you say? Sabayati Archipelago. Marine Marshal Hammonds William received the report. His brain suddenly boomed, his body shook, and he almost fainted. I'm very sorry, Marshal William, it's our fault for being too careless. The other end of the Den Mushi. The Chief of Staff 30 of the Naval Headquarters was sweating profusely, and he was crying and reporting. At first, the staff in the monitoring room thought that the treasure house was too closed, which caused the signal to be abnormal, and tried to troubleshoot the fault. They didn't sound the alarm in the first time. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, when we arrived, the entire marine treasure house was emptied. Damn it, the fallen angel AIER. Hearing this, Hammonds William's face flushed red. His throat felt sweet, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Marshal William A. surviving the Marine staff saw this and their faces changed drastically. They hurried forward and tried to support the other party. I'm fine. His fists were clenched and cracked. Hammonds William's eyes were full of bloodshot. His breathing was heavy, and he tried his best to calm down his overly angry emotions, gritting his teeth. Little devil of the Lunaria tribe, Feng will not be done with you. He never expected it. The fallen angel AIER was so bold. Not only did he kidnap the celestial dragons and kill the admiral of headquarters, but he also emptied the treasure house of naval headquarters. And the whole plan was meticulous, not at all casual. It was clearly planned for a long time. Hammonds William, naval headquarters was invaded, and the treasure house of naval headquarters was emptied. A tall, middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing a uniform, came to Hammonds William. In front of the Marine Marshal, there was some shock. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he could vaguely recognize that he was dressed very gorgeously and wore the unique medal of celestial dragons. Yes, Howard Saint, although I don't know how he did it, there is no doubt that it is definitely related to the fallen angel AIER. Hammonds William gritted his teeth and said. He didn't mind the other party's somewhat domineering and condescending tone. Because the other party was not only a celestial dragon, but also the leader of the Knights of God, and his status was indeed much higher than that of him, the Marine Marshal. Killed and kidnapped the descendants of the Creator unscrupulously, killed the Marine Admiral and emptied the Marine's treasure house. The leader of the Knights of God, Narana Howard Saint, had a gloomy look and gritted his teeth and said, "This remnant of the Lunaria clan is really crazy." Originally, they were halfway here. When they learned that the Marine Admiral Ironclaw Hack was killed, they still felt those Marine guys are so useless. But when I really experienced the combination of skills performed by the Lunaria kid and the young girl before they left, I really realized how terrible the opponent's strength was. No wonder the Admiral of Headquarters couldn't stop it and cut off the head directly. Bulu bulu. At this time, the Den Mushi on Hammonds William rang. I am Marshal Marine. Just pressed the answer button and answered the call. Before Hammonds William finished speaking, the phone simulated the outline of a big mustache and cursed, Hammonds William, are you Marines good for nothings? Not a single criminal was caught, and the culprit, the fallen angel AIER, the survivor of the Lunaria tribe, escaped. The kidnapped celestial dragons were not rescued, and the only rescued Phoenix Saint became a complete cripple. First, G5 and G1, the two large fortresses of the Holy Land Marijois at the New World Gateway, were attacked one after another, with countless casualties. Even the marine fleet that surrounded the Sabayati archipelago, which was far larger than the normal Buster Call, was almost wiped out and suffered heavy losses. The admiral, who represented the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, was beheaded by the little devil of the fallen angel Ai. Now even the marine's treasure house was quietly emptied. A bunch of trash, a great shame. The face simulated by the Den Mushi kept changing. Several stern and old voices were full of anger. He reprimanded the marine Yuanqi, who stood at the top of millions of marines around the world and was a powerful marine. "I'm very sorry, it's my mistake, Mr. Five Elders." Hammond's William lowered his head. Facing the reprimand of the Five Elders, he dared not refute at all. "I am willing to take full responsibility." "You are just a marine marshal, what can you take responsibility for?" The Den Mushi imitated the outline of the Five Elders with Whitebeard and said coldly, "Saint Hanok was tortured and killed, Saint Phoenix was abolished, and Saint Gis and the other three are still in the hands of the fallen angel Aier. William, your responsibility will be discussed later. Immediately mobilize all the forces of Marine and CP to pull out the fallen angel pirates and rescue the three celestial dragons." Sir Five Elders, before the BD fallen angel Aier escaped, he made a condition and asked me to tell the world government. Hammond's William hesitated. Glancing at the arrogant members of the Knights of God who were watching coldly, he said directly to the phone, he said that if he wants to rescue the three world nobles, he must use 20 devil fruits as ransom, and there must be 2 Logia, 2 mythical beasts, and 3 ancient 82nd generations. What? That audacious pariah, he doesn't know how to live or die, and dares to threaten the world government. 20 devil fruits, and 2 Logia and 2 rarer Zoan mythical beasts, it's a lion's mouth. How can I agree to him easily? The world government will never compromise with anyone. Not to mention the other end of the Den Mushi, the talented star far away in the Holy Land of Maria. The members of the Knights of God who were present were furious when they heard this. "But, that kid from the Lunaria tribe is a lunatic," he said. Looking at these angry and murderous members of the Knights of God. This martial marine took a deep breath and suddenly reminded him, "If you don't agree to his conditions, give those celestial dragons aphrodisiacs, throw them into the pigsty, and use a large Den Mushi to broadcast live to the world." What? A hole? He dared. Damn guy. He must not be spared. That pariah, he is looking for death. Hearing this, it's not just the 5 elders far away in the Holy Land. Including the leader of the Knights of God, Howard Saint. Several members of the Knights of God heard this and their faces changed drastically. One by one, their eyes were spitting fire, furious, and murderous. Chapter 97. Igoi. In the unknown sea. On an uninhabited desert island. The huge Quetzalcoatl was shrinking. Several tall figures appeared there. In the air, the sun Prometheus and 2 thunderclouds of Zeus and Hera were floating there. "Let's settle down here first, and then go to Sky Island," Aier said with a smile. He, that move of dominating the sea is enough to make those guys drink a pot." Linlin took out the mirror and shouted into it, "Barry, get ready to come out." 2. Barry's figure appeared on the mirror. The mirror enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he, the snake-headed tribe, drilled out directly from it, "Aier boss, this time we have a huge harvest." Swish! Figures of different shapes drilled out from the enlarged mirror one after another. Aier/boss/sir. Nakin, Locke, Little Ounce, and the others were all smiling and full of vigor. This time, they did a great job. The name of the fallen angel pirates is bound to spread throughout the sea. Gurgle. So big. Just like a giant. Is this the captain of the fallen angel pirates? The legendary Lunaria tribe, no wonder they are called fallen angels. And those slaves of various races who were rescued from the slave auction house and were willing to follow the fallen angel pirates looked at Ai, who was tall and had black wings on his back, like the legendary fallen angel, and was full of oppression. One by one, the pupils shrank, the eyes widened, and swallowed. Can't help but feel awe. Wow! The moment I saw Aier's tall figure, the beauty of the three-eyed tribe, Lillian, screamed in surprise. Not only 2 eyes were shining, but 3 eyes were shining. It's really you, the fallen angel Aier. Her face flushed, she was extremely excited, and she ran up immediately. She stared at Aier with stars in her eyes, full of unspeakable admiration. Lord Aier, I am Lillian. Like you, I am a special race persecuted by the world government and on the verge of extinction, the three-eyed tribe. I went out to sea just to find you. She completely turned into a little fangirl, introducing herself happily. 8 years ago, you followed the giants to destroy the marine fortress and resisted the world government. You were so handsome. Hello, Lillian. Aier looked at the blonde, blue-eyed, excited girl from the three-eyed tribe. He stretched out his big hand, lifted the other's bangs, stared at the third eye on his forehead that looked like a sapphire, and said with a smile, "What a beautiful eye! When you are with us in the future, you don't need to hide it deliberately. On the way here, I have heard about Linlin, welcome to join us. I believe that our dream of gathering all races of all nations will soon come true." Well. Seeing Aier really did not dislike her eyes. Lillian was full of joy and nodded excitedly. Looking forward to the future. Everyone sit down first. Said. Gestured to Locke, Nakin, Moss, and others. Looking at other mermaid girls, human girls, cat fur tribe and other slaves, he smiled and said, "You are also welcome to join. We are all family, don't be too restrained." Yes, you Tianren. Mermaid girl Lily, long-legged youth Mad, cat fur tribe youth Tom and other slaves who were originally a little nervous. Seeing Aier, the leader of the fallen angel pirates, was so kind, not as unfriendly as imagined, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Sure enough, their choice was not wrong. Especially, the handsome and resolute appearance of this adult. It made several female slaves lose their minds and reluctant to look away. Aier, boss, do you want to move those treasures out? Barry asked directly. No need, put them in the mirror world first. With a tall body, sitting on the soft back of Thundercloud Zeus, Aier chuckled and said, "Bring out those devil fruits and see if there are any good things." Yes, take out those devil fruits quickly, I want to see. Linlin and Lily's eyes lit up, full of excitement, and couldn't wait to say. Hee, there should be 1 or 2 good abilities anyway, right? Gerd said with a smile. We don't know what abilities it has. Nakin said with a smile, I haven't had time to take a closer look. All the devil fruits are here. Moss didn't hesitate. He opened the package on his back. Treasure boxes of different colors were placed in front of everyone. Treasure boxes! Linlin was overjoyed. She rushed over and hugged the treasure chests. I love opening treasure chests the most, you are not allowed to snatch them from me. Linlin, you can't go too far. I also want to open a treasure chest. The giant girl Lily also stepped forward, with her hands on her waist and said dissatisfiedly. Then I'll give you one. Linlin reluctantly gave up. She pushed out a treasure box with a reluctant look on her face. She didn't care about what kind of treasure it was, or what precious items were inside. On weekdays, even if it was a delicious snack, she would be willing to share it. But this one was not allowed. I like opening unknown treasure boxes the most. Enjoy the moment of opening the treasure box and finding all kinds of treasures inside, which brought me the sense of surprise and accomplishment. No, that's too little, half for each. Lily naturally disagreed, and Guo Ili sat. Linlin held the treasure boxes like a child, and shook her head decisively. No, 2, no more. 3. Okay. Looking at the two idiots who were haggling and bargaining, Aier shook his head and laughed. Gerd, Locke, Nakin, Moss, and others were also speechless. Because they knew that this was the devil fruit, which was called the secret treasure of the sea and was worth at least hundreds of millions of baileys. The slaves who had just been recruited, except for a few people such as the three-eyed girl Lillian and the mermaid girl Eli who were just a little curious. Although the eyes of others were a little hot, they didn't have any inappropriate thoughts. Aier nodded slightly, and his character was okay, so he could stay. Originally, he was not qualified to join the Fallen Angel Pirates so easily. However, the Fallen Angel Pirates will expand in a big way next, recruiting soldiers and horses, and preparing for the Tato land plan that will be fully launched. As long as the guys are not that bad, you can consider taking them in. Hurry up, Linlin. As Linlin compromised with Lily. Under the expectation of everyone. The two girls couldn't wait, each grabbed a treasure box and opened it. Inside were two fruits of different colors, and they had already been labeled. Paramecia washing fruit. Paramecia bean fruit. What a strange ability. It doesn't look good. Compared to the disappointment of others. Aier raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised by the ability of the washing fruit. Unexpectedly, the ability that belonged to Crane in the future was intercepted by him. However, even the people were almost intercepted by him. A devil fruit, it's no big deal. The bean fruit is easy to say. The ability user can directly disintegrate into various original forms of different sizes. Aier, who had seen the devil fruit illustrations, smiled and said, "The washing fruit is not simple. It can turn people or objects touched into clothes and then hang them to dry. It is said that even the evil in the target's heart can be slightly reduced after washing. So powerful. You can turn the other person into clothes just by touching them. You can even cleanse the soul, incredible." Hearing this, everyone present was a little stunned. I didn't expect that such an inconspicuous ability as the washing fruit would be so exaggerated. It can turn people into clothes and temporarily wash away the evil in the heart. It really makes people's scalps numb. Paramecia whip fruit. Paramecia egg fruit. Then, Linlin and Lily each opened a treasure box. The whip fruit can command everything that is whipped, which is a good ability. Aier took a quick glance and briefly introduced, the egg fruit is also very special. It has several special, Li Zhao Zhao, evolution forms. Listening to Aier's introduction, everyone was amazed. Linlin and Lily were also a little impatient to continue opening other treasure boxes. Paramecia gyro fruit. Cat fruit black cat form. Paramecia light and heavy fruit. Sheep fruit antelope form. It didn't take long. All the treasure boxes were opened. There were a total of 12 devil fruits, 8 of which were labeled. The other 4 were unknown devil fruits. There were countless different kinds of devil fruits on the sea. Even the powerful world that had firmly ruled the sea for hundreds of years, the government cannot fully count them. Most of these unknown fruits have appeared in history, and they may not be completely unrecorded in the fruit encyclopedia. A considerable part of them, although their specific shapes are not recorded in the encyclopedia. But there are some records of related abilities. P.S. I changed the setting of Crane in the previous section. She is not a capable person yet. After all, she is just 21 years old in this timeline. It is reasonable that she is not a capable person at such a young age. In addition, regarding the egg fruit, Oda has not clearly stated whether it is Paramecia or Zoan, so according to the performance of Baron Egg's ability, it tends to be Paramecia. If it is a slap in the face, I will modify it again. Chapter 98. unprecedented. A pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. Condolences. The descendant of the great creator was unfortunately killed. Admiral defeated. The Marine Admiral who was killed Iron Claw Hack. 17-year-old Lunaria monster fallen angel Aier. Shocked. Marine Admiral Iron Claw Hack lost to fallen angel Aier and died heroically. Audacious. The villains who attacked the descendants of the creator fallen angel pirates. World government furiously announced, unforgivable crimes, all members of the angel pirates will be hunted down to hell. Sky-high bounty. Anyone who finds the whereabouts of the members of the fallen angel pirates and reports to the world government will receive a huge bounty. The next day, along with a large number of news birds, carrying brand new newspapers that had just been printed and exuded the scent of ink, they flew to all parts of the world. The shocking news was like a heavy bomb falling from the sky and exploding. In an instant, it caused an uproar. The four seas shook. The Grand Line shook. Fallen angel pirates. Gilu. Is this true? Someone dared to kidnap and kill celestial dragons. Hiss. Not only did they attack celestial dragons, but they also attacked 2 marine fortresses in New World. Even the Marine Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, was beheaded. Fallen angel pirates, do they really want to challenge the behemoth of world government? 2 billion Baileys? That Kukulkan Aier, is he really only 17 years old? Great, the damn celestial dragons finally got their comeuppance. This is not some evil 677 gangster, it's simply our hero. The sea was in uproar. Countless people looked at each other, rubbing their eyes again and again, reading the newspaper word by word over and over again. I thought I saw it wrong and couldn't believe my eyes. On this sea, someone actually dared to take action against those world nobles who were high above and enjoyed the highest privileges. No one expected that such an unprecedented event would happen in just one day. First, 2 large marine fortresses were attacked by the fallen angel Aier, causing countless casualties. Then, the world nobles were kidnapped by the fallen angel pirates, and celestial dragons were directly killed. Even the admiral of headquarters, who led the fleet and made every effort to maintain it, was beheaded. A fleet no less than the size of Buster Call was almost completely wiped out. It was simply jaw-dropping. Fallen angel Aier. Hey, are you kidding me? The survivor of the Lunaria clan who followed the giants to destroy the marine fortress. The famous Iron Claw Admiral? He was defeated. Since ancient times, Marine Admiral has rarely been defeated, not to mention being killed on the spot. What a monster! In the first half of the Grand Line, in a certain sea area, the Roger pirates, who had just finished coating here and were preparing to head to the Fishman Island. Looking at the newspapers they had just ordered from the newsbird, they all opened their mouths wide and lost their voices in disbelief. Although they knew that the celestial dragons were kidnapped and some were killed before leaving the Sabayati archipelago, it was bound to cause a huge storm. But they never expected that the fallen angel Aier, a descendant of the Lunaria clan who was offered a bounty of 600 million berries by Marine at the age of 9, was actually the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, on the same day, they directly attacked the G5 fortress located in the front half of New World, and the G1 fortress, which is the gateway of world government in New World. Even the admiral of headquarters, the famous Iron Claw Hack, was defeated. And he was beheaded by the fallen angel Aier. It was so fierce. Roger jumped on the bow. Looking at the tall, cold-faced, wings-carrying, young figure on the newspaper, after hundreds of years, someone finally dares to challenge the giant world government. What a terrible guy! Silver Rayleigh exclaimed, just turned 17 years old, and a bounty of 2 billion Baileys is offered. It is indeed unprecedented. Tisk tisk, world government is going crazy, right? Copper Jabba was also a little surprised. Why do I feel that I should have stayed at the auction house at that time? Sun Bell, the fishman slave who was auctioned in Sabayati archipelago and later rescued by Roger pirates, scratched his head there. Looking at the reports that the fallen angel pirates had rescued those slaves and invited them, he always felt like he missed something. Wow, that's really an incredible guy. Roger bared his teeth, stepped forward to stop the fishman companion, and laughed and said, "But now you are a member of our Roger pirates, you can't regret it." "Of course not." Seeing that Captain Roger was not shy and put his arm around his shoulders with fish gills. There was no pretense at all, and there was no disgust like other humans. Bell couldn't help but smile. Although, Dach, missed the fallen angel pirates, joining Roger pirates is not bad. "Everyone, we've arrived at the Fishman Island." Roger, smiling, pressed his straw hat. He opened his arms to the others, grinning and announced, "Let's have another good party." Oh. At the same time, in the second half of New World, on an island occupied by pirates, it seems that many pirates were drunk after a carnival party. They were lying there unconscious, and some were holding on to wooden barrel cups or wine bottles, looking ugly and not waking up yet. In a large cave, a tall figure with a face full of stubble, a head of wild and messy hair, a fierce face, and a slovenly appearance. He was embracing a fair-skinned and beautiful female pirate, sleeping there. There were many empty bottles in front of him, obviously the same as other pirates. "Captain Rox, something big has happened." At this time, a Rox pirate crew member rushed in and shouted at the drunk man sitting on the huge sofa. "Well, what's the matter? Why are you making so much noise?" The wild figure woke up. He cursed unhappily and pushed the woman in his arms away. He put on his pants in a few seconds, picked up a bottle of unfinished wine and drank it in big gulps. He walked out with his muscular arms bare and didn't care. "Take a look." The crew member directly stuffed a newspaper and a stack of brand new bounty notices into the man's hands. "Well, I drank too much yesterday, and my eyes are a little blurry." Fallen Angel Aier. He threw away the bottle. Looking at the eye-catching bounty, he shook his head, which was a little heavy. "Rox D." Zebek held his forehead and said in surprise, "Hasn't this guy disappeared for many years? 200 million Baileys? Why is his bounty less?" If he remembered correctly, Fallen Angel Aier seemed to have been Marine offered a reward of 600 million berries, which caused quite a stir on the sea. In the past few years, he had also wanted to invite the other party to join his Rox pirate, but he couldn't find anyone. "Captain, look carefully, it's not 200 million. The crew member's eyelids twitched. With a frown on his face, he pointed at the exaggerated amount on the bounty and reminded loudly, "It's a full 2 billion. He not only attacked the two large fortresses of Marine in the first half of New World, but also led the fallen angel pirates to kidnap and kill celestial dragons directly in Sabayati archipelago. Marine Admiral died. It was the Iron Claw hack who chased us and almost ripped you apart. It said that he fought with the fallen angel Aier in order to rescue celestial dragons and was beheaded." "What?" Listening to the crew's quick introduction. Looking at the enlarged eye-catching title on the newspaper. Originally careless Rox D. Zebek couldn't help but open his mouth wide and his eyes popped out. "Ah ha ha ha, it was really a big fuss." After a long time, he recovered from the shock. After reading the report in the newspaper, he bared his teeth and laughed wildly, "What an incredible guy, even crazier than Lao Zi. But it's really well done. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 99. At this time, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal Haymans William, who had just returned from the Red Line and was exhausted physically and mentally, leaned weakly on the office chair and closed his eyes, rubbing his eyebrows. In just one day, he felt as if he had aged 10 years. Knock, knock. "Marshal William, the criminal. Commodore Crane has been brought in." Knocks on the door sounded. Outside the door that was not closed, An old figure wearing shackles and full of wrinkles was escorted in by 2 Marines. "You go out, close the door." Harmons William, who was resting with his eyes closed, did not open his eyes. He just raised his eyelids slightly and waved to the 2 Marines. "Yes." The 2 Marine soldiers looked at the handcuffed old woman reluctantly. But they still turned their heads, stood at attention and saluted. They closed the door and left. Who could have thought that the Marine's most beautiful woman, who was once admired and called the flower of the Marine, would become so old and decrepit, and end up like this? "Marshal William, has my punishment come?" He was neither happy nor sad. As early as when she was under strict guard and under surveillance, her heart had already cooled down, and she was mentally prepared. The only thing she was both thankful and sad about was that her youth was taken away, and she became an old woman with wrinkles all over her face and half buried in the ground. At least, she would not be humiliated by those brutal and domineering celestial dragons. If the other party really refused to give in to her in order to vent his anger and tortured her in every possible way, then, she, the Naval Headquarters Commodore, could only leave a reputation of committing suicide out of fear of crime. The descendants of the Creator are noble and inviolable. No matter what the situation is, no matter what the reason is, celestial dragons cannot be offended, but you abolished Phoenix Saint, and your crime is unforgivable. Harmons William opened his eyes. He looked at the flower of Marine who was once high-spirited and had unlimited prospects with complicated eyes. From a little bit of reluctance, he turned to firmness, hardened his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Although it is not your fault, it is not a reason to be forgiven. So, I have been abandoned, right?" He laughed at himself. But there was no fear, only discouragement. After all, she looked so old that she didn't have many years to live. "What else can I do? I'm very sorry, I've tried my best." Harmons William sighed lightly. "I believe you already know that this time Marine has suffered heavy losses. Not only were the 2 branch fortresses G5 and G1 in New World attacked, but even Haki, the Marine Admiral, was unfortunately sacrificed, and the fleet he led was almost annihilated. Naval Headquarters Treasure House was emptied by the fallen angel pirates. The captured celestial dragons were not rescued, and not even a criminal from the fallen angel pirates was caught. Because Marine's performance was so bad, I completely lost my voice in front of the top leaders of the world government and couldn't speak. The only thing I can get for you is to let you have a decent death, at least you don't have to be tortured by celestial dragons." In fact, despite fighting for it, but celestial dragons still insisted on asking him to hand over Crane. But Harmons William wanted to give this female subordinate a decent death as much as possible, and then tell celestial dragons that she committed suicide out of fear of crime. At that time, even if celestial dragons asked him to hand over Crane's body, they could build a tomb for it and bury it in Marine's Martyrs Cemetery. This will also help stabilize Sengoku and Garp, who are in a coma and have a close relationship with Tsuru, the flower of Marine, and are being treated at the Marine Hospital. It will prevent them from being completely disappointed with Marine after they wake up. They may even get angry and leave Marine too impulsively. Also, I don't want to bother you with this matter. Speaking of this, even as a high-ranking Marine Marshal, Harmons William couldn't help but look unnatural and a little hot. Whether it's Sengoku or Garp, both of them have amazing potential. When they grow up, they will definitely become the backbone of Marine and cannot be lost. If it weren't for the special identity of Crane, which involved the 2 of them, he, the Marine Marshal, wouldn't have to be so entangled. Sometimes, in order to practice the justice of Marine, it is also necessary to compromise. Really? He is outstanding in strategy. He has the title of Crane of Thousand Strategies. How could Crane not see the intention of this William the Grand Master? But even if she was disappointed with the justice of Marine, she didn't want Sengoku and Garp to give up their bright future for her, and even degenerate into pirates. Looking at this marine marshal who used to be righteous and encouraged herself to be unyielding and forge ahead for justice, her heart was full of irony. Somewhat sad. Marshal William, please give me half an hour. Took a deep breath. He spoke in a low voice, I will leave a letter for Garp and Sengoku. What is the justice that he pursues with passion? Okay. You have 2 hours. Hammond's William nodded slightly. The suicide note left by the other party must be reviewed by him, the Marine Marshal, before deciding whether to hand it over to Sengoku and Garp. Even if the two of them will inevitably have a fight at that time, as long as they are moved by emotion and reason. For justice, for the order and peace of the sea, and for countless people in this world. I believe they will eventually understand and accept it. There is a gap between reality and ideals after all. Justice is not as simple as it seems. It is not black and white. Sometimes, there are deep and light grays. I'm very sorry, it involves celestial dragons, even as a martial marine, I can't do anything either. Hammond's William stood up there. Looking at this female subordinate who was deprived of her youth and looked extremely old, she showed self-blame and guilt, and bowed deeply to he, for the future of Marine, please. I understand. He had no expression on his face. In her heart, there was no ripple. She was so smart that she saw through Marine justice, how could she be fooled so easily? It's just that she has no choice. Later, I will have someone send you a cup of poisoned wine, so that you can leave without pain as much as possible. Hammond's William said directly, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you can also raise them. I will try my best to satisfy you if I can. If possible, please scatter my ashes on the sea. Crane said directly. What really made her a little sad was, in fact, if this Marshal William really trusted her, there would be a better way to break the situation. Maybe he could also take advantage of the situation to infiltrate other big pirates, or even the fallen angel pirates. But she knew, and the other party knew it, but didn't bring it up. Because he was afraid that she would be dissatisfied and resentful towards the world government and even the Marine, and really defect. He might even turn Sengoku and Garp or other Marine generals against him. Obviously, this Marine Marshal didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to gamble. F. Chapter 100. Your Excellency 5 Elders. Saint Hars, the father of Saint Hanok, and the families of Saint Phoenix and others are all outside, clamoring to see the 5 adults. The top of the red line. Holy Land Marie Joyce. The majestic Pang'er Castle. The center of power of the world government, the power room. A servant came in with sweat on his forehead, and was careful about Lily's report. Nonsense. Let them go back. The 5 elders, who control the highest power of the world government and are known as the God of War, looked a little unhappy. Tell them that we have ordered the naval headquarters and CP to search for the whereabouts of the criminals with all their strength, and are trying to save the 3 kidnapped celestial dragons. The tall and thin figure, wearing a black suit, and the meticulously dressed long white-beard 5 elders frowned and said unhappily, please rest assured, world the government will never spare those who offend the descendants of the Creator. Once the members of the fallen angel pirates are caught, they will be publicly executed and broadcast live to the world, and they will be cut into pieces and executed by slow slicing to serve as a warning to others. Speaking of this, the environmental martial god Saint Marcus Maz looked cold and said coldly, use the blood of these untouchables to clearly tell the world that those who dare to offend the majesty of God will end up like 730. Yes. The servants retreated respectfully. With a bang, the expensive tea table in front of them was smashed to pieces, and the expensive teacups shattered all over the floor. The 5 elders, who was wearing a black suit, a tie, a big mustache, and a bald head on his forehead, were extremely angry. What a misbehavior underscore. The legal martial god Saint Topman Voculi gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that the fallen angel Aier was so bold that he took the initiative to attack celestial dragons in revenge for the world government's pursuit of the Lunaria tribe. I was really careless. I didn't expect that the remnants of the Lunaria tribe who escaped by chance that year would quietly grow to this extent. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, who was tall and had short golden hair and a crimson suit, said in a deep voice, moreover, the marine side was also a little injured this time. Not only did we lose an Iron Claw admiral, but we also lost 5 or 6 vice-admirals with good strength. The agricultural god had a serious face and said quietly, according to Hammond's Williams report, the 2 major fortresses G1 and G5 were severely damaged and completely turned into ruins. Only a few warships that left the base for routine cruise missions and a small number of marine personnel on vacation were spared. At least more than 20,000 people were lost, and they were all naval headquarters and knew the elite troops of the world have suffered heavy losses, which is unprecedented. These are easy to deal with. At worst, we can ask Marine to conduct a large-scale conscription to replenish the troops. Holding a samurai sword that looks very similar to the legendary Supreme Sword, first-generation Kaiditsu. The financial martial god is Ambaran V. Nasa Shaoro, who was wearing a loose white Taoist robe, a bald head, round-framed glasses, and a gloomy face, reminded, what is really worth paying attention to is that the fallen angel Aier, the natural monster of the Lunaria tribe, according to Williams' report, did not leave any obvious scars on his body after the battle with the Marine Admiral Ironclaw Hak. From this point of view, whether it is based on the racial ability of the Lunaria tribe to ignore damage, or from his amazing defense as a natural monster, which is invulnerable to swords and guns, and his super recovery ability, it should not be underestimated. Wearing a flat hat and a scar on his left forehead, the scientific defense martial god Jijuluja Seiken, who was sitting next to young Kyuli, was facing the resistance. Leaning on a cane, he said bluntly, at least, he has the strength to threaten or even kill the Marine Admiral. A single Marine Admiral can no longer threaten him. To fight or even capture him, you must have 2 or more Marine Admiral-level strong men. In addition, he, a member of the Lunaria tribe, has the kind of racial talent that is quite feared, and his ability of the mythical beast species Quetzalcoatl form that once appeared briefly in history. The combination of the 2 makes him extremely fast. It is not easy to really stop him. The previous god's knights went out, but returned empty-handed and failed to stop the other party, which fully illustrates this point. Hearing this, the 5 elders present all frowned. Originally, the ability user of the bird fruit, the mythical beast species, the thunderbird form in the god's knights should be able to catch up with Quetzalcoatl at full strength. 2. But, he happened to encounter a monster like the fallen angel Aier. The other party not only has a pair of black wings, but also has a very good flying ability. The Lunaria tribe has 2 very special states of racial talent. One is that when the flames behind the head are burning, the defense is almost invincible and can ignore damage defense state. The other is that when the flames behind the head are extinguished, although the defense is reduced, the strength, speed, reaction ability, etc. will be greatly enhanced attack state. When the fallen angel Aier uses the fruit power and extinguishes the flame bed at the bottom of the head, even the legendary Thunderbird cannot catch up with the feathered serpent whose speed has increased significantly and is flying at full speed. That's why the Lunaria kid dared to challenge the world government so recklessly. Maz frowned and paced slowly, in other words, if you want to keep him, you must make all the necessary preparations in advance. He is so ignorant and fearless. How could he imagine the depth of the world government? Nasu Xiaolang hit the first-generation Kaiditsu hard, revealing a murderous intent, and said sinisterly, he has found a way to his own death. So, do you want to agree to his conditions? Pit frowned and said, 20 devil fruits, it's really a lion's mouth. He is indeed an ambitious guy, especially when he specifically asked for 2 rare Logia, 2 rare mythical beast species, and 3 ancient species. I don't think we can agree to it. Nasu Xiaolang Sheng's eyes were full of murderous intent and his attitude was tough. Although the number was a bit large, it must also have very rare Logia and mythical beast species abilities. But these devil fruits are not something that the world government cannot provide. After all, some celestial dragons usually use 1 or 2 devil fruits to feed slaves or pets for fun. Although most of them are obtained by the celestial dragons at auctions at their own expense, which is a private behavior. But it can also be seen how deep the foundation of the world government is. Even the devil fruit, which is known as the secret treasure of the sea, is not something that can be looked up to by all abilities. One thing is one thing. They are high above, and they obviously don't want to be threatened and manipulated so easily. For the behemoth world government, these devil fruit abilities may not be a big deal. But we have to admit that devil fruit is a product that surpasses human intelligence. Some special abilities, if they fall into the hands of those talented and lawless pirates, may indeed cause considerable threats and troubles. Of course, it is impossible to foolishly take out so many devil fruits to help the enemy for no reason. That damned Lunaria kid, we must not let him off easily. Saint Vouchuri's eyebrows were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "But the most urgent thing is to rescue the kidnapped celestial dragons first. You don't want those guys to do something crazy at that time, right? Because among the kidnapped people, there are members of their topman family. Although it has been a gap of many generations, he doesn't really care about the other party's life or death. However, if the fallen angel Aier, that BD, really gave that guy an injection of aphrodisiac and threw him into the pig pen to broadcast live to the world, their topman family would lose face. This is what Saint Vouchuri can't stand. If he really can't save them, he would rather give way to his descendants or even other kidnapped celestial dragons. Dragon's sacrifice. I don't want this to happen. Indeed, otherwise if their families come to make trouble every day, we will have a headache." Maz Saint said in a deep voice, "Especially the face of God cannot be lost. Let the Knights of God and the Marine side make full preparations. Once the 3 celestial dragons are rescued, this scourge must be completely solved. And be prepared for the worst. The descendants of the Creator are sacred and inviolable. Although the various celestial dragons' families in the Holy Land have been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years and have many members. Some people are inevitably conflicted in private, but they have always been united to the outside world. If such an ugly thing really happens, it will shame all celestial dragons and they cannot accept it. If an accident happens at that time, it will really be impossible to rescue people safely. They will choose to give up the 3 celestial dragons without hesitation. Even, in order not to damage the dignity and reputation of God. They will also make up their minds to wipe them out at all costs." OJ. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Come in." 5 elders paused. A waiter came in a hurry. Saint Maz asked unhappily, "What's the matter? Are those celestial dragons still making trouble?" No. The waiter knelt there and reported briefly, it was the Marine side. They said that the criminal who hurt Phoenix Saint, Naval Headquarters Commodore Crane committed suicide after hearing that he would be escorted to Red Line for Phoenix Saint to deal with. Marshal William said that in order to stabilize the morale of the Marines, he hoped that the world government would not publicize it. Humph, committing suicide? Are you playing tricks on us? Saint Nasu Xiaolang pushed his glasses and sneered. We haven't held him, the Marine Marshal, accountable yet, but he wants to act like a marshal and command us. Satan looked directly at the waiter kneeling there and said indifferently, "Tell Haman's William that it's not his turn to make decisions on what the world government should do. Forget it, this is a time of trouble." Saint Maz waved his hand. William said before that the female Marine involved 2 future Admiral seeds. Let Saint Phoenix vent his anger, forget it. Whatever, it's just an insignificant little character after all, there's no need to make a big fuss about it. When the time comes, hand over the body to Saint Phoenix. Chapter 101. Hwala La. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. An inconspicuous small warship slowly moved towards the red line. Sorry, I broke my promise, Gu. And above the solemn marine building. Through the large French windows, looking at the small warship that had just left the port with only a few marines on it. Marshal Hammonds William pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes were full of determination. Don't blame me. This is for justice. Before Crane committed suicide by taking poison, he had promised the other party solemnly to cremate his body and scatter the ashes on the sea. However, in order to calm the anger of celestial dragons, he, the Marine Marshal, had to compromise after all. However, Hammonds William didn't know. After receiving his order, Colonel Merkel, who was responsible for secretly sending Crane's body to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, left the naval headquarters. Looking in the direction of the naval headquarters building, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. All of you follow me in. When the warship gradually moved away from the naval headquarters, Colonel Merkel gave orders to several marines and went straight into the cabin. Ah? Yes. Hearing the order from his superior. Suddenly receiving a secret mission to escort a wooden box to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, several marine soldiers who didn't know what was inside were stunned for a moment. But without delay, they followed subconsciously. Colonel 30, what's inside? In a somewhat dim cabin. A wooden box about half a meter high and 2 meters wide, not very eye-catching, was placed there. Several marines were a little curious. What did they need to escort to the Holy Land Marie Joyce? If it was important, there were only a few of them responsible for the escort. If it was not important, the superiors seemed to be serious. You're all curious, right? Colonel Merkel looked around at his subordinates with a smile on his face. Inside. What's that? Seeing that his superior was willing to talk, the curious marines pricked up their ears. Suddenly, his eyes blurred. Colonel Merkel's right hand was like lightning. The 5 fingers wrapped around Haki became extremely sharp. Moreover, they stretched out like noodles at lightning speed. They stabbed out violently. Ugh, Colonel Merkel! Why? A marine's eyes widened. He covered his pierced throat, unable to even shout. He stared at the smiling figure in front of him, full of unwillingness and confusion. He fell there. Kaka. Colonel Merkel stepped forward. He grabbed a corner of the wooden box and broke it with force. The lid of the wooden box, which was originally nailed shut, was hit roughly. An old, grey-haired figure lay inside. It seemed that there was no heartbeat, but in fact there was still a barely detectable breath. Tisk tisk, Linlin's ability is really exaggerated. Marine, the #1 beauty, turned out to be like this. Gently stroked his wrinkled face. Colonel Merkel's voice became a female voice, and her eyes were full of amusement. For you, I spent a lot of effort to deceive Marine and those guys. You can thank me for saving your life. The mission is done, you can come over. She dialed the Den Mushi and said with a smile, hurry up. I have to go to the Holy Land Marie Joyce next. Got it, I'll be there soon. Click. Hang up the phone. She took out a stack of bounties. Looking at the bounty with an extremely exaggerated amount at the head, it was jaw-dropping. Looking at the unbelievably handsome figure with wings on his back, he smiled. 2 billion Baileys. Lord Aier, you are getting more and more handsome. Even Linlin, a natural monster, has been offered a bounty of 500 million Baileys. He pressed his face lightly. Instantly, the whole face of this Colonel Merkel changed. Instead, there was a beautiful face. If the older members of the fallen angel pirates were here, they would be shocked to find that this was the 100 change witch Sally, who was rescued from the black market by the Hell Chamber of Commerce several years ago and joined the Dream House. She was extremely talented and later joined the Fallen Angel Pirates. And these brand new bounties in her hand. It was the bounty for the members of the Fallen Angel Pirates that the world government had just issued not long ago. Fallen Angel Kukulkan Aier, bounty 2 billion Baileys, regardless of life or death. Vampire Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 500 million Baileys, life or death, 2. Pet Dr. Nakin, bounty of 200 million Baileys, life or death. Little Devil Ounce, bounty 150 million Baileys, life or death. Flea Man Lock, bounty 100 million Baileys, life or death. Sea Tiger Jane, bounty 80 million Baileys, life or death. Minotaur Uton, 50 million Baileys, life or death. Griffin Moss, 50 million Baileys, life or death. Magic Mirror Berry, 50 million Baileys, life or death. However, it is really surprising that Nakin is offered a bounty of 200 million Baileys. As soon as Sally read the bounty list of the members of the Fallen Angel Pirates, she couldn't help but chuckle. In terms of strength, her performance in the Sabayati archipelago is at most comparable to Locke. It is probably because she, the pet fruit ability user, ordered the marine flower to attack celestial dragons. For some reason, this Fallen Angel Pirates S100 change witch. It seems that Nakin, Locke, and others are in Sabayati archipelago was very familiar with the performance and commented confidently. It seemed as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Hee, Minotaur? That guy Wooten must have vomited blood because of anger, right? Woohoo! At this time, in the distant sky, a huge pseudo-medicine stork shaped like a seagull. At an astonishing speed, it flapped its wings and came. Hiss 2 billion Baileys. Aier, you are so amazing. Linlin, you are also amazing, with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. Even Nakin has a bounty of 200 million Baileys. Little Ounce is so amazing, with a bounty of 150 million Baileys. But why is Nakin's bounty higher than Little Ounce and the others? It is probably because Nakin was the one who ordered the crane to hurt celestial dragons. Locke, you have also been offered a bounty of 100 million Baileys. And at this moment, also in the first half of the Grand Line, in the unknown sea, Linlin, Nakin, the three-eyed girl Lillian and others all gathered together. They were very excited, flipping through the newspapers ordered from the Newsbird and the bounties that had just been released. They were discussing happily there. However, what was surprising was that neither Aier himself nor Gerd, the soul fruit ability user, was present. Tisk tisk, Griffin Moss. Looking at Moss's bounty. As a tiger shark man, Jane was amazed there. It's worthy of being an all-pervasive CP. It seems that when Moss flew out of the Sabayati archipelago with Uten and headed for the naval headquarters, he was still noticed from afar. Looking at the bounties of themselves and others, they were not very surprised. Next, as the Fallen Angel Pirates came to the front from behind the scenes, it was not only to face the Crusade of Marine on 920. They are more likely to face challenges and assassinations from countless pirates who are greedy for money or who want to step on them to get to the top, or even bounty hunters. They, the codders of the Fallen Angel Pirates. They have long been mentally prepared. What a mess of titles! Locke covered his head. Marine guys are really good at making nicknames. His nickname is not as hacky as Jane and Moss. They are either Sea Tiger or Griffin, which sounds impressive. Even Barry, a snake-headed tribe, has a resounding nickname Magic Mirror. And he? Flea Man? What the hell? Compared to Locke, Uten was the one who collapsed. He clutched his bounty list. With a sad face, he gritted his teeth. Those guys, if you don't know how to make nicknames, don't do it. Ha ha ha. Minotaur. It's surprisingly appropriate. Jane and Barry's face twitched. Finally, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at the horns on Muten's head and his somewhat rough face. His nose was slightly turned up, which was nothing. But with the eye-catching sausage mouth. Isn't it a bull's head? Even Linlin, Nakin, Lily, and others couldn't help laughing. Locke's nickname is just because of the fruit ability. And Wooten, the bull-headed man, is really too vivid. You are too much. Wooten was indignant. Smoothie howled angrily and rushed up directly. Revolving door. Hey, are you serious? I'm calling you a joke, Laozi. Tempest kick. Wait, you kid don't have martial ethics. Chapter 102. Swish. At this time, the first half of the Grand Line, located above the White Sea 10,000 meters above sea level, near the sky island called Druz. A huge island cloud with no inhabitants located there was directly cut by the dazzling huge slash, leaving a shocking huge slash mark. It makes people sweat. Soto. Aier's eyes were stern. With amazing momentum, he flapped his wings and flew, holding the cold and shining barbarian dragon Big Hoko. Continuously slashed. Swish swish. The cold light flashed, and the sound of breaking through the air was whistling. One after another, unimaginable huge slashes broke through the air. The giant island cloud with a width of about 10 kilometers was cut out alive. It's worthy of Aier. Ersama. It's amazing. In the distance, witnessing this scene, the two great homies, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus, were full of amazement and awe. Unexpectedly, this lord could easily swing such an amazing and huge slash, and in a short time, he directly cut out such a huge island. And the tall and huge, young and beautiful female giant. Looking at the tall and handsome figure with wings on his back, the straight eyes were full of passion, and even revealed unspeakable admiration. Of course, Aier, he is the man who will become the master of the world. Whether it is her or Linlin, or the other people in the fallen angel pirates, they all firmly believe that one day in the future, this man will be able to realize his ambition. Create an unprecedentedly powerful dream country, lead all of them, and overthrow the brutal and corrupt world government. One day, ascend the vacant void throne. Become the real master of the world. Gerd. Aier smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you next. No problem, leave it to me. Thundercloud Zeus flew over. Gerd jumped onto the giant island cloud that had been cut but did not fall directly, patted his proud chest, and said confidently. Speaking. She did not hesitate. Pressing both hands on the island. The eyes showed a ripple-like glow, and the body was filled with visible soul matter. With my soul, I will give you a new life and come out in the form of Wei. Atlantis. At this moment, she, the soul fruit ability user, directly injected part of her own soul into the huge island cloud minister under her feet. Swish! All of a sudden, the huge island cloud shook. The ground above surged. A huge anthropomorphic face appeared there. It was full of joy there, calling out to Gerd, Mr. Gerd. Atlantis, open your mouth, swallow these souls. Gerd jumped onto the back of Thundercloud Zeus. The souls harvested in large quantities were all condensed by Gers. It turned into a mass of objects that looked like giant bread, full of strange things. Gulp, what a big soul! Zeus and Prometheus. The two homies drooled. Although this is not the soul of Gerd, the soul fruit user, and the quality is far from that high, the quantity is really huge. Quantitative change is enough to produce qualitative change. If they can swallow so many souls, they will definitely become stronger. Yes. Hearing that it can, Atlantis was surprised. It opened its mouth and devoured it. At the same time, the island clouds around it were constantly assimilated by it, and its size became larger and larger. Don't be envious, when there is a chance in the future, I will take advantage of you too. Gerd smiled. He touched the sun Prometheus, patted the thundercloud Zeus, and said to the two homies with a smile. Yes, Gerd the world. Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus were overjoyed. To some extent, they were already living beings with independent consciousness. Although these homies creatures did not have as complicated desires as humans. But the instinct of creatures is to keep evolving. Seeing such a huge soul, they all drooled subconsciously. Wanted to swallow it. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. An anthropomorphic island cloud that covered the sky and the sun floated up there. The cloud alone was hundreds of meters thick, so big that it was exaggerated. It was jaw-dropping. Sir Gerd, the voice of the largest island cloud homies Atlantis, was like a bell. It looks very good. Aier's tall figure flew. Landed on the giant island cloud, and smiled. Hee, maybe the effect is better than expected, especially with the addition of a Marine Admiral's soul. It itself has the equivalent of a mobile war fortress, with a very exaggerated attack power. Gerd jumped lightly. The tall figure was extremely fast. He also jumped on the island cloud and said to Aier excitedly. Although it was not created as a combat-type homies at the beginning. However, she found that Atlantis, which was created with part of her own soul, was much stronger than expected because it was fed with tens of thousands of marine elites, a large number of generals and officers, and even the soul of the Iron Claw Admiral. As a giant island cloud homies, it not only has the nature of a thundercloud, but can also release amazing electric currents. And with its huge size alone, it can launch very exaggerated attacks. It is enough to crush any of Zeus or Prometheus, who are also the highest level homies. Oh? That's great! Aier raised his eyebrows and smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the white land, he smiled and said, then, as long as we spend some more time to transform it, the Sky Fortress plan will be successfully completed. Next, he plans to move a large amount of land and completely transform this Sky Island into a habitable island. Build a large castle and various living and entertainment facilities on it, build powerful fortifications, install the most advanced weapon systems, etc. In addition, the lightning power of Atlantis itself can be used as unlimited energy. Moreover, as the highest level homies, it also has considerable wisdom. It can rely on its own power to defend and attack targets. Perhaps, it can consider getting the design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton. In the future, Atlantis may be built into a super war fortress that is truly comparable to ancient weapon. Hey, all right. At this time, Son Prometheus flew forward. Looking at Atlantis, who was ridiculously large but looked even more stupid than Thundercloud Zeus, he proudly said, Atlantis, we too are your predecessors, and you will be our younger brother from now on. That's right. Thundercloud Zeus echoed stupidly. Roar, 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 I don't want to listen to you two little guys, I only listen to the orders of Gerd the Celestial. Swallowed a large number of souls. Atlantis was far from being as honest as he seemed, and his huge eyes revealed cunning. Looking down with disdain at Prometheus and Zeus, who were so small compared to his huge body. But for the creator of his Gerd, full of respect, he dared not disobey in the slightest. Ahole! The two homies were furious. They directly entered the devilish fighting form. One was blazing, the other was thundering, making people's scalps numb. But it obviously couldn't scare the huge Atlantis. All of a sudden, it blew there. Hoo! Hoo! A violent hurricane. It directly blew Zeus and Prometheus away. Damn it, because it is too big. Zeus, let's teach it a lesson. Zeus and Prometheus, who were blown away, were furious. They were about to become huge and wanted to fight with this guy who didn't know how to respect his elders. Roar, 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 am I afraid of you too? And Atlantis was equally unwilling to be outdone. The huge body became as black as ink and began to flash with lightning. The exaggeratedly opened mouth was filled with terrifying, numbing lightning, which gathered there. Swoosh! At this moment, the sky was reflected in an extremely pale white. The huge lightning column was dazzling and blasted towards the two highest level homies in front of them. thunder, flame. Zeus and Prometheus, the two homies, turned into huge thunderclouds and blazing flames respectively, revealing a demonic posture that made people's scalps numb. They did not show any weakness and both spit out amazing thunder and flames. They attacked. Boom! The loud noise shook the sky. Thunder and fire intertwined and splashed. The airwaves were rolling, which made people stunned. Damn, this guy! The thunder cloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus were obviously unwilling. Good promise. At the same time, they continued to grow bigger and tried to launch a stronger attack. Roar, 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 I'm not afraid of you two little beans. Atlantis was full of confidence. But they were staring at each other, and they were on the verge of a fight. Before they could continue to attack, they were stopped by Gerd. You three, stop making trouble. He stomped hard on Atlantis's huge head. She put her hands on her hips, stared at the three highest level homies, and scolded them, don't quarrel all day long, get along well, understand? Yes, Gerd, the heavenly man. Although there is nothing wrong in my heart. But Zeus and Prometheus naturally dare not disobey the orders of their master Gerd. Not bad. Witnessing the confrontation between the three homies, Ai smiled. Zeus and Prometheus together are definitely stronger than the giant island cloud homies of Atlantis. But if any one of them, it is obviously not Atlantis's opponent. The tens of thousands of marine elites plus an admiral of headquarters, the huge souls of a large number of officers and colonels are not swallowed in vain. Roar, 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 Lord Gerd, where are we going now? The huge island cloud flew out. The newly born Atlantis asked excitedly. Hee, go down to Qinghai first to meet Linlin and the others. Then. Chapter 103. He only felt that he had a very long and terrible dream. She dreamed that he was controlled by someone and abolished the high and mighty world nobles. The world government arrogantly demanded that Marine, and she, the rising star of Marine, be handed over to the Phoenix Saint for disposal. Under the mediation of Marine Marshal Haymans William, who fought hard. In the end, he was given poisoned wine and sent to the underworld. The funny thing is that they are deceiving themselves. They think this is for justice. And they have to compromise. Bulletin. No, this is not a dream. The first moment she opened her eyes. He, who was sweating all over, suddenly realized. In an instant, she saw several figures that she remembered vividly. It turned out to be Charlotte Linlin and others who were the initiators of this end. For a moment, she was tense all over, full of vigilance, and couldn't help glaring and gritting her teeth. Charlotte Linlin. Mama, are you awake? Linlin, who was sitting next to her. Looking down at the other party, he smiled and said, how does it feel to be betrayed and abandoned by the Marine who you regard as your faith and work for? That's also thanks to you. He was furious. But at the same time, she was also a little shocked, and even a little bit unbelievable, but, didn't I drink the poisoned wine? You saved me. How smart is Crane? She quickly figured out the cause and effect. According to her own situation, she measured some relevant information. She, the Marine Commodore who offended the Celestial Dragons, was secretly executed by the Marine Marshal. The other party was able to sneak into the Marine directly, and obviously tampered with the poisoned wine to save herself. Is there an undercover of their fallen angel pirates even in the Marine? It's too shocking. Naval headquarters is unusual after all. Nakin, who was standing by, crossed her legs and looked at the shocked Marine flower of 617, and said with a strange smile, especially since you are a criminal under special custody, we are just trying our best and cannot guarantee that we can save you 100%. But you are lucky and you are not destined to die. Humph, do you want me to join you? Become a pirate? He was a little sarcastic. Although she was disappointed with the justice of Marine, she never thought of degenerating into a pirate who was arsonist, murderous, and plundering. Although, she did think about it at the beginning. If that Marshal William was really willing to save her life, let her, the Marine Commodore, rebel from Marine and become an undercover agent to infiltrate the inner circle of the pirates. She, who still insisted on justice in her heart, would do so without hesitation. She would even find ways to join the fallen angel pirates. Transmit intelligence, cooperate with Marine's actions, and bring these unscrupulous villains to justice. But now that she has been given death, she does not have such qualifications. She will not be Marine Trust's. What? Anyway, you have been abandoned. Linlin smiled and looked at he, whose face gradually calmed down, and asked with a smile, as long as you agree to join us, I can restore your youth. Don't dream. He did not show any weakness and glared at her. With a firm and resolute face, he said coldly, I will not be threatened by pirates, and I will never fall into the same trap as you shameless pirates. He hated the fallen angel pirates who pushed him into a dead end and ruined his life. He hated them to the core. How could he join them easily? Really? People who have died once speak with a strong attitude. Moss came over. Dokf, he looked at he, who was ready to die, with sarcasm, and chuckled, by the way, I heard that before you committed suicide by taking poison, you seemed to want to scatter your ashes in the sea, right? But your marshal didn't seem to be prepared to fulfill his promise, and turned around and asked someone to secretly send your body to the Holy Land. Marie Joyce, give it to the Phoenix Saint to calm the other party's anger. It's just that we intercepted it halfway. This is the information that the witch Sally told him. It's just right, it can be used to disintegrate the other party's firm will. What? Hearing this, he's face changed drastically. She didn't think that this was a fabrication by the other party. Damn! He's face became extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously clenched her fists. Marshal William looked righteous, but in the end he didn't even want to give himself the last bit of dignity. For a moment, he was filled with sadness and indescribable anger. The faith that he had been holding on to so hard. Some of them collapsed suddenly. Mama, if your body is sent to Marie Joyce. Linlin on the side raised her eyebrows. She grinned and said grimly, it is likely that your body will be chopped up and fed to the dogs, or your head may be cut off and hung up for display. Or with the cruel and arrogant character of those celestial dragons, maybe at that time, your body will be directly soaked in formalin and collected as a human specimen for people to watch. This is the justice that you Marines keep talking about. Looking at he, whose face kept changing. Nakin's face was full of sarcasm, and she sneered, those high-ranking people who are righteous and self-righteous, on the surface, are righteous, passionate, and reasonable. When sacrificing others, it is natural, deceiving themselves and others, and openly calling it justice. And when it comes to themselves, how many people can sacrifice themselves for the so-called justice? Humph! His face was livid. Although he was completely disappointed with Marine and no longer had any hope. But he obviously didn't have a good face for Charlotte Linlin. Whether Marine is just or not, you, the brutal pirates who don't work, only know how to burn, kill, plunder, and do evil, don't have such a position and qualifications to criticize. Don't work. Locke crossed his arms and sneered there, hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Am I wrong? He asked coldly with a blank expression. General pirates are indeed like what you said. Moss glanced at her and said lightly, but, the purpose of the fallen angel pirates was to rebel against the world government and build a dream country where all races can coexist peacefully. So far, except for dealing with Marine and other pirates who are running dogs of the world government, we have never taken the initiative to attack civilians. As for indirect damage, sorry, war will inevitably affect innocent people. The Marines who claim to be righteous cannot fully guarantee that they will not hurt innocent people in every battle. They can only try not to involve innocent people. Build a dream country where all races can coexist peacefully? It's really ambitious. He showed sarcasm and was indifferent. No matter how high-sounding it is just for the ambition of the fallen angel Aier. As for whether it is true or not, no matter how much I say, it's useless. Just watch it slowly. Fishman, Jane said indifferently. No one is a saint, not even them. An absolutely ideal world naturally does not exist. But as long as we can achieve relative equality and justice, and there is no racial discrimination, so that people can live and work in peace and contentment. For countless people, it is already a paradise they dream of. As for not doing production, Nakin smiled at he and chuckled, have you heard of the Hell Chamber of Commerce? What? His pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at Nakin in disbelief. Behind the Hell Chamber of Commerce, is your fallen angel pirates. Of course she has heard of this behemoth. In recent years, it has emerged as a new force, expanding continuously, and its influence is growing. It almost monopolized the food and medicinal materials market in New World and West Blue, and its business is constantly moving towards Grand Line First Half and other sea areas. Unexpectedly, it was the fallen angel pirates who were supporting behind the scenes. Where do you think those huge amounts of food and rare medicinal materials come from? Glancing at Crane with a shocked face, Nakin held her head high and was full of pride. Those are all cultivated by Lord Aier himself using his own fruit ability. His Crane's pupils shrank sharply and he took a breath. When he thought of the ability of the mythical beast species Quetzalcoatl form, he could not help but suddenly realize something. If it were someone else, even if they got the ability of the mythical beast species Quetzalcoatl form, they would not be able to do this to such an exaggerated degree. Because most people cannot devote a lot of their own time and energy to this for a long time, and work like cattle and horses specially cultivate and produce those economic crops. In particular, those guys who have gained powerful power are even less likely to do such a thing. But the fallen angel Aier, a natural monster said to have the blood of the Lunaria clan and the giant clan, is obviously an exception. His own strong strength and abundant physical experience allow him to do this easily. Moreover, by making profits from scarce economic crops such as food and medicinal materials, he can easily make a lot of wealth. This is indeed much smarter than those pirates who only know how to burn, kill, and rob. Hey, Nakin, don't easily reveal our information to the enemy. She is not one of us. The giant girl Lily put her hands on her waist and reminded there. It's okay, Aieron, said that this time we made too much trouble. The world government is not a fool. The Hell Chamber of Commerce can no longer hide. Linlin, who was leaning lazily on Thundercloud Hero with his legs crossed, said indifferently, his fruit ability is bound to be used by the world government. The government attaches great importance to it. With the intelligence capabilities of CP, it is easy to find out how abnormal the quantities of food and medicinal materials sold by the Hell Chamber of Commerce have been over the years, and it is inevitable that they can infer that it is this fallen angel. At present, the bases of the Hell Chamber of Commerce in various places have been prepared, and the work has begun to shift from the open to the underground. Chapter 104. You said we don't produce anything and do all kinds of evil. On an unknown desert island. Moss looked down at the shocked Crane with a sneer on his face. Although these businesses are mainly for profit, the huge amount of food has also caused the price of the food market to be more than doubled compared to before. Do you know how many lives these food and medicinal herbs have saved? Do you know how many New World and West Blue have to pay huge amounts of heavenly gold to the world government every year due to insufficient food production, so that those extravagant celestial dragons can squander and enjoy themselves at will? Or how many countries and islands are so poor that they can't even pay the heavenly gold, and a large number of people are poor and hungry, and the countries and islands on the verge of collapse are supported by these grains? This is still an understatement. Over the years, the Hell Chamber of Commerce has also been secretly providing relief and support to some poor islands in the middle and later half of the New World. Even from time to time, doctors recruited by the Chamber of Commerce will arrange charity activities such as free clinics for these islands, and will also expel or even eliminate the invading pirates for them. They will also recruit some idle young people from inside as peripheral personnel of the Chamber of Commerce, and provide them with decent and stable jobs. They can be said to be regarded as saviors by countless people in the local area. Although the original intention was to wait until the fallen angel pirates officially launched the Tato land plan and then take over the ruling power of these islands. But it is undeniable that they did save a lot of civilians who almost couldn't survive. What? Hearing this, Crane's pupils shrank sharply, and she was shocked. She had led the marine to hunt down pirates before. The people in those poorer towns or villages mentioned it in casual chats. In recent years, food prices have gradually dropped a lot. Although they have not dropped as exaggeratedly as in New World, the tight lives of those civilians at the bottom have become more relaxed. The expansion of the Hell Chamber of Commerce has indeed done a lot of good things in disguise. Let me tell you this, as long as the Hell Chamber of Commerce directly cuts off all food trades. The Minotaur Wooden folded his arms, leaned against a big tree, and said lightly, without saying much, some countries and islands in New World and West Blue that are already struggling may immediately face a food crisis, a serious famine, and even destruction. By then, hundreds of thousands or millions of civilians may starve to death one after another. How many people will go out to sea and become pirates because they can't survive? Hiss. Is this true? Hearing Jane say this, he couldn't help but gasp, and felt his scalp tingling. I never thought that the influence of the Hell Chamber of Commerce would be so great, involving the lives and deaths of countless grassroots people. Mama, you should know how terrible my ability is. If I really want to attack those civilians, the entire Sabayati archipelago will be a river of blood. Charlotte Linlin looked at he, who was shocked and had a gloomy face, and said directly with a grin, as for those Marines who were killed, you can say that we are cruel, but that is only because of different positions. You Marines are hunting us and may not show mercy. Especially, because Ai Erbafu is a Lunarian, and her position is naturally opposite to you Marines who are running dogs of the world government. For hundreds of years, the Lunarians, the Three-Eyeds, and the Baconi tribes have been constantly hunted by the world government and the Marines and CP. They are on the verge of extinction. The two sides have been fighting to the death, so naturally they are merciless. If you stand in Ai Erbafu's position, do you think these soldiers who have become the executioners of the world government and hunted down their own people and relatives are innocent? Or do you want to say that they are unaware and are just being hunted by the world government? Government deceived. Even if they knew, would they really not follow orders? Don't fool yourself. He frowned. Although she was disappointed with Marine. But she knew that most Marines, like her, joined the Haiku with passion to practice justice. Although, under the control of the world government, Marines who cannot be independent can no longer be called justice. Or, Marine, a violent agency established by the world government to maintain its hegemony, was not just from the beginning. It was just to deceive more people and work for them, and deliberately put on a cloak of justice. Even if I still think that the fallen angel Aier is a bit cruel in this regard. It is too cruel to kill thousands of Marine soldiers who are committed to justice. But she really couldn't refute Charlotte Linlin's words. You are going to kill the whole family and the whole clan, you can't let people resist, right? Especially, after he was completely disappointed with the justice of Marine and gradually jumped out of his original position. The nature of the world government. She also saw it more clearly. This behemoth that ruled the entire ocean. It was no different from other kingdoms ruled by royal tyranny on the ocean. Because of the absolute strength of the world government, the celestial dragons were given supreme privileges. There were no laws to restrict them, which led to their incomparable arrogance and cruelty. They did not regard other humans or even other intelligent races, except for the celestial dragons, as human beings. Their behavior was even worse than those princes and nobles who were tyrannical and greedy. The only difference was that they were more powerful. Moreover, since joining Marine, she had also learned a lot about the dark side of Marine. To some extent, what Charlotte Linlin and others said was not wrong. Marine kept defending justice and order, but in fact it was just maintaining the hegemony of celestial dragons. Those non-world government member countries that had no money to pay the gold from heaven, whether it was the lofty world government or the self-proclaimed Justice Marine, never cared about their lives. They may even attack and destroy those countries due to the orders of the world government. On weekdays, Marine suppresses pirates and saves the people. To put it bluntly, it is just a byproduct. Woo-hoo-hoo. Just then, in the distant sky, a white cloud is getting bigger and bigger. And it is flying towards them at an astonishing speed. What is that? Hiss. So big. It's Lord Ai and Gerd and the others. Incredible. Is this the island cloud of Sky Island? It's so many times bigger than Zeus and Hera. This is really great. Linlin, Lily, Nakin, Locke, and others all stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the huge island cloud that soared into the sky in shock. Surprised and happy. This is... And he was horrified. I just couldn't believe my eyes. As the island cloud got closer and closer, what did she see? On it, there was a huge anthropomorphic face. It was jaw-dropping. Homies created using the power of the soul fruit. The former flower of Marine couldn't help but gasp and sweat. It's too big, isn't it? Has ever seen devil fruit illustrations? She knows the ability of Paramecia soul fruit. Naturally, she knows the existence of this kind of homies. She also saw Thundercloud Hera in Sabayati Archipelago. After the arrival of Gerd, the female giant, she also saw Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus from afar. But the size of these homies is not at the same level as the ridiculously large giant homies in front of her. Chapter 105. Aier, Unii-chan. Aier, Boss/Sir. Gerd. Soon. The huge island cloud homies arrived in front of the nameless deserted island. It landed directly on the sea and just floated there. Locke, Moss, Nakin, and others were fine. Linlin, Lily, and the three-eyed girl Lillian all ran over excitedly. Fitz. Aier greeted Linlin and others. Had already noticed the existence of Crane, and came straight to her. Looking down from above, he stared at the old and aging marine flower. Fallen angel Aier. The tall figure was intimidating. Even though Crane had seen the other party, he couldn't help but feel pressured. Although there were some unpleasant things that happened due to different positions. But anyway, since you finally got your life back, cherish it. Aier was not in a hurry to conquer this marine flower, but just smiled and said, if they knew you were still alive, Marine and world government would never let you go. It's better to follow us for a while, maybe you can see a different scenery. Said. Without waiting for he to respond. He waved directly at Linlin, who was jumping around on the island with Lily and Lillian, and was very excited. Linlin, give her back her youth. 180 Yes, Aier, Unii-chan. Linlin turned into a huge bat and flapped its wings. You're lucky. In his excited eyes. Restored human form Linlin, one hand on Crane. He did not transform into a human beast form, but directly activated the ability of the mythical beast vampire form. He returned the youth that he had plundered. Swish! The white hair returned to its former dark blue color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The old, aging figure suddenly became youthful and energetic, and the dry, wrinkled skin became moist and shiny, full of healthy beauty. The former marine flower, who was as brave as a man and full of heroic spirit, is back again. He looked at his young body. He no longer had the feeling of old age and powerlessness. Feeling the power of returning, Crane, who had experienced a life and death, was full of surprises and mixed feelings. But he was still full of hostility towards Linlin and had no good feelings. I won't thank you. If it weren't for the other party, he wouldn't have become like this, and the marine career he once pursued would have been completely destroyed. Although in that case, she would probably also be left behind because of staying in marine, he finally deceived himself for the sake of compromised justice. As time went by, his passion gradually cooled down. He changed, degenerated, and paralyzed himself little by little. He constantly compromised in front of the power of the world government, lowered his bottom line, and deceived himself. In the end, he became the same as Hammond's William. Mama, I don't need your thanks. This is Ai Erbafu's order. I won't give you my life back. Linlin snorted coldly. He looked down at the other party with a strong look. Squinting her eyes, she threatened, whether you will join us next or not, if I find you dare to do something bad to us, the next 10 times will not only deprive you of your youth. She bared her teeth and showed a devilish smile. If the other party has any bad ideas, she doesn't mind turning the other party into a truly obedient and invincible puppet. After saying that, no matter what Crane thinks, Linlin hugged Aier's arm. She regained her innocence in the past. Pointing to the huge island cloud, Homai said happily, hee, Aier, let's build a paradise like Sabayati archipelago on it. Sally has asked Moss to bring back the Yarkai mangrove and other seeds. Crane heard this. His pupil shrank. He actually wants to cultivate Yarkai mangrove? Okay, it's up to you. Aier smiled and nodded. Those various seeds. He had originally asked Sally, the intelligence chief of the fallen angel pirates, to prepare them. It was for the purpose of transforming Atlantis. Hee, the seeds are all here. Lily, who was standing by, ran over like offering a treasure, holding a bag that was only the size of a thumb compared to her little giant body. By the way, sister. Aier took the seeds. He looked at the lush green forest with beautiful scenery not far away. He smiled and instructed little Ounce, who was sitting on the head of the fishman Jane, who had shrunk in size, I'll need you to help move this forest and land over there. Next, we're going to turn it into an aerial fortress. Okay, no problem. Little Ounce scratched his head and responded happily. In the surprised eyes of Crane, it jumped directly to the open space. Swish, the ability of the mini fruit was released. In an instant, the body continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The earth shook. In front of the former naval headquarters Commodore He, there were also the three-eyed girl Lillian, the mermaid girl Eli, the cat fur girl Tom and other new members of the fallen angel pirates who had never seen Ounce's huge body, with some unbelievable eyes. A humanoid monster with horns and a huge body of no less than 30 meters appeared there. It was indescribably shocking. Is this Ounce's real body? Hiss. It's bigger than Gerd, a giant. Is this the legendary ancient giant? So big. Everyone looked up. Looking at the unattainable little Ounce. Some of them could not help but sweat. Feeling great pressure. Some So that's it, he is from the ancient giants. Looking at the monster-like, scalp-numbing huge figure in front of him, he suddenly realized, no wonder his strength can compete with Garp. Yes, Little Ounce is the famous villain in North Blue, the descendant of the demon Ounce. In fact, he is far from adulthood. Aier hugged his arms and smiled and said, in the future, he will definitely be bigger. I think you who came from North Blue should have heard of the legend of the demon Ounce. He believed that Little Ounce, who has been exercising for many years, will truly become an adult in the future. By then, no matter the size or strength, it will definitely exceed the original trajectory, and it is very likely to catch up with or even surpass his ancestor, the demon Ounce. The demon Ounce, who was once famous in North Blue and caused panic in the world, and even the world government was helpless, is not comparable to the half-baked stuff like the barbarian tyrant. Just like the giants, there are giant warriors with relatively ordinary strength. There are also strong ones like the leaders of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Bragi. And among the ancient giants, there are naturally strong and weak. There is no doubt that Tobike is one of the best. Demon Ounce. Tsuru's pupils shrank sharply. She took a breath of cold air. Born in North Blue, she naturally heard of the existence of Demon Ounce. It is said that he was a big villain who made countless people tremble with fear 400 or 500 years ago. Known as the transporter of the country, he likes to transport the islands or countries he likes to his own territory. 0. Ounce, I will cut the whole forest next, and you will be responsible for the transportation. Ai directly pulled out the barbarian dragon Hoko on his back and said to Little Ounce with a smile. No problem, leave it to me, Ai. Little Ounce patted his chest. Although he is not as good as his ancestor, the Demon Ounce, he can't do such exaggerated things as transporting countries and islands. But he is also very confident in his own strength. Woohoo! Aier said no more, and his eyes were fixed. In the shocked eyes of he and others. His figure was like lightning, and he flew above the forest. Hoo-hoo! The barbarian dragon Hoko danced, blowing up amazing wind pressure, constantly tearing the atmosphere and waving it out. Chi! 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 The sound of breaking through the air continued. One after another, dazzling and terrifying huge slashes poured out like lightning. One after another, they hit the forest, accompanied by a series of rumbling noises. One after another, huge slash marks that were exaggeratedly large and bottomless. Crossing like a chessboard, the entire forest was cut into pieces. It's up to you, Ounce. Seeing Aier stop, Gerd put his hands on his waist and said to Little Ounce with a smile. All of you get out of the way, don't block me. Tay, D. The sound was like a bell. The huge Little Ounce ran towards the forest with full energy. A loud roar. Dust flew, and rocks splashed. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Little Ounce's huge and hard 10 fingers went directly along the cracks cut by Aier and inserted into the depths of the land. Get up! He shouted there. He gritted his teeth tightly, his muscles tensed, and his veins bulged. His huge legs even caused the ground to crack and collapse. Smoke and dust rolled. A large number of rocks and plants kept rolling down. As an ancient giant, he had been practicing rigorously for a long time, and his physique was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this moment, he burst out with amazing power. It was even bigger than Little Ounce himself, hundreds of meters wide, and the exaggerated surface was hit by him. It was like a huge mountain, and he lifted it into the air with all his strength. In terms of mobilizing the whole body's strength and the explosive power shown by Haki in an instant or a short period of time, most of the powerful people on the sea can match or even crush the ancient giants like Little Ounce. But if it comes to real strength, there are very few who can really match it after lifting weights for a long time. In addition to the huge size of the ancient giants, they can easily lift very exaggerated heavy objects. Only a natural monster like Aier who perfectly inherited the bloodline of the Lunaria clan and the giant clan can directly surpass these ancient giant clans. Gurgle! Such a large forest was lifted up. I finally know why the Demon Ounce caused panic in the past. Tisk tisk, it's really exaggerated. Incredible. Witnessing this shocking scene full of visual impact, all the people of the fallen angel pirates present were stunned and amazed. Crane, who was born in North Blue and had heard about the legend of the Demon Ounce since childhood, was even more touched. From the Little Ounce, he fully felt the horror of his ancestor, the Demon Ounce. It's so exaggerated when he was a minor. If he waits until the Little Ounce really becomes an adult, those small islands and towns may be easily moved away. Chapter 106. Soon. Above the huge island cloud, All the members of the fallen angel pirates, including Crane, looked at him in shock. Pieces of huge forest land were directly moved to the top by the huge body, which fully demonstrated its demon bloodline and infinite power. They were quickly spliced and combined together. Then, Little Ounce brought a lot of soil to fill the cracks. A beautiful forest appeared there. Woohoo! The tall figure flew over Atlantis. Looking down at the forest that occupied a corner below, he nodded with satisfaction. Aier/Auni-chan, it's up to you next. Linlin, Lily, Gerd, and others shouted excitedly to Aier in the air. Igog! Aier chuckled. Then, a large amount of seeds were directly scattered on the island cloud. Roar! In the shocked eyes of he and the others. One by one, the feathered serpent gods with golden horns, huge bodies, and majestic like covering the sky and the sun appeared there. Landed on the huge island cloud. Ai, who turned into a feathered serpent god his eyes were stern. At this moment, it seemed as if there was an invisible domain, covering an area of several kilometers in radius. The ability to control plant growth. Directly activated. The seeds of the Yarkai mangroves took root and sprouted there, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into luxuriant ginseng trees. A large number of thick tree roots penetrated directly into the island cloud. Densely packed, crisscrossed, intertwined. A large amount of sap was secreted. As these Yarkai mangroves breathed 30 and constantly turned into bubbles, flying into the air one after another. Against the backdrop of the sun, it presents a colorful brilliance, gorgeous. After leaving the special environment and climate, they exploded in the sky one after another. Moreover, some thick tree roots were exposed on the surface like morning glories, secreting tree sap visible to the naked eye, and occasionally spitting out huge bubbles that were exaggeratedly large. At the same time, there were a lot of vines growing intertwined there. It turned into a huge wooden house, swings, seesaws, Ferris wheels, roller coasters, carousels, huge windmills. There were even large areas with colorful flowers. It turned into a beautiful flower garden, beautiful beyond words. It was no different from the dreamland of the past. Hehe, let's look at me next. At this time, the smiling Gerd, riding on the thundercloud Zeus, he flew to the island. Looking at the huge plant buildings and various entertainment facilities, he directly activated the ability of the soul fruit and injected soul into them. I am a flower. Ferris wheel. Roller coaster go. Carousel turn around flower. All of a sudden, a magical scene appeared. Most of these plants and vines were given life and came alive like a miracle. Even the giant version of the Ferris wheel, carousel, roller coaster, also had anthropomorphic masks. It started to turn there. Hiss. Tickets. Am I dreaming? It's a miracle. It's just like a fairy tale world in a dream. As expected of Lord Aier, you are so amazing. Lord Gerd's ability is really amazing. In just such a short time, this place has become a dreamlike fairy tale paradise. The former Marine who had never seen Crane, and other newcomers who had just joined the fallen angel pirates, all opened their mouths wide, a little unbelievable. It was indescribable shock. That's about it, don't waste too much soul power on it. Looking at the dream world of bubbles flying, Aier, who has regained his human form, smiled and said to Gerd, next, we need to build a large-scale homies core. Looking at the other open spaces on the island cloud. Further transformation of the aerial fortress will naturally have to wait until we return to New World. Don't worry about this. Caught some huge bubbles and injected 20,000 into them. Let them become bubble homies, floating in the air, flying around. Sitting on it directly, Gerd was full of confidence and said with a smile, because we don't need to consider their combat capabilities, we don't consume much soul, and the soul power is still sufficient. Hee, great! It's exactly the same as the bubbles in Sabayati archipelago. Linlin and Lily, two lively girls, ran over impatiently. They jumped onto the large bubble homies that could be fully supported by their little giant bodies, full of excitement. The three-eyed girl Lillian, the mermaid girl Lily, the female dancer Baka and other female members also stared at the dreamlike world. Their big eyes showed joy and expectation. They were eager to try. At the same time, far away in the holy land of Marie Joyce, in a luxurious and spacious meeting room, the CPO officer in the lead, who was wearing a white suit and a mask, slammed the table heavily. 20 devil fruits, it's simply too much, we can't agree to it. Whether it was him or the other CPO officers standing behind him, they couldn't help but look murderous, staring fiercely at the Colonel Merkel in front of them. They wanted to rush up and tear him into pieces. They never thought that an inconspicuous Marine colonel would brazenly run to the Holy Land Marie Joyce and fearlessly reveal his identity as a member of the Fallen Angel Pirates. They said that he represented the Fallen Angel AIER to negotiate with the world government. Originally, they wanted to capture the other party and torture him severely, and wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Fallen Angel Pirates and the kidnapped world nobles. But the other party was completely fearless and directly threatened with the kidnapped celestial dragons. They claimed that if the time came and they didn't go back, or even if the life card showed any danger, the celestial dragons would immediately lose their arms and legs. And they would also take the celestial dragons' broken limbs were sent to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. There was no guarantee that they would do other crazy things. They were shocked and angry, but also had some concerns, fearing that celestial dragons would be hurt, so they had to report the situation as soon as possible. Finally, the 5 elders were alarmed, and they were directly authorized to follow the angel pirates to negotiate. Don't stare at me with such murderous eyes, I will be scared. Colonel Merkel was completely worried that the other party would make a move, and smiled and said, "First of all, I am not here to negotiate with you, but to inform you of the world government. Don't think you can bargain. Now we are the generals." And outside the door, a figure wearing armor, tightly fitting, with no face exposed at all. Under the helmet mask, there was a playful smile. Although he knew that in the eyes of the world government, the safety of celestial dragons is more important than anything else. But Sally, who disguised herself as Colonel Merkel, certainly would not foolishly take risks with her body. No one could have imagined that it was not her real body, but a dough doll she made using her own Paramecia dough fruit ability. Although there was a distance limit, it was enough to be indistinguishable from the real thing and ensure her own safety. 20 devil fruits, no problem. Suddenly, the Den Mushi next to him suddenly spoke in an old and majestic voice, "But you must ensure that celestial dragons cannot be harmed in any way, like the Phoenix Saint that you destroyed before. Not even a single bit of damage is allowed, let alone any humiliation." Eta. Several CPO members were startled. They stood aside respectfully. "No problem, pirates are also trustworthy." Colonel Merkel was stunned for a moment, but still nodded with a smile. "Tell me, the time and place for the exchange of ransom and hostages." Den Mushi imitated the outline of the 5 elders and spoke in a deep voice. They did not say anything harsh, but only calm and indifferent. They did not try to use their power to pressure others to let the other party release the people obediently. Because daring to do such a thing is enough to prove how daring these guys are. They are not afraid of mere threats at all. Saying more will only lower the style of the world government itself, which is meaningless. After rescuing the kidnapped Celestials' dragons, they will naturally let the other party know what terror is, and how foolish it is to challenge the majesty of the world government. At that time, we will use thundering means and the most cruel punishment to make these lawless thugs regret coming to this world. Big people are straightforward, please rest assured, this is also the purpose of my special visit. Colonel Merkel did not beat around the bush and said directly, Lord Aier means that in order to prevent you world government from doing tricks secretly, and to show our sincerity, the 3 world nobles will be released in 3 transactions. World government has a deep foundation. There are a lot of devil fruit in hand. No one can say for sure whether there are any special space-related abilities. In all likelihood, they will agree to the terms of the fallen angel pirates on the surface, but secretly they will try every possible means to make other preparations, gather combat forces and set up a killing plan. Maybe when they just show up, the world government may use some space-based devil fruit ability that is hard to defend against to directly rescue the people. While leaving the fallen angel pirates with nothing, they may also face a large number of combat forces to besiege them, and lose more than they gain. Therefore, in order to prevent accidents, AIER had to divide the transaction into 3 times after careful consideration. Although it may be a bit procrastinated and take some time, at least the first 2 transactions should be relatively safe. Even if the world government may inevitably make some small moves, it must have some concerns and may not dare to risk the safety of celestial dragons and make a big move regardless of the consequences. After all, once AIER really does something crazy directly, it is something that the world government cannot bear. As long as the celestial dragons are still in his hands, dragons as bargaining chips. After 2 transactions, they can at least get most of the ransom. And when it comes to the 3rd transaction, you can guess with your eyes closed that there will be murderous intentions everywhere. At that time, it depends on each other's trump cards and methods. Anyway, the overall control depends on the initiative. AIER is not afraid, and he is full of confidence. At least, he is sure to get out of it unscathed. What? No, we don't agree. It must be exchanged at one time to redeem all celestial dragons. This is what Lord Aier meant, I am just responsible for notifying you. 11. The 5 elders on the other end of the Den Mushi were silent for a moment. His facial expression changed, and with a hint of sarcasm, he spoke again coldly, Fallen Angel Aier, is that all he has? It seems that we overestimated him. How to trade? Whether it is overestimated or underestimated, you all know it in your heart, Colonel Merkel still smiled, completely unmoved. Even when facing the 5 elders, who control the highest power of the world government, there was no tension or retreat, and he went straight to the point. For the first transaction, you must first take out 10 devil fruits as ransom. And there must be 2 logia, 2 mythical beasts, and 3 ancient species. Impossible. Don't dream, do you think we are fools? If the most valuable devil fruit is handed over to you first, how can the safety of celestial dragons be guaranteed? Hearing this, the CPO agents present, all of them changed their faces. Staring at this, Colonel Merkel, the world government will never agree to your request. We will give you 5 devil fruits at most as a ransom in exchange for the first celestial dragon. The 5 elders' somewhat annoyed voice came from the Den Mushi. We also need to see your sincerity to ensure that the remaining celestial dragons will not be harmed. If you are only willing to give out 5 devil fruits, it's not impossible. Colonel Merkel smiled and said, but they must all be the abilities of logia or mythical beasts. What? Absolutely impossible. Don't push it any further. Chapter 107. What? Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the Marshal's office, Haymans William, who received the communication from the world government, could not help but change his face. Frightened and angry, he stood up suddenly and lost his voice in disbelief. You said that Naval Headquarters Colonel Harry Merkel is a member of the fallen pirates. Hey, are you mistaken? Harry Merkel. He is not an ordinary marine colonel, but his nephew of Haas William. Although his talent is not outstanding, he is also quite competitive. At the age of 25, he has reached the level of Naval Headquarters Colonel, which makes him quite satisfied. He was originally going to use his privilege as a Marine Marshal to pick a decent devil fruit from the treasury and give it to the other party to improve his strength by 10 times. When he is free, he will personally train him well. At that time, with the protection and support of this Marine Marshal, and after accumulating experience, it should not be a problem for him to become the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters in the future. But he never expected that the entire treasure house would be emptied by the fallen angel pirates, and his plan failed. This morning, he specifically instructed Harry Merkel to personally lead people to monitor Crane, who was already handcuffed, and whose youth had been taken away, becoming old and weak, and unable to resist. Even the poisoned wine he sent was handled by Harry Merkel. And he asked him to watch the flower of the Marine, who was always outstanding in wisdom, drink it with his own eyes to check whether he was really dead. After Harry Merkel reported back and confirmed that Crane was dead, and received a request from the world government, he asked him to gather a few confidants to secretly send Crane's body to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce and hand it over to Phoenix Saint. As a result, now CP told him that Merkel was a member of the fallen angel pirates. This made his face change drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had an ominous premonition. Yes, he claimed to be a member of the fallen angel pirates. Although it is not clear whether his identity was faked or he was caught for some reason and secretly joined the fallen angel pirates. The voice of the CPO officer came from the Den Den Mushi. I heard that he is your nephew, Marshal William. It is impossible for him to degenerate. So it is most likely the former. You, the Sea Country, should find out the situation of Colonel Merkel as soon as possible. Damn it, then he must have been secretly replaced by someone with some special ability. Hammond's William looked ugly. Furious, he gritted his teeth and shouted to the outside, "Come on!" Before the adjutant who rushed in saluted, the Marine Marshal with a sullen face was already there roaring, "Check Colonel Merkel's dormitory immediately." "Ah? Is it?" The adjutant was stunned. "Colonel Merkel? Isn't that Marshal William's nephew? Is there something wrong?" For a moment, sweat broke out on his forehead and he called those people running towards the Marine dormitory. "So, what's the situation now?" Hammond's William took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "When will the hostages be exchanged?" The fallen angel pirates require 3 exchanges, each time only one world noble can be returned. The first transaction will be in 3 days, and the location is Sabayati Archipelago. After all, the other party is the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. The CPO officer on the other end of the Den Den Mushi did not mean to hide it. Moreover, after the negotiation, the guy left directly on the warship. We didn't dare to stop him because we were worried about the safety of the Celestial Dragons. Originally, we sent a surveillance ship to track the whole process, but the warship suddenly sank into the sea a few minutes ago, and the guy also lost his trace. Click. Hang up the phone. Hammond's William's face was livid. He, the Marine Marshal, was actually fooled. He didn't even recognize his nephew who was impersonated and stood in front of him. Damn it, he was almost certain that Crane, the Marine Commodore, must still be alive. The only thing that can make people feel relieved is that they can directly conclude that Crane betrayed Marine, degenerated into collusion with pirates, and betrayed justice. Don't worry about Sengoku and Garp being too emotional. But they must also be prevented from being instigated. Defection from Marine. Boo boo. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi on the desk rang. Before Hammond's William spoke, the phone simulated the outline of the side dish. The adjutant's somewhat frightened voice came out, "Marshal William. What happened? How is Merkel?" Hammond's William's eyelids twitched, and he felt something was wrong. This young and promising nephew, who does not have the bad habits of those playboys, is his favorite junior. Originally, if it weren't for such a change, he was going to match him with Crane, the flower of Marine. We found Colonel Merkel's body in the toilet. On the other side of the Den Den Mushi. A rather luxuriously decorated inside the Marine officer's apartment. Hammonds Williams' adjutant was sweating profusely as he examined the body and reported to the Den Mushi, judging from the time, he should have been killed at 3 or 4 in the morning. And Colonel Merkel's body was intact, with no obvious external injuries. I'm afraid he was suffocated to death by a target who suddenly broke in silently while he was sleeping. Because Colonel Merkel lives in a single-person officer's apartment, and someone saw him go out early in the morning, and there was no smell of blood, so he was not found to be abnormal. What? Hammonds Williams' face changed drastically. His figure flashed and he lived in Lee Park. His eyes were spitting fire, and he roared there, "Damn fallen angel pirates! Hee hee! Linlin, don't mess around! Gerd, do you want to come and play? Everyone, let's ride the Ferris wheel together!" And at this time, far away in a certain sea area, a magnificent and huge sky island with anthropomorphic facial makeup was floating above the sea. Surprisingly, in the forest above, colorful bubbles were flying, and there were all kinds of anthropomorphic entertainment facilities that seemed to have life, like a fairy tale paradise. Linlin, Lily, Gerd, Lillian, and others all ran to the Ferris wheel homies. "Tsuru, do you want to join us?" Gerd smiled. He invited Crane, the former Marine Commodore. "No, it's too childish. You guys play." Crane, who was wearing a ponytail and full of heroic spirit, crossed her arms and shook her head to refuse. Looking at the towering Ferris wheel, which was designed according to the proportions of the giants and made of countless wooden vines, her eyes showed a little eagerness to try. But she still turned her head and said coolly, Mama, a certain female marine is afraid to sit." Linlin rolled her eyes and sneered unceremoniously. "Humph, what a poor way to provoke. Sit down if you want. What am I afraid of?" Crane originally felt that it was a bit out of place and wanted to refuse. Linlin's mocking words made her face flushed and she jumped up directly. "Ferris wheel safety rope. A Ferris wheel with a female face." There, he happily manipulated a large number of vines, which were like seat belts, tightly entangling everyone, to prevent them from falling down accidentally when rotating at high speed. "Everyone, sit tight. We are all ready. Ferris wheel, start." "Yes, Ferris wheel turn and turn." "Too slow, Ferris wheel, speed up for me." "Wait, Linlin, don't go so fast. Speed up, turn and turn." Not far away, there is also a lake-like swimming pool with various fish in it. The beautiful mermaid girl, Eli, is swimming happily on it, and from time to time she jumps directly onto the flying bubble homies, feeling indescribably happy. And Aier, Locke, Barry, Moss, and other few cotters of the fallen angel pirates. They gathered in a huge and spacious wooden house. Tisk tisk, what a magical masterpiece! Just now with World the government completed the negotiations, and Barry, who was the user of the mirror fruit, was directly led over by the mirror that had been marked long ago. The beautiful figure who walked out of the mirror world looked at this dreamy sky castle. Looking at the people who were playing happily and screaming on the Ferris wheel, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you for your hard work, welcome back here, Sally." Aier, who was sitting in the main seat, smiled and asked, "How is the situation?" "Yes, Lee, hello, Lord Aier, the mission is successfully completed." Looking at the tall and handsome Lord Aier with a burning gaze, the witch Sally smiled and said, "I want to ask for your opinion on the button. In order to prevent the world government from plotting any conspiracy, it will be divided into 3 transactions. The first exchange of hostages originally required the handover of 2 Logia, 2 mythical beast species, and 3 ancient species, but the world government disagreed. Speaking of this, Sally paused and smiled, but after bargaining, they agreed to hand over a Logia, a mythical beast, an ancient species, and 4 other devil fruits first. The second time, hand over another Logia, an ancient species, and 5 other devil fruits. The third time, hand over another mythical beast, an ancient species, and 4 other devil fruits. 3 days later, we will exchange the first hostage in Sabayati archipelago. Although it takes a little time, it is a relatively safe method. Aier nodded. World government is not a fool. Naturally, he will not let him lead by the nose. His eyes flickered, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the first 2 transactions were easy to talk about. The world government should not dare to play tricks. But the 3rd time, we must be fully prepared. From the style of the world government, this is the case. Chapter 108. At the same time, the first half of New World, Dressrosa. A commercial building with a large area, 7 or 8 floors high, luxuriously decorated, named Fairy Building, stands there. In a town where most buildings are 2 or 3 stories high, it stands out like a crane among chickens. This is one of the underground giants in New World that has emerged in the past 2 years, a large shopping mall under the Tyne Group. The upper floor is quite luxurious. Dressrosa is the only 4-star hotel, and the lower 2 floors are large chain supermarkets with branches in many countries and islands in New World. Not only a variety of daily necessities, but also specialties, clothing, famous wines, etc. from various islands in the New World and even the 4 Seas, and the first half of the Grand Line. Everything is available here. Because of the variety of goods, good quality, and low price, it is highly sought after and welcomed by the people of Dressrosa. In particular, the tourist beaches and large amusement parks developed by its subsidiaries have greatly revitalized the tourism industry in Dressrosa and brought a lot of economic income to this country, which is not rich to begin with. Even King Liko of Dressrosa has repeatedly visited the door to express his gratitude in person. The Tyne Group has brought great changes to Dressrosa, created more employment opportunities, and promoted the development of the tourism industry in Dressrosa. The economic situation of this country, which was originally very poor and whose people could only tighten their belts and reluctantly pay huge amounts of gold to ensure the status of the 300 member states of the world government, has been significantly improved. The faces of the people of Dressrosa. There were also many more smiles. At this time, on the top floor of the Fairy Building, in a luxuriously decorated hall, several little people who were not even the size of a normal person's palm came here with excitement. The young man of the little people in the lead presented a devil fruit to the business giant of the underground world like a treasure. This is the devil fruit that our Dantata tribe just found. Is it the ability you are looking for? Devil fruit. In front of them, the young man of the Longhands tribe, who was full of nouveau riche temperament, wearing a gorgeous pink suit, a neatly combed back hair, a big gold chain as thick as a thumb, and big gold rings on all 10 fingers, raised his eyebrows. No one knew that he, the chairman of the Tyne Trade Group, actually had another identity, the real behind-the-scenes person in charge of the New World branch of the original Dream House member Hell. However, in order to confuse the world government, that is a private identity. Except for some internal staff of the Hell Chamber of Commerce and the cotters of the fallen angel pirates. Outsiders don't know. Thank you for your hard work. All devil fruits, our Tyne Group is willing to pay a lot of money. I know you don't need money, but we will trade with your Tontata tribe with goods of equal value. Surprised to take the devil fruit? The long-handed young man Tyne said with a smile. He took out a devil fruit illustration from the bookshelf as soon as possible and flipped through it. When Tyne Group settled in Dressrosa, Boss Aier asked him to build a good relationship with these villains of the Tontata tribe and trick them into finding devil fruit for themselves. Not to mention, the luck of these villains is really good. In the past 2 years, they have successively obtained 2 Zoan devil fruits from the Tontata tribe. One is the bug fruit bumblebee form, and the other is the bug fruit rhinoceros beetle form. Is this the Paramecia deng fruit? Tyne was surprised and delighted. Because this is one of the devil fruits that the Aier boss told him to find as much as possible. As a member of the original Dream House, his talent is actually not inferior to Locke and others. It's just that he doesn't like fighting and killing, and prefers to deal with money. So, after asking the AIER boss, with the support of the other party, he became the behind-the-scenes person in charge of the Hell Chamber of Commerce in New World. At present, for the outside world, the Hell Chamber of Commerce is well known. In recent years, it has developed extremely rapidly and has long monopolized the food, medicinal materials, and other lucrative industries in New World, and is gradually spreading to the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. But, this is only on the surface. In fact, the Hell Chamber of Commerce also controls large and small chambers of commerce groups, both openly and secretly. The business territory is gradually expanding, and has gradually begun to get involved in various industries such as hotels, shopping malls, and shipping in New World. On the surface, these business giants in various industries have nothing to do with each other, and some are even in competition. But in fact, most of them have developed one after another with the secret support of the Hell Chamber of Commerce. The Tyne Trading Group, which has emerged in the past 2 years, is also one of them. Some of the leaders are trained by slaves bought from the black market by the Hell Chamber of Commerce from all over the world in various ways. There are also former members of the Dream House like Tyne Deng Deng Fruit. Hearing Tyne's words, several members of the Tontata tribe were confused. "Thank you very much, this is exactly the devil fruit we need." "Hehe, as long as it is useful to you, President Tyne. Thank you for giving us such a big help. Those specialties from all over the world are really great." A few polite words. Several little people from the Tontata tribe were sent away. Tyne couldn't wait to take out a black encrypted Den Den Mushi and dialed a number. Dong. 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 But he didn't speak directly, but knocked on the table. One heavy and two light. Soon, the Den Den Mushi also made a dong dong sound. Two heavy and one light. "Hello, Tyne." In the Den Den Mushi, Moss's voice came out, "I heard that you are doing well, and you are having a hot relationship with a lady from a noble family in Dressrosa. What's heavy? Get out." Tyne cursed angrily. But he couldn't suppress his joy and said directly, "Tell Boss Aier that I have found the Paramecia Genjin fruit he is looking for in Dressrosa." As the person in charge of the Hell Chamber of Commerce in the New World secretly. At present, the Open Tyne Trade Group has already had a considerable influence, and there are countless people who flatter him every day. Even some princes and nobles and wealthy landlords have to kneel down and beg him, hoping to cooperate with the Tyne Group. No matter his identity or status, it is not comparable to ordinary people. These are all given by the boss Aier. Oh? The Genjin fruit. Far in the front half of the Grand Line. Above the aerial fortress Atlantis in a certain sea area. Aier received a report from Moss. "I couldn't help but be surprised. You came at the right time." He stood on the towering wooden house. The ability of the Genjin fruit is still very useful for the current fallen angel pirates. Subconsciously looking outside, the three-eyed girl who was playing happily with Linlin and others, Aier smiled and said, "Then you keep it first. I'll ask Moss to bring it over later." Not only is he the legendary three-eyed tribe, he also has the observation Haki that is quite strong. He is also talented in swordsmanship and has a very high talent for sailing. He is a good candidate. Yes. Chapter 109. Katsuru. Sengoku. 2 days later. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the White Ward of the Marine Hospital. The figures on the 2 beds woke up from their comas one after another. Are you Garp/Sengoku? Wrapped in medical bandages. Like mummies, the 2 people lying on the beds unable to move turned their heads with difficulty. They looked at each other in surprise. But they still recognized each other through voice and eyes. "Garp, where is Katsuru?" Sengoku was full of excitement. He tried to struggle to get up. But he felt extremely weak and in great pain. The wound on his chest seemed to be about to split open, making him gasp. I don't know, I fainted too. Garp groaned, grinning, that BD fallen angel was so cruel, I felt that all the bones in my body were broken. But the two of us were able to save our lives, probably because we were hacked. Admiral saved him. F/S. Garp hesitated to speak. Although he was worried, he was not optimistic about Crane's situation. You know, Charlotte Linlin took away 50 or 60 years of his life. Even if the Hack Admiral could save him, he might not be able to recover his lost youth. Especially, the fallen angel Aier gave him a terrifying feeling. It was like a prehistoric beast, making people tremble. I'm afraid that the Hack Admiral might not be his opponent. You woke up. Marine Admiral Kong, who had rushed back from New World, walked in from outside with heavy steps. Admiral Kong, how long have we been unconscious? Looking at his immediate superior, Sengoku couldn't wait to ask, how is Crane? You have been unconscious for 3 whole days, as for Crane. Kong hesitated to speak. What happened to Crane? Sengoku and Garp's faces changed, with an ominous premonition. Just 2 days ago, because the world government wanted to deal with her, Crane was instigated by the fallen angel pirates who infiltrated naval headquarters, and pretended to commit suicide by taking poison and defected. Sighed. Kong had a solemn face and said in a deep voice, in order to escape from naval headquarters, they brutally killed Marshal William's nephew Colonel Merkel, used some fruit ability to disguise himself as him, and left on a warship. They even brazenly ran to the Holy Land Marie Joyce to negotiate with the world government. This morning, Marine has issued a bounty for Crane. Said. He took out a bounty from his arms and showed it to the two. On it, Crane was wearing a Marine uniform, carrying a gun, and looking very energetic. Thousands of Cranes, bounty of 55 million Baileys, regardless of life or death. The reason why the photo shows Crane's young appearance. It's because in the eyes of the Marine executives, Crane had most likely betrayed justice and joined the fallen angel pirates. Naturally, the other party returned his lost lifespan and restored his youth. What? Are you kidding? Hearing this, his head boomed. Garp and Sengoku almost fainted, shocked and angry. Because they were too excited, they tore the wounds, and the bandages on their bodies began to bleed. Damn it! Assholes! Those assholes are confusing right and wrong. Not to mention how angry Sengoku and Garp were. Crane, far away in a certain sea area, looked at his bounty list and the report in the newspaper, and his whole face was a little livid. Moreover, he was so angry that he was shaking with anger. Ah! The rebellious Marine Commodore Crane fled for fear of crime. Because of saving Celestial Dragon's mission failed, in order to escape punishment and restore youth, he did not hesitate to degenerate and took the initiative to join the Fallen Angel Pirates. Collaborated with the Fallen Angel Pirates to murder Colonel Harry Merkel and fled from the naval headquarters. Offended Celestial Dragons, and then defected for fear of crime. The bounty of 55 million Baileys is not a small amount. Tisk tisk, what a set of words. Linlin, Lily, Gerd, and others on the side. Looking at the newspaper, Kane smiled at the fallen Marine Commodore. Humph, I was blind to believe in this despicable villain. His face changed, and his proud chest rose and fell. Took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his indignation. She looked at the two instigators, Linlin and Nakin, who were gloating and complacent, with a murderous look, and snorted coldly, but, isn't this just what you want? She was not unprepared for the reward from the Marine. But I didn't expect that Marine Marshal Hammond's William was so shameless, just like those politicians. UNER. It was obvious that he forced her to take poison and commit suicide, but because of his carelessness, the fallen angel pirates took advantage of him and let him survive. He dared to bite back. He smeared himself, saying that she wanted to survive and restore her appearance. She took the initiative to betray Marine, fell into depravity and joined the fallen angel pirates, and became a pirate. Tsuru, since it's like this. Lillian hugged Tsuru and said with a smile, why don't you join us? Those guys will be PD off. These past few days. Tsuru has a grudge with Linlin, Nakin, and others, and their relationship is not very good. On the contrary, he got along well with her, a three-eyed tribe member, and the two of them had a good relationship on weekdays. The other party did not mind her identity as a three-eyed tribe member at all, nor did he hate his third eye, which made Lillian very fond of him. He remained silent. Her heart was full of complexity and entanglement. Although she was completely disappointed with the justice of Marine and even a little angry. But because the village where she was born was often robbed by pirates, her parents were also killed by pirates. She had been determined to become a Marine and fight against pirates since she was a child. In her heart, she still did not want to become a pirate. Although, through the secret observation over the past 2 days, she found that the fallen angel pirates might really be different from ordinary pirates. In particular, the leader of the fallen angel pirates, the fallen angel Ai, really has a very extraordinary personality charm, and his words and deeds make people believe in him. Infected by his ideas and will. No wonder those guys, even if they knew what the consequences of kidnapping and killing celestial dragons would be, were not afraid. He would follow the other party's footsteps even if he was chased by the world government. Take your time to think about it, don't rush to make a decision. Aier's tall figure. He walked over slowly and said with a smile. The meat was already rotten in the pot, he was not afraid that the other party would run away. Thank you. He nodded gently. Moss is back. At this time, a huge pseudo-tooth bird flapped its wings from afar. It landed in front of everyone. Swish! It turned back into human form. Moss, who was exhausted, did not procrastinate. He directly handed a blue treasure box to Aier. Aier boss, this is what Tyne gave me. 0 flowers 0.0144093330 Flyla 1712833011. Thank you for your hard work. Aier nodded. He opened the treasure box, and there was a strange devil fruit inside. It was exactly the same as he remembered. Is this, the staring fruit? His eyes widened in surprise. She had a photographic memory and had already seen the devil fruit illustrations, and had memorized the shapes of these fruits. She immediately recognized the devil fruit ability that Aier had just taken out of the treasure box. It was the Paramecia staring fruit. Staring fruit? What ability is that? Hearing he say this, Linlin, Lillian, Gerd, and others were all a little surprised. Looking at the devil fruit in Aier's hand, they were full of curiosity. The staring fruit is said to be able to see through objects and see through people's hearts, and tears can also be used as weapons. He recalled the relevant records in the devil fruit illustrations and briefly introduced it there. Let alone just seeing through people's hearts. It's enough to amaze people. Bo! Isn't that the perspective eye? And it can actually see through people's hearts. It's really an incredible ability. Everyone was a little amazed. But before they finished speaking, Aier directly sent the staring fruit to the three-eyed girl, Lillian. She was stunned. All three eyes were wide open. Since it is an eye-type ability, it may be more compatible with your three-eyed ability that has not yet awakened, and it may produce unexpected effects. Chuckling, he stuffed the staring fruit into her hand, and Aier smiled and said, besides, now that we have officially used Atlantis, the Sky Fortress, as the flying ark of the fallen angel pirates, we also need an excellent navigator. Lillian, you also have a good talent for navigation, and can serve as the navigator and lookout of the fallen angel pirates. He himself and Moss have certain knowledge of navigation. With their own flying ability, they can easily bypass those storms in the first place. Even the long-bred who did not follow over from New World is a chef and navigator with good strength. Poseidon. Although Atlantis, the sky fortress, has good flying ability, its huge size is there, and its speed is not as exaggerated as theirs. If you face some sudden large storms and fail to detect climate change in the first time and avoid it in time, it will be quite troublesome. And next, the fallen angel pirates will expand on a large scale, and even form a pirate fleet. The more Poseidons, the better. The most important thing is that there is the ability of the stare fruit. Next, it will undoubtedly come in handy. It can prevent the world government. But, AIER sir. Although it is very tempting. But hearing AIER say this, Lillian is full of entanglement. She doesn't want to hide in the back and be protected by everyone. She wants to be like Linlin and Gerd, as a fighter of the fallen angel pirates, and rush to the front line. In addition to following AIERER, to build a great dream country. Her dream is to become a great swordsman. How can she hide quietly in the back and watch? A navigator who can't fight is not a good navigator. AIER, who instantly understood her thoughts, touched her head and said with a smile, who said that navigators or lookouts can't fight? Hey! Can I? Of course. Chapter 110. It didn't take long. Took a bite of the fruit in his hand. Lillian, with the purple face, was retching, it's so disgusting. Devil fruit is like this. Seeing this, the witch Sally, who was following AIER, hugged her arms, squeezed the proud curves, and said with a smile, but compared to being able to obtain powerful fruit abilities, this is nothing. That's right, we are very envious. Just take a bite, you don't have to eat it all. Nakin reminded with a smile. That won't work, it's better to be safe. Lillian heard it. Looking at the remaining fruit. After hesitating for a long time, she swallowed it directly. After all, it is a secret treasure of the sea worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. It would be a pity to throw it away. Especially, if it fails to obtain the ability, it will be bad. Lillian, can you see what I'm thinking? The giant girl Lily asked curiously. Are you wondering if I can really see through your heart and guess what you are thinking? Lily 577 and looked at her speechlessly and rolled her eyes. Hey! Lily's eyes widened, full of disbelief. I can really guess. Really guessed. Linlin was also full of surprise. Then Lillian, what am I thinking? You think the same as her? Wow, so magical. Linlin's eyes widened. The beautiful face was full of surprise. How can it be that fast? Lillian looked at the two of them, and said with a sullen smile, you two have your thoughts written on your faces. Is that so? Linlin and Lily looked at each other. The people present couldn't help but laugh. $73. Suddenly, Lillian's third eye. It flashed with a strange light, as if it had foreseen something. She widened the eye on her forehead and looked at AIER who was about to speak in front of her, and couldn't help but speak first. The power of the devil fruit should work soon. Lillian, wait patiently. Lord AIER, are you going to say this? Lillian, what are you talking about? Why are you talking to yourself all of a sudden? Hearing this, everyone was a little puzzled. But AIER's eyes fixed, staring at Lillian, full of surprise. Your eyes can also foresee the future. The observation Haki. He was sure that the other party had not just peeked into his heart. What? Foresee the future? Didn't you say mind reading? Hearing AIER say this, everyone present was shocked. Confused, they looked at Vivian in disbelief. Foresee the future? Is the ability of the staring fruit so exaggerated? I don't know, just like I can't. Lillian scratched her head and said in a daze, just now, suddenly, my third eye saw a strange picture, and I couldn't help but say it in front of you, AIER. Really foresee the future? Even Crane, who had memorized the devil fruit illustration, couldn't help but lose her voice. She looked at Lillian in disbelief, and couldn't help but say there, I heard that it is the highest level of observation Haki, and there are only a handful of people who can do this in the entire sea. The devil fruit illustration did not say that the ability of the staring fruit can directly foresee the future. It just said that you can observe the hearts of others. See through what the target is thinking. That's the ability to foresee the future. Aier raised his eyebrows. There was a blazing fire behind his head. He stared at the three-eyed girl. The next moment, he clenched his fists and shouted, the secret life returns. Swish! Woo! In the incredible eyes of newcomers such as he, Lillian, and the mermaid girl Lily. Swish! Aier, who was 9 meters tall, had an amazing momentum, his muscles were tense and rhythmic, and even his huge wings were shaking. The body was compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it became 3 meters tall. Shrinking. Can such a thing be done? Lillian and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. She never thought that Aier could actually shrink. How is this possible? As a marine, Crane had already mastered the 6 styles. He was also somewhat shocked to see that his body suddenly shrank to only about 3 meters, and was completely different from his previous huge body. He actually cultivated life return to this extent. For ordinary strong people, even if they have mastered life return, being able to freely manipulate hair and slightly shrinking the body is already the limit. It is incredible that the other party can compress the body to such an exaggerated degree. As long as you have perseverance, there is nothing you can't do. Aier turned around. He smiled at the Crane and said with a smile. Crane, perseverance? Are you kidding? Marines and CP agents who practiced the 6 styles so hard and unremittingly that they even wore themselves out were not lacking in perseverance. In comparison, talent is the most important thing. What a monster! What a terrible talent! Who do you think Aier is? Linlin looked at Crane, who was full of disbelief, held her head high and said proudly, others can't do it, but it doesn't mean he can't do it. In her eyes, Aier has always been omnipotent. She also firmly believed that the other party would definitely reach the top in the future and become the real king of the sea. And she, Charlotte Linlin, is the woman who will become the king of the sea. Looking at Aier, who is 3 meters tall in front of her. Sally, who is no less than 2 meters and 5 or 6 meters tall and beautiful, has a fiery look on her. She boldly stepped forward and took Aier's arm. Licking her red lips, she smiled and said, every time I see Lord Aier in this form, I feel inexplicably friendly. It's really great. Nightsheen's eyes were filled with love. 0. She stared at Aier's handsome figure. She couldn't help swallowing, but she was not as bold as Sally. Linlin and Gerd, the 2 guys who had already occupied the Eastern Palace and Western Palace positions, were still watching closely. Hey, Sally! Don't go too far, UBD. Linlin and Gerd both narrowed their eyes. They stared at Sally, the ever-changing witch, with hostility, revealing a dangerous aura. This guy always relies on his beauty and great figure, and always tries to take advantage of every opportunity to seduce Aier/Auni. They don't agree. Especially Linlin, who gritted her teeth. Looking at Sally's exaggerated curves and charming figure. She lowered her head and looked in front of her, where she could easily see 2 long boots. She clenched her fists, envious and jealous, and said unwillingly, damn it, I want to grow up quickly. Don't be so hostile. Sally smiled. The enchanting tall figure was full of infinite charm. She looked at the 2 women who were full of jealousy and covetous eyes, leaning on Aier. Aier's body, smiling and said, what's the matter, I can be the younger one. Whether it's her or Nakin. Even many women in the dream house. They have long been deeply attracted by the handsome face, powerful strength, and unique personality charm of this Lord Aier, and can't extricate themselves. That won't work either. Wow! You are so amazing, Liushan. Lillian was full of surprises, with stars in her eyes. She ran to Aier and looked up and down at Aier, whose body had shrunk significantly. Although he was still much taller than herself, it was not too outrageous. She was full of incredible 1.5. Okay, don't make a fuss. Sally, don't make a fuss either. Ignoring the jealous Linlin, Gerd, and others. Aier directly withdrew his hand from Sally's arms and gently stroked Lillian's head. Looking at the beautiful sapphire-like third eye on her forehead, she smiled softly. Now feel carefully, are there any other changes in your body or eyes? You can also try to verify your ability, for example, did you use observation Haki just now? This is a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, this girl is still a treasure girl. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the ability of the staring fruit, plus her innate extremely powerful observation Haki, and the combination of the potential racial talent of the three-eyed tribe. Produced incredible changes. Let her directly gain the ability to foresee the future. I'll try. It seems that I did use observation Haki unconsciously just now. Lillian nodded in sudden realization. Subconsciously using observation Haki, the third eye suddenly flashed a red light. For the first time, I saw the strange picture again. Chapter 111. Tisk tisk, foreseeing the future. Lillian, you did it so easily. It's really exaggerated, this is the power that countless people dream of. Is this the racial ability of the three-eyed tribe? No, the racial ability of the three-eyed tribe has nothing to do with this. Awesome! Not only does it have amazing insight, but it also has dynamic vision. Time passes. After repeated attempts and verifications. Although Lillian has just obtained the ability of the staring fruit, combined with observation Haki and the special third eye of the three-eyed tribe, it cannot be used freely. However, everyone present confirmed one thing, that is, she can really foresee the future. She even has a very sharp insight and amazing dynamic vision. In her eyes, the bullets fired are as slow as a snail, and she can see them clearly. She can also ignore obstacles and see through any target. She can easily read the voices of others and clearly understand what they are thinking. Some special paramecia abilities require specific gestures to be accurately activated. Some incredible things are. If she uses her left and right eyes to activate the ability of the staring fruit, sometimes Lillian needs to make specific gestures like many special paramecia users. But if she, a three-eyed tribe member, directly uses the third eye on her forehead to activate her own ability, she does not need any gestures at all. Not only can she use the various abilities of the staring fruit instantly, but the effect is even more amazing. Lillian, watch carefully. At this time, in order to further test Lillian's ability, Nakin came to the open space, smiling, and stepped hard. Swish! The whole person disappeared from the spot like lightning and appeared several meters away. In a blink of an eye, she stepped again. Constantly flashing and moving. Shave! Lillian also reacted quickly. The third eye on her forehead shone with a strange light. Staring at Nakin intently, she easily predicted her trajectory. At this moment, when Nakin performed shave, the action of stepping on the spot was as slow as a snail in her eyes. Subconsciously followed. With a stomp of his feet, the whole person also turned into a shadow. Instantly, he flew several meters away. Hiss! He really did it! Nakin, Locke, Barry, and others all widened their eyes. Some were dumbfounded. At the beginning, they practiced shave. But they put in a lot of effort and sweat to master it. The other party learned it all at once. Great! Easily mastered shave. Lillian was a little excited and jumped up there. You are so amazing, Lillian. Seeing that Lillian could see through the super high-speed movement skill of Shave so easily, and completely understood its tricks, she directly performed it. Even Linlin, Gerd, and others couldn't help but be surprised. He, who had a good relationship with Lillian, even gave a thumbs up and praised her generously. With her own strong talent, coupled with her strong insight and dynamic vision, Lillian has an amazing learning ability. Ai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and chuckled. Some swordsmanship and physical skills are probably no longer secrets in her eyes. They can be easily copied and learned. He was not particularly surprised about this. Lillian now has the ability to read minds, see through, see far, see into the future. She has already mastered the alternative 5 visions. Moreover, the ability of the staring fruit is far more than that. This three-eyed girl has unlimited future clairvoyance. Soon, as if it was a blessing from the heart, the third eye on the forehead shone with a strange light. Swish! Lillian only felt an invisible sight, turned into a falcon that could not be seen by the naked eye, and rushed into the sky. With an incredible perspective, overlooking the sea below, the nearby scene was in full view. Even a wine bottle floating on the sea in the distance could be seen clearly. Moreover, it can go further. 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. Amazing! Looking at the distant sea, feeling the eagle's vision that seems to have no limit and can easily observe farther, Lillian, who quickly retracted the fruit power, was full of excitement. Lord Aier, this ability is amazing. The invisible bird's sight returned. She rubbed her eyes and said to Aier excitedly, I can easily see areas hundreds of kilometers or even farther, and I should be able to see farther. As long as you are satisfied. Aier touched her head and smiled and said, however, devil fruit is full of infinite possibilities. Your ability should be far more than this, and you need to practice more. Really? Lillian widened her eyes. Somewhat surprised, I thought that was all. Of course, the fruit ability can be strengthened through continuous training. If you persist in in-depth development, it will definitely play a greater role. Aier chuckled. Staring at her third eye, he encouraged her, if you have enough talent, you may be able to develop it to the stage of awakening in the future, so you have to work hard and don't slack off easily. In addition to strengthening the training of these known abilities, you can also try to develop other ways to use your own staring fruit. For example, try to see if you can directly hypnosis the target by looking at each other, or even try to project the picture you want, such as people or things, through your eyes to create illusions to confuse your opponents. Or, try to see if you can continuously fire tears like bullets, fire, or even laser beams. Even turn a large number of multiplied tears into various forms to crush the target, or turn them into huge protective shields to form defenses, etc. He listed several directions at random. Aier smiled and said to Lillian, who was a little stunned, these are just some of them. If you have any ideas, you can try them boldly. It depends on you to what extent you can do it. Let's not talk about awakening or not. If she could do all of the above, Lillian's combat power would definitely be greatly improved. After all, with the combination of her natural observation Haki and the third eye of the three-eyed tribe, she can foresee the future and read minds, which is already ridiculously strong. For a swordsman like her, she can easily anticipate the enemy's moves. As long as the opponent's strength is not strong enough to crush her directly, she may even have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Can these really be done? Hearing Aier say this, Lillian's eyes lit up and were full of excitement. Although she didn't know what awakening was, she couldn't help but brighten her eyes after listening to Aier's wild suggestions. She clenched her fists, full of energy, and vowed seriously, I will work hard, Aier-sama. This ability to peek into people's hearts is really too useful. Witness Lillian showing the exaggerated ability of the staring fruit. As the intelligence chief of the fallen angel pirates, Sally couldn't help but smile and said, "In the future, I may have to trouble Lillian to help me check and do some work." For intelligence work. Lillian 690 can read the power of the target's heart, and the role it can play is immeasurable. Hee, no problem. Lillian bared her teeth. Squinting her crescent eyes, she agreed with her chest. Next, please teach Lillian the 6 styles. Aier turned his head and said directly to he, with Lillian's physical fitness, she has fully mastered the basic conditions for mastering these physical skills. With her amazing insight and dynamic vision, I think she should be able to grasp the trick soon. The 6 styles are just the basics. Such a talent would be a waste if it does not master the return of life. After all, this special mystery, the time will be injected into various organs and tissues of the body. It can also greatly strengthen the stomach, allowing more energy to be taken in. With unremitting exercise, it will definitely make the body stronger and grow faster. Moreover, there is no need to worry about eating too much and causing the body to be out of shape. As long as she works hard enough, Lillian may really be able to realize her dream in the near future and become a powerful swordsman. Even if she can't compare to a natural monster like Linlin, she can also be like Gerd, Sally, and others. Become the backbone of the fallen angel pirates. Me. Hearing Aier asking Lillian to guide him, he couldn't help but be a little surprised, and nodded subconsciously, okay. After all, the fallen angel pirates have already mastered the 6-style training method. She didn't mean to maliciously leak Marine's physical skills, and there was no burden at all to do such a thing. Then I'll leave it to you, Teacher Ai. Lillian stepped forward. With a serious face, she bowed to he in a serious manner. But just after I finished speaking seriously, I couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 112. The next day. It was the day to trade with the world government. Early in the morning, Aier took the Griffin Moss and the magician Sally, and the 3 of them left the sky fortress of Atlantis. Their location was actually not far from the Sabaody archipelago. Moreover, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the world government as much as possible, Atlantis was also flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The celestial dragons to be exchanged were directly stunned by a conquerors, and then led by Moss, an ancient species, in the form of a pseudo-toothed bird. After Sally left the sight of Linlin and others, she decisively left the back of the pseudo-toothed bird halfway and ran over to stick to Aier. Aier, who maintained his human form, deliberately slowed down at the request of the magician, and followed Moss far behind, and was really touched a lot. SYY. In the sky, gusts of wind whistled continuously. The tall figure flapped its wings and flew towards the Sabaody archipelago. Hey, have you had enough trouble? The black and shiny hair. With a refreshing fragrance, it made Aier's nose itchy. He wiped the lipstick and saliva on his face, and looked down at Sally in silence. Because she had not used the life return to shrink, although the other party was about 2.6 meters tall, she was relatively like an exquisite rag doll. Hee, Linlin and Gerd are not here, and it's hard to get close to Aier. I can't miss it. Sally, who was beautiful, tall, and charming, licked her red lips lightly and smiled at Aier's neck. The next moment, her whole body was like a lion majesty, flowing on Aier's body, and in a blink of an eye, she swept behind him. Like a swollen balloon, it kept growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became huge, and it was not less than 8 meters. Just hug Aier from behind. Lord Aier, you are not indifferent, are you? Sally smiled. Close to Aier's ear. The action was quite bold and extremely skilled. Body shape was never a problem for her. Even Linlin and Gerd might not know that she had quietly taken the first place of Lord Aier. The relationship between the two was no ordinary one. Of course, Sally did not have the intention to occupy him. This lord could never belong to a woman. She knew this very well from the beginning. She had never had such a naive idea that she could let a perfect man like Ai love her alone. Just quietly work hard to improve his own strength and personal ability, do his best to complete the tasks assigned by Ai, and try to make himself better, hoping to have a place in the heart of this adult. Okay, stop it. Ai rolled his eyes. Grabbed the witch's hand that was about to go down. Stopped the other party's attempt to take things out of the bag. Pinched the other party's beautiful face unhappily. Business is important, let's talk about it later. He is not a saint. It is naturally impossible to be indifferent to beautiful women. Although he does not reject such intimate actions, he is not so absurd as to be indifferent to the occasion. Of course, he will not be angry because of such a small matter. Igigig. Sally's eyes flashed cunningly. Squinting her crescent eyes, she smiled happily. Of course, she knew the occasion, just wanted to tease this adult. However, Sally also knew the limit and did not go too far. You. Even if Aier can easily see through the other person's mind. I have to admit it. This is indeed a charming beauty. Not only is she considerate, but she also knows how to please people. The most important thing is that the other person is not just a beautiful vase. If Crane, a flower of marine with a photographic memory and extraordinary wisdom, has talents that tend to be in the areas of staff, government affairs, and management, then Sally's talents tend to be in the area of intelligence. Born to be a spy, the title of the Witch of Change is not for nothing. In particular, whether it is the construction of the intelligence organization or the management, all aspects are handled in an orderly manner without any omissions. Even Aier can't find too much fault. With Sally, he hardly has to worry too much about the development of the intelligence network of the fallen angel pirates. He can concentrate on training and improve his own strength. He doesn't have to spend too much energy on those trivial matters. Moreover, in terms of talent. In fact, Sally is better than Crane. 5 years ago, the Hell Chamber of Commerce acquired an unknown devil fruit. Sally, who had just turned 18 and mastered the 6 styles, found Aier herself and firmly said that she wanted to take a gamble. As a result, she obtained the special ability of the Paramecia Do fruit. Although it is not an outrageous ability, it is equivalent to the superior ability of the Paramecia Momo fruit, which is not bad strictly speaking. Especially in terms of auxiliary role, it is even bug level. It is of great help to the fallen angel pirates in forming an intelligence network. However, it is really not easy for Sally to develop the ability of the Paramecia Do fruit to such an extent at such a young age, and to be able to change it almost at will. Even Aier was a little surprised at her talent in this area. I am afraid that if she is given some more time, she can completely develop the ability of the Do fruit to the level of awakening. In terms of strength, at the age of 23, she not only has the secrets of the Grandmaster 6 styles and life return, but has also honed the 2-color Haki to a very proficient level, and even developed a series of moves and applications with her own devil fruit ability. Even the elite vice admiral of the naval headquarters is not her opponent. ISY. I don't know how long it has been. It was about 10 o'clock. On Peninsula 36, Aier, Moss and others brought celestial dragons directly to the Sabayati archipelago. And Sally, the changeable witch, disappeared without a trace. They are coming. Hiss. It's the fallen angel Aier. This guy actually came here in person. At this time, the world government had been waiting for a long time. Expelled all the strangers and prohibited anyone from approaching here. Seeing Aier's huge figure, a large number of CP agents and marine personnel armed with live ammunition couldn't help but shrink their pupils, and were full of tension. Fallen angel Aier. A loud shout. A tall figure stepped forward. Fury, Joe looked directly at Aier. Long time no see, Kong Vice Admiral. Aier, who is no less than 9 meters tall, looked down at Kong, who was muscular and looked like a humanoid gorilla, with a calm face. "No, I heard that you are already an admiral. I haven't congratulated you yet." Kong responded coldly with a fierce look, "I don't need a corrupt pirate like you to congratulate me. Don't be so aggressive, if I am scared by the power of you, the Marine Admiral." A little giant figure took the celestial dragons, which was only about 2 meters tall and tied up in moss's hand, and stepped on him to show in the air. Ai glanced at Kong and smiled and responded, "If you are nervous, you may do something, and your master may suffer." Originally unconscious, the celestial dragons of the mental attribute dragons. He was shaken awake and saw himself dangling in the air. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he danced with fear. When he saw the CP and Marine in front of him, he hurriedly shouted, "Marine, CPD, come and save me quickly. Otherwise, your whole family will be executed." "Wait, don't mess around. Saint Mars, please be patient. We are negotiating with the criminals and rescue you as soon as possible." Looking at this scene, the CPO agents present couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. While they were furious, some of them were sweating on their foreheads and were terrified. If the other party was dangling like this, if something happened to celestial dragons, or if they were blamed, they couldn't afford it. Seeing this, the Marine Admiral Kong couldn't help but turn pale and grit his teeth. Too arrogant. Chapter 113. Kukulkan Aier. On Peninsula 36. Gorgeous bubbles were flying. But no one present had the heart to appreciate them. Kong looked sternly, clenched his fists tightly, and looked coldly at Aier in front of him with unspeakable anger and murderous intent. "I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you would grow to this point." He had a hunch that this monster from the Lunaria tribe would definitely become a difficult existence. But he never expected that this day would come so soon. He had just been a Marine Admiral for just 3 years, and the other party started to make trouble. And, it made such a big noise right away. Not only did it attack the 2 G-headed branch fortresses of Marine in New World, and it was unscrupulous, kidnapping and killing celestial dragons, showing a terrifying strength. Even the Marine Admiral Ironclaw Hack was dispatched, but he was defeated and killed on the spot by the other party. The one he led was no less than Buster. The fleet of Call was almost completely wiped out. In less than a day, no less than 20,000 Marine elites were brutally killed and lost. It was simply outrageous. Moreover, with the sacrifice of Hack Admiral, Marine not only suffered heavy losses, but also had a shortage of troops. It can be said that it lost face. The pressure undoubtedly fell on him, the newly promoted Admiral of Headquarters. "Stop talking nonsense." Aier folded his arms and looked down at the other party. "Is the ransom ready?" Swish. Kong did not speak. This time, he was just a guard, not the person in charge. The one who was really authorized to trade was the CPO of the Wulong Grenkar attachment. "The devil fruit you want is all here." A CPO officer wearing a white mask, a white suit, and a cloak came forward with a large black suitcase. Came to Kong's side. Directly aimed the suitcase 890 at Aier, and Moss opened it and showed it to them. The number of devil fruits with strange shapes and labels was exactly the same as in the agreement. "The fruits can be given to you." He looked directly at Aier in front of him and said lightly, "But to prevent celestial dragons from being impersonated, we need to confirm whether he is Saint Mars. And according to the agreement reached earlier, before the transaction, we also need to confirm whether Saint Mars' body has been tampered with by you." Although he had noticed that the face and figure of the celestial dragons were consistent with the Saint Mars he had seen in his memory. And judging from the breath, it should be just a temporary fainting, which is not a big deal. But when it comes to the world nobles, we must be cautious again and again. If you have a way to check, please feel free to do so. Aier raised his eyebrows. Instantly saw through the other party's thoughts. In the frightened eyes of the world government camp, they casually threw the screaming Mars Saint to Moss and said lightly, "But my patience is limited, I can't wait too long." This time, these guys really didn't plan to make a big move. Just to prevent celestial dragons from being impersonated, they prepared to take blood tests. Even in order to confirm the identity of celestial dragons as soon as possible, even the relevant medical equipment was moved in advance and assembled. 10 minutes is enough. The CPO member saw that Ai did not object. Nodded directly to the doctors wearing masks and white coats behind him. "Assholes, how dare you doubt me?" Hearing that the other party suspected that he was a fake, Mars Saint, who was caught by Moss and was scared to pee his pants, came back to his senses with a pale face. He felt extremely ashamed and angry, and roared hysterically, "Damn it, when I go back, I will demote all of you, to slaves." "Sorry, Mars Saint." The CPO officer bowed deeply there and reminded carefully, "Besides, you don't want to leave any trouble in your body, right?" Phoenix Saint was abolished by them. "What?" Mars Saint's face was pale. Several medical staff hurriedly stepped forward. While kneeling there to check the other party's physical condition, they also drew some blood from this world noble. Soon, the instrument was used to test and prove the identity. "Lord Aier. It's a real devil fruit." Moss, who was following Aier, also stepped forward. "Personally inspect those devil fruits to prevent the real world the government deceived them with fake goods." "Well, since we have verified their identity and confirmed that there is no problem, then, give us the devil fruit." Aier looked down at the CPO officer in the lead and said lightly, "After all, there are subsequent transactions, and Kong you are here too, I don't think you have to worry about me going back on my word." "This. I hope you keep your word." The CPO officer hesitated for a moment. Seeing Kong nodded to him. Finally, he made up his mind and handed the suitcase to SI. At the same time, there were also CPO members who stepped forward at the first time and took Mars Saint away. "Kong Admiral." And seeing that Celestial Dragons was successfully rescued, the CP and Marine present did not completely relax. Each of them was nervous and alert at all times, waiting for the orders of Kong and the CPO officer. As long as the boss gave an order, they would open fire directly. "The transaction is completed, the next transaction will be tomorrow." Aier did not stop him. Looking at the CPO officer, he said lightly, "The location is still in Sabayati Archipelago." "How arrogant!" Looking at the other party's fearless look, Kong's face turned black, and he looked at Aier with murderous intent. He stepped forward, clenched his huge fists tightly, revealing a cold murderous intent, "I think it's better for you to stay." "Really?" Looking at Kong with a murderous face, Aier smiled and mocked unceremoniously, "If you can do it, try it." Bang! The next moment, the two looked at each other. The ground beneath their feet collapsed, and they disappeared in a flash. Two figures with terrifying momentum rushed out. The huge fist prints wrapped around Haki. They smashed into each other. Boom! The ground cracked and collapsed. The fierce air wave directly flipped the Marine and CP personnel present like pieces of paper. Even Moss and the CPO agents were shocked. They were a little unstable because of the strong airflow. They kept retreating and couldn't get close. Woohoo! On the sea, huge waves surged. The black and red lightning intertwined and flashed violently, spreading continuously. The two terrifying conquerors Haki collided violently there. The amazing wind pressure kept raging and impacting, and countless rocks and plants were directly carried and swept away. A large number of weak CPS and Marines, as well as the medical staff and celestial dragons who had just been rescued and put on stretchers, all rolled their eyes and died. Not to mention Peninsula 36. Even other areas around were also affected by the terrifying conquerors' collision. Countless people foamed at the mouth and fainted there one after another. The sky, which was originally full of white clouds, was pulled by the two powerful auras and rumbled. The vast cloud stream began to surge violently. It seemed to be torn in half. It made people's scalps numb. Conqueror's entanglement. Aier's eyes were stern. The huge fist print wrapped with high-level armed color had already bulged with veins. The tall figure was shaken and even took 2 steps back, causing the ground to crack. He looked down at the figure in front of him, who was not as big as himself, but had a terrifying momentum and was incredibly strong. What was shocking was that the flame behind his head had been extinguished without knowing when. Previously, it was precisely because he saw through the opponent's thoughts at the first time, so Aier did not hesitate to exit the invincible state and entered the strongest attack state. I have to admit that Su Tukong is really strong. He is worthy of being the future Marine Marshal and even the Commander-in-Chief of the world government. The tentative collision between the two made his fist numb. If it weren't for his natural strength and incomparable natural ability, I'm afraid he would have suffered a lot just now. But he was also shocked. And his opponent Kong. He originally wanted to give the other party a head start. Unexpectedly, even his attack wrapped around Conquerors was easily blocked by the other party. Although neither of them used the Devil Fruit ability, they had already given their all in human form, not holding back at all, and were testing each other's strength. He didn't expect that the other party would completely block his attack. He was only slightly at a disadvantage and took 2 steps back. He was not as embarrassed as he had imagined. Moreover, the opponent's monster-like strength was simply exaggerated. It made him change color, and he felt that his muscles were tense, and his right fist wrapped around Haki was numb from the shock. For a moment, Kong was awed. This is a terrible enemy. Hey, Admiral Kong, don't mess around. In the distance, the leading CPO officer was sweating and reminded loudly. Although Mars Saint has been rescued, the other celestial dragons are still in the hands of the opponent. If you, the Marine Admiral, feel too free and want to spar with me, I don't mind. Not showing any weakness. Staring at Kong. Aier bared his teeth, full of amusement, and said grimly, but if I go back a little later, it's hard to say what will happen to the other celestial dragons. Although he didn't master the Conqueror's entanglement skills, it didn't mean he was afraid of the other party. In a real fight, at least he was sure to be invincible. Moreover, he gained a lot from the experience of the test just now. He has already touched that layer of barrier. Humph! He pressed his feet. Kong retreated violently. He stared at Aier with murderous intent and snorted, "Little devil of the Lunaria tribe, you don't have much time to be arrogant." "No, I think my arrogant days have just begun." Aier also had infinite murderous intent, sneering there, "But do you remember what I said? Cherish your short and powerless admiral career." A hole. Hearing this, Kong's face darkened. He clenched his fist tightly, veins throbbing. He was angry, but also felt a little aggrieved. He wanted to rush up immediately. "Don't be in a hurry, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight next. Moss, let's go," Aier said sarcastically. After that, he didn't bother to pay attention to him. He called Moss, and in the unwilling eyes of Kong and others, the two figures quickly rushed to the sky. Chapter 114. Woohoo! Above the blue sea, the huge pseudo-toothed bird shrank and turned into a human beast form. Moss, who was covered in fluffy hair and majestic, looked like a griffin. His big hands turned into wings and opened the suitcase directly. He carefully put the devil fruits into the package that had been prepared in advance. He threw the black suitcase directly into the sea below. Prevent the world government from doing anything in it. For example, if a life card was secretly inserted in it, it would be a big trouble. As for the devil fruits, he checked them carefully. He was not afraid of any problems. Tisk tisk, those guys in the world government have a rich collection. Carrying these devil fruits, Moss was amazed. You can easily take out Logia and the more rare mythical beast abilities. After all, they have firmly ruled this sea for hundreds of years, and the marine base under their command and the CP as their eyes and ears are Cypherpol is all over the world, and their southern treasures must be richer than we imagined. The black wings flapped. A fierce wind pressure blew, Aier said lightly, however, extorting 20 devil fruits at a time is the limit. He is not a fool, and he can't compromise again and again. Moreover, whether it is the continuous destruction of 2 large marine fortresses, or kidnapping those celestial dragons to extort the world government, this can only be done before the official launch of the Tato land plan. At present, in the eyes of the world government, we don't have any fixed territory, and they can't find our whereabouts in a short time, so they naturally have to pretend to be acquiescent. If we have a fixed territory, establish a country and develop steadily, then both sides will be wary. At that time, unless they are completely torn apart and ready for a full-scale war, otherwise everyone will be cautious about such things. That's right. Hearing this, Moss nodded. Now they haven't really started to build a country. No matter how much the world government hates them, they can't find their whereabouts and have no way to start. But in the future, with the territory and the recruitment of soldiers, although it is said that it has developed, it can occupy more resources in the new world, recruit more talents, and continuously strengthen its own strength. But at the same time, it also has some constraints and concerns in disguise. At that time, whether it is the world government or them, although all kinds of open and secret struggles will certainly be inevitable. But if there is no preparation for a real full-scale war, both sides cannot go too far. However, the premise is that they can escape unscathed from the encirclement of the world government and the marine. Fully demonstrate the strength that can make the other party afraid and dare not act rashly. Otherwise, whether it is the high-ranking world government or the marine as the overlord of the sea, it is obvious that they will not easily allow the fallen angel pirates to be so lively after offending the celestial dragons. It is even more impossible to watch them swaggeringly establish a pirate country and continue to expand. Moss, take these devil fruits back first, I have something to explain to Sally. For those devil fruits. Although he didn't look closely, Aier had basically memorized it. The world government was obviously very cunning. Whether it was Logia or the mythical beast, although they were not much worse, they were naturally not the top abilities. For example, the ability of that Logia was Logia Smoke Fruit. It was just average, not weak but not strong either. The mythical beast ability was pretty good. Yes, Moss nodded. He turned directly into a perfect form. Following the guidance of the life card, he flew towards the direction of Atlantis. *T. Not long after. On a deserted island near the Sabayati archipelago. Aier's tall figure had just fallen from the sky, and the charming Sally greeted him with a smile. It seems that everything is going well. The two came to a cave. This is a secret base of the intelligence network of the fallen angel pirates. The location is very remote and hidden. If you don't break in directly, you won't be able to find out that there is something special here. She, the head of intelligence, often gives remote commands here. I guess so. Aier smiled. Swish. His aura was sharp, his muscles were tense, and he kept moving. The body shrank, and directly used the secret of life return, turning into a 3-meter-tall human form. What abilities do those devil fruits have? The two entered the spacious and bright cave. The tall, curvy witch had no scruples. She hugged Aier's arm intimately, leaned on her completely, and asked curiously. According to their agreement with the world government, the first transaction must have a Logia, a mythical beast species, an ancient species, and 4 other devil fruits. The 3 most precious abilities are Logia Smoking Fruit, a rat fruit mythical beast species sickle weasel form, and a dragon fruit ancient species velociraptor form. Aier didn't mean to hide it, and smiled lightly and said, the other devil fruits are all relatively ordinary abilities, so there is nothing to look forward to. And, compared to the devil fruit abilities, the other gains are greater. At this point, he showed a sneer. The right fist was raised lightly, and suddenly clenched. Strands of black and red lightning flashed, and the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki overflowed. It made people's scalps numb. If Kong was here, he would definitely scream out in shock. Because this is exactly the Conqueror's entanglement technique that he has mastered after years of hard work and countless efforts and energy. As a result, the fallen angel Ai, a Lunaria monster who is too young to be true, has also mastered it. It's simply unbelievable. This is... Seeing this, Sally's pupils shrank sharply. Somewhat horrified, original name. Unbelievably lost her voice. Is this the Conqueror's entanglement that you have been practicing constantly, but you have not been able to enter? As Aier's confidant, she naturally knew that this Aier has been practicing swordsmanship and physical skills, and developing his own fruit ability. 0. She also spent a lot of time and energy on the training of Conqueror's Haki. Among them, both Observation Haki and Armament Haki have achieved remarkable results and made rapid progress. But only Conqueror's Haki, although with the improvement of personal strength, the deterrence to the strong is getting stronger and stronger. But overall, the progress is very slow. In particular, she once heard this adult mention that Conquerors can also be entangled to strengthen the attack. And the effect is very exaggerated, far better than Armament Haki. It is said that only a very few people in this sea can master the skills of Wen. All of them are truly strong people standing at the top of the world, and they are all monsters with unimaginable strength. The skills are still a bit rough, and there is still some gap. Disperse the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the fist. Aier smiled and said confidently, but I have already entered the door, and the rest is just a matter of time. He really has to thank Kong. Over the years, he has been constantly exploring and trying the Conqueror's entanglement technique. He has already reached the final step, but there is still an opportunity. But Kong's tentative punch wrapped around Conqueror's Haki allowed him to completely pierce through the membrane. With the deep accumulation of long-term research and attempts, he easily comprehended the power of Conqueror's entanglement. He will definitely be able to master it more quickly. You are really amazing. Aier Lord. Sally's eyes are fiery. She exudes an indescribable brilliance and is full of admiration. He is worthy of being a man who makes even a proud person like her deeply attracted and unable to extricate herself. For a moment, she turned into a soft and boneless beautiful snake, hot and bold, and took the initiative to stick to him, but I still want to challenge your true strength.